From the world above.
Across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours.
From the world beyond.
Regard this earth with envious eyes.
Howard 101 brings you
Envious eyes.
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello, people. And we are back in prime time. 7 o'clock tonight on the East Coast. I think they're going to rerun like 7 o'clock West Coast time, too. People, they're going to do it again at 10 o'clock on our time, and it's going to be like 7 o'clock on your time. But welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. I'm just as poor as ever, nonetheless. But I'm glad you're here to listen to the show. Back in the studio tonight, of course, we have the great technician, the smooth man with the plan. I speak of none other than the great technician 00, Al Aragon. And a shout out to the lovely Michelle. And by his side, as usual, is the one and only, the man on the white horse that goes down and picks up the beautiful maidens and rides off with them into the forest. I speak of none other than the great one, Sir Breton. And a shout out to the lovely Jennifer. Yes, indeed. And, of course, by my side, as usual, is the one and only, the inimitable, and the quite brilliant, if I must say, my sidekick and kick of the side, technician and producer. I speak of none other than Eric McCauley.
I'm picking up good vibrations, spaceman.
Dig it. Yeah, and of course, I'll give a shout out here to Big Jim Colosimo McClure. He's going to try to see that sometimes during the year, Tim Sabian will eke me out maybe an extra hour here and there, so I don't starve and go blind. But welcome to the Riley Martin Show. I see that so many things are happening. I mean, if I were not just a citizen, I probably would have given up on Washington, D.C. altogether, and the demon Republicans up in there. Now, I was hearing today that they are trying to hold back all the money from the people who got washed away by Sandy. And these people are suffering, and now they want to blackmail the president to not getting any money because we want to prop up the rich people and all of this type of stuff. They're maniacs. I tell you, we got to get them people out of office because they have swung all the way out in their maniacal ways. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. How you doing, Ebron?
I'm doing fine, and people can call you with questions. Call the Space Cowboy people, 888-STERN-101. Also, you can email us the questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com. Okay, people are lining up here to talk to you, naturally.
Well, I can understand that.
But I have a question here. I watch football.
Right.
And within the recent period, a few football players have committed suicide.
Right.
Shot themselves. Mm-hmm. And they are attributing this to something they're calling chronic traumatic encephalopathy.
Encephalitis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this is some kind of brain injury related to football. So I want to know, isn't there some kind of something that we have that can treat this injury, this disease? And I know it wouldn't be on the level of the extraterrestrial Biavians being able to do it. How would they do it? And isn't there something we can do to improve treatment?
For one thing, the Biavians ain't stupid enough to go out there and run into each other with their heads for the next 4 or 5 years and then die with brain damage. But they could do it. Nonetheless, we are stuck to our own designs here on Earth. Now, because we are growing these kids bigger than we ever have before. They're stronger than they ever have been. Some of them are taking pump-up drugs and things of this nature, if they haven't, outlawed them yet. Very new, different kinds of designer drugs and things like this. They run faster. They hit harder and things of this nature.
Right.
And thus, if you run into a wall with your head and keep doing it, you're going to shake your brain up and ultimately spring a leak somewhere. And who knows where it's going to send you, off the deep end and things of this nature. And this is happening on a greater scale now because we're growing monsters, bigger, faster, they hit harder. And this is one of the detriments that comes with the territory. You see what I mean?
Of course, I'm interested in the treatment. Is there anything we can do to treat it?
Well, I'm sure that there is, providing they could pick up on it, provided they could pick up on it early enough and get in there and relieve the pressure on the brain, because an embolism in the brain perhaps breaks loose and goes into the various elements of the brain, maybe down into the hypothalamus and places like this, and send these kids over the edge because their brain waves are discombobulated and all this type of stuff. But yes, if they can find it early enough, I think we have the technology, then they can relieve the pressure there. But we're going to see more of this.
Right. Okay. I have a quick email here, and then we'll go to the calls.
Okay.
Here. All right. This is from Kyle. He says, Kyle Atchison, he says he wants to know, will the Biavians have any need for pilots because that's his profession?
Yeah, Kyle. I know one time I'm not a pilot, but Tan allowed me to fly the ship one time. And I could do it with neuro farce in the sense that I could say barrel roll, and it would barrel roll immediately. The Neotronic computers were picking up. I wasn't using a joystick or anything like that, though you can. But no doubt they would need pilots, yeah. Let me give a shout out here. To the great John Hummert down in Illinois. And also let me give a shout out to Doug Medler and his son, the great Dylan, down in Miami, Florida. Happy birthday, Doug. Yeah, and let me give a shout out to the great composer, arranger, writer, Mike Boyd and his lovely lady, Diane. Also to the great Jamal and Luda Lawson and baby Victoria. They are in Ogden and Salt Lake City, Utah. The great Mike Blundick, whom I consider my brother. He's a white boy, don't hold it against him. Mike Blundick and Blundick Jr. and the lovely Jennifer Babcock and the lovely Lauren. They're down in Florida and over in Massachusetts. Cliff and the lovely Helene Green down in Macon, Georgia, and all the crew. Love you guys. Lily Heisenbuhl down in Key Largo, Florida. Lily, Cindy, Brian, and Christine Zarsky, and another lady named Susan Ashcraft. Yeah, a good friend of theirs. Also, let me give a shout out to the great Daniel and his little son, Stephen Geiger, out in Yorba Linda, California, friends of Cindy's. Cabrina Mara Cooks, Tashika Garrison, Lenore Hudson in Toronto, California. Margaret Woodward in Ramona, California. Out in Ramona, California. Rich and Karen Horowitz, Matawan, New Jersey. Randy and Dina and Lil Nika Markel. And Miss Lauren Ashley out there in Las Vegas, Nevada. Mila Domian and Thailand Titan and Murska, Slovenia. Ray Nathan and Rivera in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Jarrett and Swan Buckaloo over in Delaware. Stay with us now. We shall return.
November 1953. An abduction. A little boy. An incredible universe. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. Riley Martin. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back, people. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. Now, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go on the web, say www.rileymartin, RILEYMARTIN.com, RileyMartin.com. Get the Millennium Book. You can also get the collector's items, the original book, autographed if you wish. And people, get your symbols. I'm telling you right now, the world is not looking any better. It seems to be going off the deep end as we go further along here. These people have went totally, absolutely crazy. There are tens of thousands of people who just got their houses blown away, washed away and everything else. And these people in Washington, D.C., is blocking the president from giving them the money to fix up things as an act of God. And they want to make sure they keep enough money, whereas the multimillionaires and the billionaires won't have to spend a dime and things of this nature. And this is what they're doing. Go to iTunes at RileyMartin.com and get my album. It's an original album. You'll like it. Go to Amazon Kindle. You can get the book there cheaper on your iPod and all that type of stuff. And also get the CosmicLegend.com. And that's me in living color down in Atlanta, giving a lecture down that way. And welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. And so what's up, Ebron?
We'll go right to the calls, man.
Yeah.
Here's Butters in Boston.
Hello, Butters.
Quartenzi-1 Fremont.
Oh, Quartenzi-1 Butters.
I love me some primetime Riley Martin. I did.
Oh, yeah, I can dig it. They ain't give me no money, but
now,
yeah.
Is this your new slot? Is this your new time slot?
Yeah, they're going to be doing this, as far as I know, for the foreseeable future, every week at 7 p.m. Eastern. Yeah.
Excellent.
And then they'll do it again.
I got a question for you, Fremont.
Okay.
I know there have been previous civilizations that have lived upon the earth. They've found ruins that date back prior to the man civilization, but I'd like to know, man has come so far in such a short period of time, obviously because of the aliens. Has there been another species that has lived upon this earth that has also ventured into the stars?
Right.
Like man can't. It seems that this is the only evidence of mankind actually venturing out onto the moon or stars. And I didn't know if there was another civilization.
There was, yeah. The book tells us that there was several different civilizations, the Porons, the Nilits, and others that lived here on this planet before the dawn of man and during the time of the dinosaurs and all this. We have found not the leavings of these people because there wasn't a lot of them here, but we have found footprints in the Jurassic mud along with the dinosaurs. So we know there were some people here wearing boots millions, hundreds of millions of years ago and things of that nature. And we were really late comers. But, of course, the aliens revisited us back during the time of ancient Sumeria and before, from that island they call Atlantis. And they mix with us. And within our blood and our veins of all races run some of the alien gene, and what have you now. They brought us out of the trees and off the plains, and juiced us up, so to speak, with their genetics. And they looked upon the daughters of men and found them fair, took of them wives. Their sons became of old great men of renown. Some lived 700, 800, 900 years, like Enoch, Methuselah, and others. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Butters. They didn't project we were going to produce at such a pace, though, did they?
Well, no, actually, they felt that all things considered, eventually, we would not get so carried away with dogma and religions and all of this type of stuff till we would not just outbreed ourselves and what have you. And we're running right on the edge now. 2/3 of the world don't have enough to eat right now, and what have you. But they're saying, I need as many kids as I can because I'm this religion or that religion or this or that, and what have you. The Chinese are a good example of saying, hey, you can have 1 or 2 children. That's it. Yeah, you know what I mean? Because we're outbreeding ourselves here and things like that. But man must come to these things. But it doesn't seem to be progressing on the spiritual, rational level, as you can see from Washington, D.C.
Yeah. Well, it's appropriate for the Chinese to curtail it because they have outproduced everybody, it seems.
Yeah.
All right, here's Mark in San Diego.
Hello, Mark.
Riley, Iran,
hey, how?
the West, perfect time. Hey,
wow.
Sunday night I was on the ocean front getting some shrimp for some bait, and we saw a thing. Since then, I've been feeling strong, but really staticky. I can't touch anything without zap, 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 zap. You think I got scanned? I mean, I've been feeling real strong.
Well,
right?
it's possible. The reason I say it's possible is because I cannot wear metal. No watch will run on my arm for long, electric or TikTok, and what have you. And that is a fact. I have to count it off to the fact of the scans I've got or something of that nature. It messes up, or at least it alters the electrical curvatures in the body. So chances are, if they showed up, they probably scan you. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Mark. Okay, here's Tony in North Carolina.
Hello, Tony, North Carolina.
Attention one, Fred Martin.
Attention one, Tony.
I've been wondering, how come they've never contacted you to be on the Ancient Alien show on History Channel? I think that you'd be more than an esteemed and knowledgeable guest on that.
Well, many of the things you hear them saying, like the aliens kill off the dinosaurs and various other things that's already written in my book from 25 years ago, they'll steal it and use it, but they will never let me on there. We ain't gonna get that jigaboo on here. Whatever. You know what I mean?
I tell you what, they put that crazy Greek guy on with the funky hair. I'd rather see, I'd rather see someone with your boyish good looks, Fred Martin. I've also seen, I guess you know, I've seen recent theories that the dinosaurs, in fact, had feathers.
Yeah, some did, yeah, most definitely.
See, my theory is, I think that there quite possibly a lot of these, ancient alien things. Actually, I think mankind has risen and fallen, and I think we're headed for a quick fall. Do you think that?
Yeah, at this time in history. Do you think the Biavians had anything to do with seeding the planet and stuff like that from the old Sumerian text, or did we just evolve like everything else evolved in the Biavian? Well, no, they did. Yeah, we do have within our veins some of the Biavian genome. Ever so often down through history, some great mind will pop up, such as Einstein, Nikola Tesla, and others, who will help us out or lead us in the way that we have to go at a given time. So they do play a part in this, and they have done so on the genetic level. Good man, yes. And they kind of regret that because we haven't turned out very well in our thought patterns and our spirituality and things of that nature. Yeah.
All right, here's Matt in Massachusetts.
Hello, Matt and Mass.
Oh, Quartans in one.
Oh, Quartans in one, Matt.
Riley, I'm so happy that you're on at 7. I guess finally, me and my friends listen to this show more than anything else, and we've emailed, and so we've gotten the word out that we want the show earlier, but I mean, why? I don't understand. Why don't they put it on for more than an hour if it's obvious people are listening? And how is it possible they can put you on in a primetime spot and not give you? You're not getting any more money than you were before.
Right, I'm not getting any more money.
That's unbelievable. I mean, it's obvious that people are listening to this show the way they promote it. I mean, I don't know. Something wrong is being done here.
I found these showbiz people to be a very quirky lot. No matter how sweet they talk to you, they don't like each other. And chances are, if I'm popular, they don't like me either, but I make them money. You see what I mean?
You definitely do, because, I mean, I know two of my best friends were going to cancel their radios, and then we found out you were going to be on at 7, like, a couple weeks ago, and they signed up for another year. So, I mean, that's just me. So it must be like that all over the place. I mean, your show is what we want.
Certainly there are many people across the country and in the world that signed up perhaps because of the Riley Martin Show and what have you. But you see, I don't have the power to demand a decent salary out of them. But, you know, I'll settle for this at the time because I want to talk to the people because this world is in a lot of trouble. And somebody has got to try and be a voice of reason for the good people out there. Most people are good, but there are the handful of spoilers that won't even build your house again after sanding and boat you away and things of this nature so that they can ride roughshod and blackmail the president by holding the people hostage and things of this nature. And it's a crying shame. But anyway, thanks for calling in. I didn't want to go off on a tangent there, good man.
All right, here's an email question from John Villarreal.
Okay.
He wants to know simply, what is the significance of the meaning of the symbols that you do, and do they have any effect on the mind just by the sight of them?
Yes, they do. But you see, I do not do negative. It is always positive. I believe that many people who have gotten the symbols, their lives have changed for the better in many various ways. And that's the way I do. I do not do negative. And also, 001, the first symbol you get, don't lose it. That is your ticket out of here should the time come that we need to be picked up and taken out of here. It's happened before down through the history of the universe. Mm-hmm.
All right, here's Chris in Arizona.
Hello, Chris in Arizona.
That's for you, Mr. Martin, and you're wrong. How you folks doing tonight?
Okay, Chris.
Good.
Good. And I was just wondering about these religions. We know that the aliens believe in some form of religion, as all praises to the light. Mm-hmm. And with the religions we got down here on Earth, we like to baptize people, you know, in the blood and water and all that.
Right.
And the Vatican recently came out and was saying they believe in aliens and they would like to baptize the aliens, which led me to wonder why they would want to do that, and also led me to believe or wonder, do the aliens baptize themselves already, or would they be open to it?
Well, not to my knowledge. Well, let me see. Let me see how I can put this. The elementals of the religions of man tends to be whatever a great philosopher person thinks at a given time in the history of the world, whether it be Oriental, Hindu, Christian. Yeah. What I'm saying is that any number of religions more or less were brought forth by the philosophy of some single entity, a man. Now, that does not mean that people do not need religion. But the aliens have moved on and based it upon a pseudo-scientific principle, which is the light and the spectrums of light and all of this. Now, whether they are totally, absolutely right, I cannot say, but I know that it has enabled them to run faster than the speed of light, to jump into dimensions, and to jump across vast distances of space and all of that. So I'm thinking that maybe they are on the right track by saying Kwa Umsa Lajuwan, you know?
Yes, sir.
Right, and so it does not hurt for someone to have faith and to have a religion. I wish them all well. But we must also temper that religious belief with common sense. Well, each person don't need 10 children apiece if we're going to keep eating on this planet.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, right. So
you know, like me myself, I believe there's a creator out there. Somebody has to create everything.
Yeah, well, certainly. And we are finding now that there are numerous other possibly life-bearing planets in the Goldilocks zones around the stars. But I already knew that. But thanks for calling, Chris, and give my love to the folks.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, here's Patrick in Atlanta.
Hello, Patrick in Atlanta.
Hey, guys. How are you tonight?
Okay, Patrick.
My question is referring to the asteroid Apophis. I'm sure you've heard about that. There's like a 2.7% chance it's going to hit the Earth in 2029. And,
well, I know. Yeah, I know that the Earth is going to be in a lot of trouble by 2026, late 2026. So that's close.
Okay, because my actual question was: if Apophis hits Earth, are you still going to blow Iran every?
All right, next call. Here is Eric in Connecticut.
Hello, Eric in Connecticut.
Hello, sir. How are you tonight?
Okay, Eric.
My question is, have you ever read the book by Zecharia Sitchin called Genesis Revisited? And if so, how does that relate to the presence of a God? Basically, Genesis Revisited says that we were visited by ancient aliens that kind of messed with our DNA and created us. And religion itself, being one creator, if it is in fact, the case, what does that do for other people's faith in one God, and would that totally destroy religion?
Well, I mean, most people upon the earth, in a number of places under different denominations, consider that they are worshiping one God. You understand? And I do not dissuade. I do not try to dissuade anyone from their beliefs, whatever it may be. If that belief encompasses love your fellow person as yourself, do unto others as you have them to do unto you, then it's okay with me, whatever your belief may be. However, that does not rule out the fact that aliens have been here messing with us in history.
So have you read his works?
I have not read all of Zecharia Sitchin's work. I think I may have read some of his work some time ago. But no, I haven't been keeping up with him.
All right, here's Greg in California.
Hello, Greg in California.
Hey, Riley and Ron. First time listening to you. It's I spent about 2 hours in the car in the morning listening to Howard, and I had a chance to listen to you, so I'm getting a good perspective. One thing I'm not very familiar with, and I think you kind of went into a little bit of it on the email that you read earlier, Ron, about the symbols. What is the meaning behind them, and are they large? I'm not very particular. I'm thinking of something.
Oh, no, they're
that a little bit more.
Right, they're like 6 inches across. However, it is the symbol 001. Each person can have as many as 7 symbols, but the 001 symbol, that is your ticket out of here in case they have to come and get us and take us out of here. Plus, I believe that is also positive influence, too, in your life, whatever you may wish for. Mm-hmm.
I do have a friend, his name is Jason Marshall. He's listened before, and he mentioned that you said multiple. What would be the reason to have multiple symbols? Is that for other folks, people that you might know, or is it just you?
Well, no. I mean, otherwise, there are some symbols that are different than the ticket symbols that some people have known over the years. I will pass them along to them. Nonetheless, all you need is one, good man, 001. Go to RileyMartin.com and order them.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll send you one, and it will not be like anybody else's because each one is individually drawn, and no two are ever the same because you are very unique upon the earth. No other person is exactly the same as you. You understand?
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thanks for that call.
Yeah.
Call us back. Here's Bill in Denver.
Hello, Bill in Denver.
Hello, Riley. I was wondering your thoughts on the Second Amendment controversy that's going on here, and like whether you think they're going to ban guns, and are you going to still shoot loads in Iran's face?
All right. Next call. Here is Edwin in Los Angeles.
Hello, Edwin.
Hello, Riley. How are you folks doing today?
Okay, Edwin.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you something. Have you ever been contacted by the ancient alien people? Because I was thinking about the fact that I actually started hearing about this stuff from you, before I even heard about this TV show. And it's a bad thing that you're not actually getting some of the action because it's really popular. I watch it all the time. And also, have you ever been invited to talk to any universities? Because when I was in college, I used to see we had these, boring speakers. When I was thinking that, hey, somebody like you could actually make it fun for them.
Well, sure. I've been to several universities. I've been to Philadelphia. What is that?
Temple University.
Temple University. Yeah, I spoke there on a couple of occasions. And I spoke at a few other schools over time. But more of them should get on to me and have me there because there's a great deal of information coming out about those people now, ancient aliens and all that type of stuff. And much of it is what I've already told them. People, go to RileyMartin.com and get the Millennium Book. And the original book, you can get it signed, and then get your symbols at RileyMartin.com. Let me give a shout out here to Jeff and Patty Knudsen. I didn't really know about her. Dr. Robert Friedman, great man. Doctors April Smith, Ann Merkel, Abalone, and Sarante. His staff, Joyce, Vicky, Marianne, Ellie, Amy, Jenna, and Miss Ballish. Down in Phillipsburg and Eastern Pennsylvania. Phillipsburg, New Jersey, Eastern Pennsylvania. Renee Farr, her lovely daughters, and her dear mom, as well as the great Jack Peters in Glen Ellen, Illinois. She makes Renee's raw chocolate. Excellent stuff. Non-platinum, too. Matt, Ben, and Miss Sheila Planter, down in Stone Mountain, Georgia. Gary and Lisa, the Avatar, and Lisa Parshiak in Des Plaines, Illinois. Hunan Ra in Honolulu, Hawaii. Carolyn Sultan in Newport Beach, Georgia. Is it California? Chris Pellini and his lovely lady, Nictel, and his boys, Angelo and Xavier in Harrisburg, New York. They make good wine. Leah Coyne, Leah, I love you. L.A., California. Justin Surratt Jr. in Berlin, New Jersey, the great cartoonist. Andre Johnson with his mom, Vivian, Tarboro, North Carolina. Fred Cheatham in West Palm Beach, Florida. Jacobs Woodstock up in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. The great Jim Borrett over in Pennsylvania. Omega Nancy Gonzalez, love you, babe, in Macon, Georgia. Get well. Tal Sims and Lisa Marie Tapia in Kearneysville, West Virginia. Stay with us now. We shall be back.
From the world above, from the world 101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Around the world and up your block.
It's time for America to wake up!
No more bullshit.
This is it. It's a revolution.
This is a Howard 100 News Brief.
I'm Ralph Howard. Riley Martin sings the same old tune. Riley gets a more favorable time slot on Howard 101. But once again, Riley attacks his bosses, Howard Stern and Tim Sabian. It's Howard 100 News exclusive.
Howard 100 exclusive.
Hello? Mr. Martin, how you doing?
Hey, all right.
All right, you all ready to go?
Oh, pretty much. I hadn't really thought about it, but yeah, we can.
It started out innocently enough. Producer Al Ragone calling Riley Martin the goal to promote the fact Riley's show was moving to 7 p.m. Tuesdays on Howard 101. Easier said than done, however, because Riley essentially refused to record the promo and instead spent the session ranting and raving about management.
What does it mean to you to be on at 7 o'clock now in a primetime slot?
It means that I will be able to be on at a decent hour where I can actually go to sleep at a decent hour instead of waiting up till the midnight hour in order to talk to the good people of the world. You can allow even your children to listen to my show because there is no intended vulgarity any time. Be there and congregate with me at this time. And hopefully, after nearly 8 years, I can impose upon the good graces of the great Tim Sabian, Stern, and the rest to actually consider giving me a decent stipend that they have not done over the years and what have you. I would not have been here for nearly 8 years if I had not produced, if I had not made them money, as well as being a very, very popular show, though they've never informed me of that, being chintzy little chicken shit, underhanded, backstabbing bastards that they are.
And so the promotion guys had very little to work with. What they came up with as our reporting continues. John Lieberman, Howard 100 News.
Health news.
Gary has been battling toe fungus.
Retard news.
I'm going nuts, baby!
Midget news. Howard 100 News. All Stern News.
What's going on, Howard?
All the time.
Forward traffic and weather for Chicago, Phoenix, Tampa, St. Petersburg, and other major cities. Go to Sirius and XM channels 132 to 140. Another Howard 100 News Brief at the top of the hour, or as close as we can get.
Howard 100. People of Earth, attention. Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. On Howard 101. Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we are back, people. Thank you for staying with the Riley Martin Show. Prime time. Look, go to RileyMartin.com. Get your Millennium books. You can also get the collector's item, the original book. And people, get your symbols. Things are breaking loose on this planet, I cannot say. But I'm telling you, I have a good feeling about it. Also, you go to Amazon Kindle and get the book. You go to iTunes at Riley Martin, and you can get my original album. And also check out The Cosmic Legend. That's my lecture from down in Atlanta when I was down that way. And once again now, I want to give a shout out here. They missed me up front. John Hummert. He's down, the great John Hummert, down in Illinois. And Doug Mettler. Happy birthday, Doug. And he's got such a marvelous young son named Dylan. They're down in Miami, Florida. Happy birthday, Doug. Yes, indeed. And back to you, Eron.
Okay, people, don't forget you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab. Okay, before we get back to these calls, do you have any predictions for...
I will. I have to think about it. But give me several weeks, Ebron, on that.
Get back to you on that.
Yeah.
All right, here's Joe in Tampa.
Hello, Joe in Tampa. Joe.
Are you there, Joe?
Turns you want.
Oh, go ahead, you. Go ahead, Joe.
We lost it. Okay, next call. This is Laura in Florida.
Hello, Laura.
Hi, Riley. So excited to be speaking with you.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Riley, I was just curious to know if you've had recent visits from Tan, and if so, what you may have learned or what your experiences were like.
They have been telling me things. Much of it I've been passing along to certain people over the time. But as far as face-to-face, I won't get another one of them, my darling, until such time as I'm leaving this place, leaving this planet, period. But they do come over from time to time, and they have given me information that I have passed along to Stern, to his newsman, to other people in higher places whose names I cannot call over the time. They are, over time, he gives me information. I can tell when they're over. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Interesting. And I had one more question for you. I don't know if there's time for two, but I was curious to know if you felt Jesus Christ or any other religious leader was a hybrid, alien-human.
Well, my darling, I don't want to burst people's bubbles and things like that. I do know that within all races of humankind, we do have the alien genome, alien genetics in us, and down through history, certain very powerful people have more or less manifested that gene than more so than others. But he certainly knew about them, because did he not say that in my Father's house are many mansions? If it were not so, I would not have told you. You understand? Now we are discovering with our telescopes that there are many planets in the Goldilocks zone whereupon life in some form can live, and think like that. So he knew about them, and it goes all the way back through his history to Enoch, Methuselah, and others. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you for your time, Riley.
Well, and that does not mean that he's not a blessed man, my dear. Take care, and thanks.
Thanks, Laura. Call us back. Okay, so there would have to be a scientific way to measure the extent of this alien gene, correct?
Well, we've been plotting the human genome for a long time, and I think they're getting closer. But about 95% of our genome, they don't, they call it junk DNA. They haven't figured out exactly what it all is. You see what I mean?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, back to Joe in Tampa.
Hello, Joe in Tampa.
Okwantanjiwan, Space Cowboy.
Okwantanjiwan, Joe.
Hey, could the crows attacking people with low IQs on Shelter Island, New York, or the reason Scott the engineer bowled a 300, or Ronnie the limo driver is a Hollywood juggernaut now, could that be the work of the Tarnishians or the Indians?
Oh, well, no, I don't know, but I wish them well. You know, I got nothing against them. I know they're cheap. Their bosses among them are cheap and don't want to do the right thing, but I won't hold them back or hold it against them, kid. You know, I wish them well.
All right, here is Jeff in Wisconsin.
Hello, Jeff in Wisconsin.
Hey, how you doing, Riley?
Okay, Jeff.
Hey, listen, I got a question. The Illuminati, the New World Order, those secret societies that we hear all about, is it possible that they're actually some sort of an extraterrestrial plot to guide the path of this world that we're in, or is that something that's completely man-made, something that we've made ourselves?
Well, most of it is man-made. Nonetheless, when these extraterrestrials started breeding on a genetic level with some of the women many thousands of years ago in northern Africa, over time they must have started us on this path we are on. But I think we got out of hand to the extent as to where we use so much of our creativeness towards killing our fellow man and things like that. I don't think they meant it that way. But they
correct.
did.
So that's do you think that they got some sort of a backhanded, back room type of situation going on to get us back on the track that they had intended for it?
Well, yeah. Since we are cognizant, sentient beings, it must more or less be left to our design. They may protect us from the flares in the sun and even from meteors, but they will not step in and stop us from acting a fool down here, because if you did that, then anybody with a bigger gun than us could go around through the universe wreaking havoc, and they won't allow that. But I think they mean the best for us, at least the Behavians do, and the Dorians, Neptunians.
How long do we have on this planet, on this world?
Well, now, maybe, later this year, I will give you my predictions for the coming time. But I believe that the next
got the insight, then you gotta pass that down and quick.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. But I want to do it right. I want to know what I'm talking about. I have seen that we will be in a precarious situation around December 2026 again. A precarious situation around that time. But the extent of it, I cannot yet ascertain. When I do, I'll let you know, good man.
All right. Thanks for that call.
Yeah.
Call us back. Here's Lisa in Arizona.
Hello, Lisa in Arizona.
Hi, Riley.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Okay, Lisa.
You and I spoke about a month ago. I bought the symbol for my brother, Matthew, for Christmas.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Mm-hmm.
Actually, we last spoke on my birthday, which was December 9th. So,
cool.
I wanted to follow up with you and tell you that he really appreciated it as a Christmas gift, and just wanted to thank you again.
Well, great. And give him my best wishes and my love, and the whole family, give him our love for the year, my dear. Okay?
I will.
The symbol will protect him and bring him many blessings. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Sure, and thanks for calling, Lisa.
Yeah, thanks, Riley. Talk to you soon.
Okay, take care, dear.
Okay, here's Eric in New...
Bye.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Lisa. Here's Eric in New Jersey.
What's up,
bye. Another mother. What's going on?
Okay. How are you doing, Eric?
How's everything going?
Oh, well, it's going.
I'm glad to see, finally that these idiots and pigheads we got you some more hours. Thank you. Got you prime time, but now we need more hours for Riley.
Yeah. Now we need more hours.
Oh yeah, we need you on for 2 hours. I don't get why the hell they don't do that. But anyway, I have a comment or whatever. I remember you talking about the Sandy bill or whatever, and I was looking into the Sandy bill. And do you know that they put into that bill like $100 million for other different programs?
Yeah. Well, naturally they're going to put
to do with Sandy. It's
right.
All,
they're going to
start relief and stuff.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
They're going to pork it up. All them boys is trying to get them something also, as well
they're
as
money into. And it's none of what we asked for with the Governor Christie.
Right.
I don't care if it's Republican or Democrat.
Yeah.
They're all a bunch of crooks in my eyes. But you're proposing a Sandy relief bill, and then there's $50 million here, $100 million here.
Yeah.
And it's not even going to the people.
Right, and they're porking it up. Yeah. Let me give a shout out here to Princess Lee in Navarre, Florida. Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom Grace down in Falls Church, Virginia. Tyler Alt in Dominica, Carlsbad, California. Marie Joy McKenzie in South Miami, Florida. Mark Murad and Eve in Denver, Pennsylvania. Gladys Marks, love you, baby, in Atlanta, Georgia. Ed McCurby and Akani over in Brooklyn, New York. Ricky D. Atkinson in Charleston, West Virginia. Vance and Pilar Mason in Erlanger, Kentucky. Richard Counter in Dublin, Ohio. Jason and Joshua Wonder, the Wonder Brothers in Sykesville, Maryland. Tal Sims and Lisa Marie Tapia, Kerneville, West Virginia. Once again, shout out and happy birthday, Doug Medler. And he's got a beautiful son named Dylan down in Miami, Florida. Also, shout out to the great John Hummert. Go to Riley Martin, people. RileyMartin.com and get your Millennium books, your original books, and get your symbols, people. Go to iTunes at Riley Martin. and Amazon Kindle. Get the book there, thecosmiclegend.com. We love you. Meet us back here next Tuesday East for the show at 7 o'clock. Yes, indeed.
Just warming up, ain't you?
Howard 101. I'm just getting warmed up here, people, and I'm out of here. Love you. Well, and Dr. King's birthday, I appreciate the day.
Show on Howard 101. From the world above.
Across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours.
From the world beyond.
Regarded this earth with envious eyes.
Howard 101 brings you
envious eyes.
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello. Hello, good people. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. My goodness, it's quite marvelous days that are coming. And we're glad you're here to congregate with us this night. Back in the studio, we have one of the world's, if not the world's, greatest technician and operator. I speak of none other than the big man with the plan, the great, the one and only, 00 Al Ragon. And also, shout out to the lovely Michelle, whom I love. Yeah, but I ain't gonna say that when he's around. Yes, and by his side, as usual, is the one and only, the man with the white horse that picks up the maidens and rides off into the glens and the dells and the forests. I speak of none other than the great technician, operator, Sir Breton. And shout out to the lovely Jennifer, whom I also love. Yeah, but I ain't gonna say that around him, when he gets up close to me. Yeah. Also, by my side is the one and only, the inimitable, the brilliant, kick of the side at the side kicking. I speak of none other than the great co-host, technician, producer, the one and only Eric Eron Macaulay.
The extraterrestrial brother, spaceman.
Yes, indeed. People, did you observe the inauguration like that? That was was a momentous occasion, not only for one group of people. This is the first president in my 66 years that I've ever heard include and extend a hand of righteousness to everybody, black, white, red, yellow, regardless of your race, creed, color, religion, or sexual persuasion. The man said, we got to include everybody here. We got to work together on this thing. And as I have queried him in the past, hey, man, what about this global warming thing, man? We're going to die. And he even brought that subject up. Global warming. My goodness, think about it. If we devote a modicum of our GP to the creation of these technologies of power generation that does not soil the atmosphere, it would produce tens of thousands and thousands of jobs. And if you do it then other countries in the world, even third world countries, small countries, big countries, they will buy the technology because it's cheaper and it's cleaner. Mother Earth has the propensity and has done it before to start healing herself if we just give her a chance. And so this man has a vision for America. And I ask you, I beseech you all to open up your hearts, don't see colors and all that type of crap. And please do not listen to these devils that want to steal it all or rob it or corrupt it or hate it and all of that on the Republican side that is still looking to go to madness and thievery. Because we got a chance, we got a shot at it. And so let's get it started. How you doing, Ron?
I'm doing fine. Call Riley with questions tonight, the Space Cowboy at 888-STERM-101. You can also email us those questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, given what you just said, in terms of the interplanetary views of these, of the Biavians, with respect to Earth-human politics, do they have any particular political party or a candidate that they would prefer?
Well,
just because you do?
It's like this. Anybody who adheres to the principles of logic and looks at things realistically, they are on that person's side. And I don't see nobody. In fact, I haven't seen it in my lifetime except now that we have a man of great stature that actually wants to bring us together and change the world. Now, I'm sure that they love that. You know, I can't speak for them, but I'm sure that they love that, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we already have, you would say, free energy technologies that we have already developed that would do it all, correct?
Well, it would take the pressure off. It would take a long time. It won't be in my lifetime that they clean it all up. But we have the technology. They're building better cars now. That's, less polluting and things of this nature. But we do have that. But all I'm saying is that it would be an industry that those countries that are dirty are still doing fossil fuels to the extent as to where they are poisoning the atmosphere just like we are. We are the greatest ones of all, and maybe China. But what I'm saying is that they would buy it, and you got to have people to build them. Also, there should be a crash program, just like President Eisenhower started, to build the bridges, rebuild the roads, and all of this. Now, stop and think about it. You got 200 men or more building a road near your town. These men are going to patronize your stores, your restaurants, your nightclubs, your clothing stores. They're going to buy food. They may even buy cars and all this type of stuff, and it may take them a year to build it past your town. And that's going to help the economy of your town. Plus, the road itself is going to bring more people to you and all of this. We need to do this instead of just a group stealing everything and putting it in their pockets and over in Bimini and in Switzerland and all this type of stuff. Yeah. We got to wake up here and get those people out of the office at every opportunity, people. I'm telling you, the devil is among us, and they don't never quit. I'll tell you, they don't never quit with that hate stuff.
Okay, people are lining up to talk to you here, but you always talk about these ETs having this hydrogen-fed fusion core, which apparently is some kind of unlimited energy source. And I want to know, don't you have enough information yourself, insight or understanding into how this works, that you could pass this knowledge on to humans for utilization?
Well, it's like this. You can take a laser array or circumnavigating a Herculaneum chamber and then put a metal ball that has a hot piece of resonance within it, fire those lasers off, and then start feeding hydrogen, pure hydrogen, into it, and perhaps do that. However, we could not do it to a miniaturization, even if we could do it at this point, because the gigawatts of power necessary to kick it, we don't have that in abundance with our grids and things of this nature just yet. But ultimately, we will, and they should work toward that too. But in the meantime, let us do power generation type elementals that does not require burning of fossil fuels and all that. You gas people, you polluters and all that, you're going to make money anyhow. You understand? My goodness, we make everything from tires to plastics from oil and things of this nature. You're going to make money anyhow, and then you can diversify into the new technologies and keep on making money without sinking a ship and killing all our fish and running people off the coast. So it's all good. But you have got to pitch in and give and open up a little bit. Instead of making $2 billion this year, settle for $1.5 billion and pitch in a little. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I got it. Okay, one more thing, people. I want to ask you, Riley, before we go to the calls. Yeah. People out here, they want to talk to you. Mm-hmm. Okay, speaking of technology, I ran across an organization or a project. It's called Project Pegasus. Uh-huh. Anyway, there are people who have claimed that they have participated in this project as children and etc. over the last 30, 40 years. But anyway, they are saying that our government, through the development of this project, has the ability to do some amazing things. For instance, they said that they not only could teleport humans from one end of the country to the other, New Jersey to California, but they also have developed the technology to transport people to other planets, for instance, Mars, etc. Mm-hmm. Can you verify this or dispute it?
No, that we don't have that level of technology yet. And then why would you send a fool out to Mars and then try to retrieve him unless you got a booth there for him to go into and fire it up and send him back from whence he came and all that type of stuff? These are good theories and things of that nature, and teleportation is quite possible. However, we do have telepaths, people who can do a look down, see down, by leaving their more or less conscious bodies and telling you where the next, Russian missile is located and things of that nature to some extent, and they've had some success with that. But teleporting the physical body and all that, we do not have that. No, we don't have that yet.
You're saying we don't have it?
Oh, no.
Okay. There are people who are saying we do. All right, here is Mike in Ohio.
Hello, Mike in Ohio.
Quatangy 1, Riley.
Quatangy 1, Mike.
Hey, did you catch that part in Obama's speech yesterday where he was talking about you having sex with little...
All right, next call. This is Anthony in Los Angeles, Riley.
Anthony.
Riley Martin, how are you?
I'm okay, Anthony.
Riley, I always remember that people always say, the greatest theories begin in blasphemy, and I really do think there's a lot of stuff that you have to say that's really true, even though some people may not agree. But my biggest question is, as much as I do love you and so forth, why you? Why not people who are really right now in the position of power to really move and shake, shake the laws and shake what's going on?
Well, maybe, I don't know now. I'm going to make a guess at it. Maybe it's because I was a country boy with an honest, loving heart, not a politician, or something of that nature. the time when Eisenhower went out to Area 51 to accost the downed people from Roswell and all that, and tried to end up, when they met him there, end up trying to take the ship and got a bunch of soldiers killed and things of that nature. Maybe they do not trust the leading factions of the planet and all that type of stuff. Other than that, I don't know why they chose me. Maybe it was because that I have the capability to understand complex elementals, even with the ability to explain them as I talk about them without trying to speak above the people's heads and things of that nature. Why they chose me, I cannot say, but they did. Okay.
All right. Thanks for that call. Okay. Is it possible that some of the things that you experienced while you were with these extraterrestrials has not resurfaced in your memory yet?
Well, no. This is why I love talking to the people across the world, because a lot of times they will ask me things that I haven't thought about for a long time, but then I can pull it up, kind of like a computer. And then it comes to me. So that's why I enjoy so much talking to the lovely people out there.
All right, here's Mark in San Diego.
Hello, Mark in San Diego.
Hey, what's up, Riley, Ron?
How are you?
Hey, kind of like intergalactic gun control. Are they going to be stripping magicians and sorcerers and even the tiny wizards of all their powers on the mothership?
Well, no. In fact, they are fascinated when a person has powers beyond the three-dimensional pale. So
the tiny wizard will be safe. I like it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Most definitely. Nonetheless, you'll have to deal with the elementals of the cosmos in order to practice things. Nonetheless, they will not allow evil actions, Thanks for calling.
All right, thanks for that call. All right, quick email here. This is Brent Bester. I'll get it after the break.
Okay. Look, these are some special people here.
All right.
I want to give a shout-out to them. The great John Hummert. And then there's Eddie Hagen. And I think his lovely wife's name is Sandra. Then there's the great, he's in Illinois. There's the great Doug Medler. And he has this marvelous-looking little son, Dylan. They're down in Miami, Florida. I want to shout them out first. The great Mike and Diane Gordon. Mike, the great composer, musician, creator, and as well as Jamal and Luda Loyalson and the beautiful baby Victoria out in Ogden and Salt Lake City, Utah. Mikey Blundick, my brother, the two Mikes, my brothers. Mikey Blundick Sr. And then there's Junior. That's Jennifer Babcock. And there's the lovely Lauren. They're up in Massachusetts and down in Florida. The great Cliff and the lovely Helene Green and the crew down in Macon, Georgia. Lily Heisenbutel, love you, baby, in Key Largo, Florida. Cindy and Brian. And Christine, the lovely little Christine Zarsky. Susan Ashcroft, too. They're out in Yorba Linda, California. Love you all. Cabrina Mara Cooks, lovely daughters, Tashika Garrison and Lenore Hudson, Toronto, California. Margaret Woodward, love you, baby, out in Ramona, California. Rich and Karen Horowitz in Matawan, New Jersey. Randy, Tina, Nika, Markel, and the lovely Lauren Ashley Parks out in Las Vegas, Nevada. Stay with us now. We shall return.
From the world above, from the world beyond, The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back. Good listener, what I want you to do is now, I want you to go to www.rileymartin.com. Get the Millennium Book, the original book. I'll sign it if you wish. And get your symbols. No two symbols are ever the same. I have them in my head and I draw them. You get the original. I do not make copies of the symbols at all. And go there and get your symbols, people. There will come a time in the not too far future when indeed the people in the sky will begin to make rudimentary connections all over the world. And should they succeed, the devil succeed in destroying the ecology of this planet through filth or even through wars, then ultimately some will have to leave here. The ticket is your symbol. Is your symbol. Get your symbols. You must do that. You must do that to be safe. And on top of that, I'm sure that people have told me that many blessings, positive things happen once they get their symbols. Now, I'm not telling you what I say. I'm telling you what the people say. Go to iTunes at Riley Martin and get my original album. You have not heard this album, and it's quite marvelous, really. Go to Amazon Kindle. You can get the book there at a cheaper price. Pretty soon I will have the Cosmic Legend up and running, and you'll be able to get it. Forgive me for mentioning it in the past when I didn't even have it on the website. but RileyMartin.com. Millennium Book, original book, and your symbols. That is very, very important. Okay? Back to you, Ron.
Okay, speaking of symbols, Brent Bester emailing in says he wants to know. He says he finally got a decent job because of Obama. Mm-hmm. And he also says he's been a fan since 2005.
Oh, great.
He wants to know, should he get a symbol first or should he get the Trinexus? Because that's what he wants.
Oh, my goodness. Well, first of all, get your symbol. Only certain people will be privy to these existential symbolic configurations, but they are not tickets. They have great deal of power. I would suggest that you get your symbol first, which is a lot cheaper than the Trinexus, and then get the Trinexus as you go along. Okay?
All right. Thanks for that email, Brett Bester.
Brent Bester.
Send the emails to Riley Martin at SiriusXM.com. Okay, before we get back to the calls. Okay, you have said that these extraterrestrials develop replacement bodies for themselves.
Right.
This is to
clones.
Yeah, clones to for longevity, so they can live long.
Right.
And you also said if humans or when humans go out there and go to their planet, they have something to reverse the aging process of humans.
Right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Evidently, that doesn't.
They can hold you there for up to 3,000 years.
Right.
At around the age of 32.
Okay.
However, there will come a time when you will have to choose or not choose to be recloned. Mm-hmm.
If they have that technology, if they have the technology to keep you static at a certain age, I'm wanting to know, do they use that on themselves? And also, will they have replacement bodies, clones for humans if humans were there?
Well, yeah, over time, but only when you reach that age where you make the commitment to clone your body. Human brains, the obvious brains live for thousands of years, but human brains cannot remain vital. You understand? They can clone you now. However, that will not be you. it will be an identical Iran, but he won't have your experiences, your memories, and everything else that you learn all down through your life. But it would be an Iran. They would inhibit the brain of your clone on BRV, and it would not grow, wouldn't be no more than the size of a walnut. But then they would take the original brain from you and implant it within the new body, and you're good to go again.
Yes. So there are clones walking around here on Earth, possibly, right?
Yeah. We've learned to clone. We have not learned to clone just like we have not learned to switch the brain matter into the new body. But if you can clone a sheep, a cow, and a pig, and a tiger, and a lion, you can clone a human.
Yes. And you've said that there is a clone of you. Do you have an update on this clone of yourself?
This clone, sometime we'll go into that. All right. Sometime we'll go into that, and that clone knows about me.
All right, here's Matt in Massachusetts.
Oh, Matt in Massachusetts.
Quiet, I'm sorry, Elijah one.
Well, I'm so Elijah one, Matt.
Riley, I want to ask you, I've been emailing Sirius. I know friends of mine have been emailing them. They finally put you on at 7. I mean, that's what we've wanted all along. And
thanks.
Show's better than ever at 7. But, I mean, I want to know, why is Back Office Radio, Geek Time, and now this new Dr. Fleisch show, whatever, why did they get 2 hours and they still got you at 1 hour when you're the longest running show on this channel? Like,
well, that's because maybe their shows are not quite as popular as mine, and thus pose no threat to the big man or anything of that nature. And on top of that, on top of that, I'm black. You know, there's some reason why they hold me back and hope that I can't eat and things of that nature. Even though the show is very popular, I'm aware of that. But they'll never tell me.
it's bullshit, Riley. I mean,
I know.
they're showing these, and you didn't get a pay raise once you're on.
Yeah, I have not got a pay raise in 8 years, and what have you. And the cost of living has gone up almost dubs, and they have not given me a pay raise. They are not nice or decent human people. I would measure that they, to a great extent, and Tim Sabian especially, is the slime off of a fetid pig's butt, as far as human worth is concerned. But still, you know, they could send me my pink slip, couldn't they? And, hey, I might make out better with unemployment and whatever, but still, I enjoy talking to the people, so I'm in a catch-22 situation. Because the people need the information I have and what have you, and they know this. Thus, they know they got me by the cojones, and they use that. But, you see, people like that, what they don't realize is that even though they're riding hog and they're eating off the fat part of the pig, that ultimately they cannot tell if their ladies really love them, and if they didn't have no money, would she stay? Mine stays. Secondly, one day, circumstances will make it where they are worth more dead than alive, and the kids who are following in their footsteps with the hateful crap will ultimately engineer their doom, the ones that they think are closer to them, and things of that nature. But at least I'm happy in my skin, and I do eat every day. So, you know, I ain't going to worry about it.
Thanks for that call, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Call us back. This is Butters in Boston.
Hello, Butters.
Oh, Quartanzi one, Fairmont.
Oh, Quartanzi one, Butters.
Hey, you know, that fucking water pig probably didn't even pay for your parking when you go in and make an appearance, I bet.
No, the last time I went, Howard eked out my parking, took it out of his pocket. But ordinarily, they would not pay for it.
Right.
Yeah.
God bless him. You know, he could eke out a couple of shekels.
Yeah, dig it.
Hey, friend Martin, now I know you were brilliantly aware of 9/11 and made some people aware, and had a number of other predictions. Coming with the new year 2013, is there anything that you can share? And is there anything with relation to the new 3D satellite telescope that's finding so many planets? Can you comment?
Right. Not only they have been able to theorize that within the galaxy there are at least 100 billion galaxies. I mean, not planets, galaxies with a B, and what have you. They've looked so far and just theorizing the far, far away circles in the sky. We are in the Milky Way galaxy on the near outside, this side, near the sun, and most of those galaxies are bigger than this one. Closest one to us, Andromeda, is about 30,000 times as big as the Milky Way galaxy. I've ascertained that no living species, regardless of their technologies or dreams, could ever, within any one lifetime, ever even see them up close or visit any of them to any great extent. In fact, the Milky Way galaxy has enough stuff in it, living stuff, till it would require 10 human lifetimes to see as much as the audience have thus far seen, and all of that. So we are learning about things. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Butters. So it's quite possible that in some far away galaxy, there is a race that almost precisely parallels humans.
Yeah,
right?
Because you need houses to live in. You need power systems to light your houses. You need technology to keep in contact with the world. And so cognizant life forms, to a great extent, must ultimately parallel. You got to build machines to build roads and things like that. So must, to some great extent, parallel ours. They may not look like you, but if they're cognizant life, mostly biped erectors, then they're going to parallel you in some manner. Many of them, their technologies their histories are much older than ours, thus they are far greater in scientific technologies and things of that nature. Then some are still in caves. You see what I mean?
Yes. Mm-hmm. All right, here's Chris in California.
Hello, Chris in California.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Okay, Chris.
Hey, I had a quick question in the spirit of the inauguration this week. Is there a political system with the Biavians, or how do they pass the torch and how do they vote, people in if there is?
Right. Now, Chris, you're going to have to get the book, man. I explained that in the book. However, the Biavians have a system of, regardless of your color, and they come in all colors, regardless of your origins or colors, if you know something of significance, then you will rise to the level of that significance. This is how they make quick scientific breakthroughs and things of this nature. If they utilized all the brain power we have in this country, regardless of race, creed, color, sexual persuasion, etc., we would be a lot further forward and things of this nature. If there's a smart kid in the ghetto, they should be hunting him to get him, to bring him into the fold. That's the way the Biavians do it. And thus they have learned to jump the light factor and to breach the quantum window and things of that nature. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for that call. I guarantee it's a lot of smart kids in the ghetto. Next call, Chris in Arizona.
Chris in Arizona.
That's for you, Mr. Martin and Earlock. How you doing?
One good spliff.
Good, man. I was wondering about, I know they use the onk and it creates a vibration, and they usually use it for the, like a ritual and people, kind of feel good off of it. But, I was wondering if they use vibrations for, like, healing or in any type of weaponry or anything like that.
Yes, everything, Chris. Always remember, everything that we have created, from a gun to a laser, more or less, operates off of vibration. Your TV, your phone, everything else is on a frequency. If you could find the right frequencies, you don't need no dope. And what you're going to talk about? What I'm saying is that they conquered the elementals of frequency. You could jump past light speed if you could conquer the right frequency. Let me give a shout out here to Ray Nathan Rivera in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Jared and his lovely daughter Swan Buckaloo over in Delaware. Jeff and Patty Knudsen out in Reno, Nevada. My ortho doctor, Dr. Robert Friedman, Doctors April Smith, Ann Merkel, Avalone, and Sorrente. The staff, Joyce, Vicky, Marianne, Ellie, Amy, Jenna, Miss Baldy, it's over in Phillipsburg and Phillipsburg, New Jersey, Eastern Pennsylvania. Renee Farr, she makes Renee's Raw Chocolate. Her lovely daughters and the great Jack Paris and Grinnell, Illinois. Matt, Ben, and Miss Sheila Panther down in Stone Mountain, Georgia. Gary and the Avatar. And Lisa, the lovely Lisa Parsiak in Des Plaines, Illinois. Hunan Ra in Honolulu, Hawaii. The lovely Carolyn Sultan in Newport Beach, California. Chris Pellini and Natia and the boys. Angelo and Xavier out in Hellsburg, California. Leah Coyne, love you, baby, out in L.A., California. Justin Surratt Jr., the great cartoonist in Berlin, New Jersey. Andre Johnson and his mom Vivian in Tarboro, North Carolina. Fred Chatham in West Palm Beach, Florida. Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom Grace down in Falls Church, Virginia. Princess Lee, I love you, baby, in Navarre, Florida. Tyler Alt and Miss Dominica, Carlsbad, California. Marva Joy McKenzie, South Miami Beach, love you, baby. Mark Murad and Eve out in Denver, Pennsylvania. Miss Sister Gladys Marks, love you, baby. Down in Atlanta, Georgia. Ed McCurby and Miss Akani in Brooklyn, New York. Stay with us now. We shall return.
November 1953. An abduction. A little boy. An incredible universe. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. Riley Martin. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Around the world and up your block.
It's time for America to wake up!
No more bullshit.
This is it. It's a revolution.
This is a Howard 100 News Brief.
I'm Ralph Howard. Two Stern Show rappers battle again. A famous judge picks a winner. But was that good for society? It's Howard 100 News Spotlight.
Howard 100 News Spotlight.
You lost again, my friend.
He makes it not about the rapping.
Don't tell me when. This is the end. You lost, my friend. Give me something back, Jack. Let's go. Let's roll.
Round 2 of the rap battle on the Stern Show. Cool the Candy Rapper, a.k.a. Sal Governale, versus 2 Live Jew. Howard 100 News' John Lieberman freestyling inside Studio 69. But this time, the judge was 50 Cent. Sal was victorious again.
Spit it. Don't quit it, because I just hit it. Yeah, that's the difference. That's why I always win.
John's not taking losing, sitting down.
I don't concede. He plays mind games. He comes in costumes. He tries to make it all about him.
John claims Sal's not the real deal because he's gimmicky, having to show up in a poor man's Run DMC getup.
You know what? When you step up to the stage, you have to present the whole package. If you're going to be a hip-hop sensation, you have to feel like one, you have to look like one, you have to believe that you're one.
And what did hip-hop judge 50 Cent think about the battle?
Yeah, I mean, it was for fun, right?
Fun for him, but the guys took it seriously.
I don't know. I wasn't nervous per se, but Sal does get inside of your head with his outfits and his asshole hanging out. For me, I was just going to go in there and break it down a little bit, and, we got what we got. But I'll be back, Lisa. I'll be back.
And the Stern universe can't wait for round 3.
And I will become a phenom.
Lisa G., Howard 100 News.
Quit your whining and answer the question. This is Howard 100 News.
You can use Twitter to get news from The Stern Show and get updates from Howard 100 News. Go to twitter.com/Stern Show. For traffic and weather for Detroit, Los Angeles, Phoenix, and other major cities, go to Sirius and XM channels 132 to 140. Another Howard 100 News brief at the top of the hour, or as close as we can get.
Howard 100. People of Earth, attention. Howard 101. Stern 101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we are back. We are back. That's right. That's what I told Elon. I'll be back. That's what it said. Yeah. Hey, people, go to Riley Martin, RileyMartin.com. Get the Millennium book, and then get the original book, signed if you wish. And then be sure to get your symbols. If you don't get but one, get the prime symbol. You understand? You can get more, if you wish, as time goes by. But what I'm saying is get that one symbol, that number 001. That's your prime. That's your ticket for you and your immediate loved ones. We go to iTunes at Riley Martin and get my album. Check me out. I be jamming. I've jammed with some of the best and back in years gone by, and everything. Also go to Amazon Kindle and, get, Amazon Kindle. You can get the book there. You can get the book at Amazon Kindle. It costs a lot less money if, you got the iPad and all that type of stuff. And, I'm going to be putting up the Cosmic Legend around the 1st of the month. Okay? The Cosmic Legend, that's me in living color doing a lecture down in Georgia. Okay? So back to you, he runs.
Also, people, you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab. Okay, before we close out these calls.
All right.
Okay, you mentioned race tonight. You've said that the human race is broken down into 3 groups: Mongoloid, Caucasoid, Negroid, and all of this. I know that there's not much genetic variation on humans. There's so much similarity that the difference is almost inconsequential. However, I want to know from you why this variation in the 3 different groups, and was it a direct result of the extraterrestrials' manipulation?
To some extent. It all started in Northern Africa. Ultimately, certain characteristics were more or less put together, and what have you, over time, and then eventually, one way or the other, they got to certain parts of the world. Now, should you, for instance, I spent some time in Mexico one time, and I learned something on the language and what have you, and English, in South America, and English sounded a little strange to me. When I got, well, what I'm saying is that you will create your own language. The bird I saw over there is the cuckoo. But the bird I see over here, the fleeler. You understand? And so ultimately you will build until such time as you begin to record your language. You will build a language in your own way and all of this.
Yes. And do the Biavians have more or less genetic diversity amongst their race?
Oh, well,
humans.
They got blacks, browns, yellows, reds, and whites.
Oh, same, huh?
Well, not just the same, I suppose, but they seem to all fit right in, and they hold various different positions and technical position and everything else. And I've never noticed any racism among them whatsoever. Never detected any.
Dig. All right, here's Lori in California.
Hello, Lori.
Hey, Riley. How are you?
Okay, Lori.
Hello to Iran.
Hey.
Hey, I have a question. It's about pets. Do you make symbols for pets, like for cats?
Yeah.
You do?
Sure do.
So
you have to send me a picture of the pet.
I saw it online. I sent a question, an email, and nobody had answered me back. If you could get them.
Yes, indeed. I have done symbols for dogs, cats, gerbils, and all of them because they are people too. Of their
Great.
own sort.
I love that.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, well, I'm going to send in a picture of both my cats and get a symbol for them. Thanks for the great work, Riley. Love you.
Oh, love you, darling.
Thanks, Lori. Call us back. Here's Dino in California.
Hello, Dino.
Hi, Iran and Riley. Nice to see you again. Please don't cut me off.
Oh, well, no, I won't unless you don't stay on too long.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, here's what I wanted to ask. Those of us who believe, know that you're for legitimate after all these years. Well, what I wanted to know is, I don't know if you have ongoing contact with the Biavians. Obviously, they're humanoid, but specifically, I'm not a member of this group, but I know that there is going to be a citizens hearing on disclosure sponsored by the Paradigm Research Group on April 29th through May 3rd in Washington, D.C. at the National Press Club. Now, do you foresee or in your contact any kind of interference? I know that Dr. Edgar Mitchell is going to head this up, the 6-man walk on the moon.
Well, no, it's like this. At the time when Dr. Edgar Mitchell and others were with the National Aeronautical and Space Administration, all that, they were more or less sworn to secrecy. But when they mustered out and got older, they decided to start revealing some of what they have seen, experienced, and witnessed, and things of that nature. And so you can't kill them all. So therefore, best thing about you won't have any problem to leave them alone. They'll leave you alone now because the facsimile, since everybody got cameras now, the facsimile that we are not alone is so well known among the bulk of humanity until you'd have to kill all of Phoenix, Arizona, Mexico City, and Brazil, and Puerto Rico, and what have you. But they're not going to come out and tell you nothing, the powers that be. But they're not going to bother you, okay? Take my word.
Thanks, Dino. Call us back. Going to try to squeeze one more in here, Riley. This is Pete in Ohio.
Hello, Pete in Ohio.
Hey, Riley. Thanks for taking my call. I've always been intrigued by your bare knuckle fighting in the days you were doing that. And I just wondered, I'm a boxer. I just wondered what kind of training you did for that. Was there a special kind of training, or was it just?
Yes. I had two trainers, Big Manuel, and a Cambodian guy. Oh, geez, I forget it.
Chin Low.
And I would be up at sunrise, and I would eat a big breastful, drink a quart of milk, then get out and run about 6 to 10 miles, 6 miles out, 6 miles back in, and then I would pump logs, or whatever they had. I'd do pull-ups and all of this type of stuff, and then when we got a good fight, I'd get a fight. Because I was young and skinny, the other big guy was the odds on favorite, and I took him every time. Thanks for the call.
What was the prize money like?
Oh, it got pretty good at times, a lot more than picking cotton, picking oranges. Yeah. Let me give a shout out here to Ed McCurby and Akani the lovely Alcani in Brooklyn, New York. Ricky D. Atkinson over in Charleston, West Virginia. Take care, Ricky. Vance and Pilar Mason. Erlanger, Kentucky. Richard Counter in Dublin, Ohio. Jason and Joshua Wonder, the Wonder Brothers. Sykesville, Maryland. Tal Sims and Lisa Marie Tapia over in Curryville, West Virginia. Omega and Nancy Gonzalez, love you kids, down in Macon, Georgia, and take care of yourself, Nancy. Jim Boris, the great Jim Boris over in Pennsylvania. Jacob Swerstock in Oakville, Ontario, in the crew over in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. Once again, John Hummert, the great John Hummert, the great Eddie Hagen, his lovely wife Sandra, Dirk Mettler, and his son, he got a beautiful son named Dylan in Miami, Florida. People, RileyMartin.com. Get your meal book, or your original book, and get your symbol. iTunes at RileyMartin.com, get the music. Amazon, Kindle, and get the book. We're glad you were here. Take care of yourself. Things are looking up a little in this world. And bless your hearts. Meet you next week.
Call us back. Call us back.
Yeah, on a brand new shoe. And I want to say goodbye to the great Al Ragon and Sir Breton. Take care, and we love you.
Show on Howard 101. From the world above.
Across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours.
From the world beyond.
Regard this earth with envious eyes.
Howard 101 brings you
envious eyes.
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello. Hello, good listeners. Welcome back to the January 29 Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Ah, yes, indeed. Cracking up, hopefully, to be a productive year. I see they're making lots of money on Wall Street and what have you. Maybe in this case, just a bit of it will trickle down to the public at large. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Back in the studio tonight, holding down the ship, is the one and only, the great man on the white horse, who rides up and gets the maidens and gallops off into the Black Forest. I speak of none other than Sir Breton. He's in the studio tonight. Now, 00, I had to leave a little early tonight. He's not there. But let me give him and the lovely Michelle a shout-out there. And, of course, by my side is the one and only, the great man, the sidekick of the side, the producer, the technician. I speak of none other than my co-host, the great Iran Macaulay.
I still have my dreams, spaceman.
And people, we have a treat tonight. Sitting in with us, listening, she won't participate, but she's listening, is Mrs. Martin. Many of you have seen her on the Howard Stern Show before, and she's just as cute as a button, and she's sitting in tonight with us. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. What's up, Iran?
A lot of people want to talk to you. Of course, the board is getting lit up here. To do so, people, you can call the Space Cowboy, the one and only Riley Martin, with questions tonight, 888-STERN-101. You can also email us questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
Listen, I got an interesting article that I just saw today.
Mm-hmm.
What's your comment on it? Evidently, some Australian researchers have discovered that a certain kind of honey that they have retrieved from beehives, from bees,
Mm-hmm.
kills all the bacteria that they have thrown at it. And they are very excited about this discovery. And I wanted your comment on that.
Well, that's basically bee honey is an old Indian recipe for, abrasions on the skin, scabs, cuts, and things like that. Taking a bit of the honey hide, the hide, and rubbing it on that particular sore spot kills the pain almost immediately, and I understand it makes it heal very, very quickly. So that's not a new one on me, but there may be some bees that are stronger than others. Different strains of bees in the world. Yeah, all things that is good for the healing of the nations and for the body and all that can be found out in nature somewhere. Yes, indeed.
Yes, and given that, and given the fact that there have been reports that the medical profession itself is responsible for a lot of the chaos in the health of people, do you think that the medical establishment is outweighed its usefulness, outlived its usefulness, not even useful anymore?
No, I think that there are a lot of in earnest researchers and things of this nature. However, they have begun to a great extent to mix propaganda and false promises with the medicines. For instance, chemical companies, medicinal laboratories, when they get a new product, they'll promise that it'll do everything from raising the dead to being born again and make you lose weight and everything else. Now, they will go to doctors and give them a bunch of examples and say, hey, pass these out to your people here. Oops, did you drop this check? You know what I mean? Right like that. And so in this sense, you'll find that there is some dishonesty moving into the medical field. But I believe that for the most part, they are honest people who are who has the public's best interest in mind. But you're right, there's some crap in the game. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. Okay, a quick other few things here, and then I'm going to unleash these callers and listeners on you because they have a lot of questions here. They're lined up for you. But on the subject of, I guess you could say, the hollow earth theory, and there have been reports that there are underground bases all over this country, not to mention all over the world, and even reports that have went so far as to say that there are actually civilizations of extraterrestrials, possibly, and even humans inside of the earth. Can you confirm this or deny it?
Well, naturally, we have a great deal of underground installations that are man-made.
Yes.
That are military in thrust for the most part, but there are others who are, even as we speak, building underground installations just in case the crap comes down on us, and people can go there and hide out and they're stocked with food for the next 5-10 years or what have you. And things of that nature. And when I was aboard that great mothership, I saw a schematic map of the earth. And I saw a number of lights. Most of them were located beneath the oceans, but there were a number, such as in northern China, northern Canada, northern California, the Pacific Rim, and other places wherein the aliens may also have bases, so to speak. I do not think they evolved there, or they plan to live there ad infinitum, but just like man builds underground bases, they do. You see, the earth is a geomantle of metallurgic composture and rocks. the deeper you go into the earth, the greater becomes the pressure and the heat. Therefore, the hollow earth thingy, inasmuch as metal magma composes the center of the earth, I seriously doubt if you're going to find an installation that goes any deeper than, say, the South African diamond mines on the planet here, where you would be able to actually exist without burning up. Mm-hmm.
Okay, got it. Mm-hmm. Okay, I have an email question here, and then we'll go to the callers.
Okay.
All right, this is from Hot Nella.
Hot Nella.
Be one of your fans.
Okay.
She says, or he says, did the Biavians ever have a 2026 type airlift on the first of their two planets? On any of their first two planets?
Yeah, well, you got to get the book. Go to RileyMartin.com and get the book. This is the third planet on which the Biavians abide. They made many of the same mistakes we made. The first one, they polluted it to death. Second one, they blew it up using thermal nukes. And this is the third planet. Now they think they have, over time, got it right because they were able to migrate to other planets in their solar systems or what have you. But, of course, we don't have that ability yet in mass to migrate to other planets, nor have we chose to try and terraform, say, Mars or something like that. But, yes, they are on that third go-around, so they think that they have pretty much got it right this time.
So they would have lost a lot of personnel during this evacuation, right?
No doubt. A lot of personnel, a lot of wars, and rumors of wars as we are having on this planet, yes.
Okay, and the second part of the email question says, does Space Beaver question love Earth people?
Well, I know he loves Earth women. Yeah, he was wanting to steal a ship one time and go to Vegas and get some girls. And I said, question? I said, now, I know I'm pretty spiffy, and I might get a couple of girls to go with me, man. But I don't think they're going to take too hot to no Space Beaver. And he's saying, well, did you ever try to walk home from the moon? so you got a point there.
All right, right to the cause then.
Okay.
This is Lucy in New York.
Hello, Lucy.
Greetings, Riley. How are you?
Greetings. Oh, just fine, my dear.
I have a question. I'd like your take on something I see often enough. And it's when I leave for work around 4:30 in the morning. I'm up here in the Hudson Valley. I see these craft that fly low. There's a lot of lights. They almost hover. And I'll see one and then two. And everybody has to be seeing these things, and I usually just dismiss them. But I was wondering, do you think they're drones or perhaps some visitors? I'll hang up and listen for your comments.
Okay. My darling, many of them are drones, so to speak. But I have it on good information that up in your part of the country, there are places where the magnetic poles have certain equinoxes where ships come in and out. You understand? Such as in the Bermuda Triangle and places like that. So, yes, you are seeing them. And it's a hot spot up in there. And I believe that the Native Americans knew about these hot spots thousands of years ago, and all of this, where they have built certain configurations and things like that, and stones and all of this around those spots. But yes, that's kind of a hot spot in this country that they would come in and out. But many of them that you see are drones. Yeah. All
right. Thanks, Lucy. All right. Next call. This is Matt in Massachusetts.
Hello, Matt in Massachusetts.
Quams Olajuwon.
Quams Olajuwon, Matt.
Riley, the show is better than ever.
Thanks.
I love it. I'm getting a little aggravated with how Sirius keeps putting these new shows on. Like, I think the one after you is called Dealing Straight, and it's 2 hours long. And you've been on for 6 years. You have the biggest following. Like, why are you still an hour? I don't get it. Like,
well, I mean, otherwise, I have queried Stern himself and Tim Sabian about that. And he would say, well, we just don't have it in the budget and things of that nature, as if they are paying me any money in the first place. But all I'm saying is that this type of bug that they have in their butt, in the sense that, and Tim, like Tim said, I got nothing against black people. I think every white person should own at least one. You know what I'm saying? But all I'm saying is that I've asked for some more time over the years. They haven't chose to give it to me, and what have you. And I understand that the listeners want to hear the information.
There's a group of us online. I don't know if you know Joseph Muskie. He runs it. I mean, and it's pretty much a fan club for you. And they don't answer any of these. We've emailed Tim Sabian and the upper that's serious.
Right.
Never get an answer about it. And you've been on for years, have listeners.
Yeah, right. Right. Should there ever come a time somebody comes along and makes me a decent offer, and I separate myself from them, then maybe they'll realize what they had. You understand?
So they'll lose subscribers. Their subscribers are going to take a nosedive if you go away, if this show goes away. I hope that doesn't happen because I love it.
Well, sure, and I love the people, and to talk to them and to give them information. And the people are impressing me now, you know, with their questions and what have you. They're getting smarter and smarter for some reason. And I like that. But we do the best we can, kid. But all I can do now is every once in a while buy a chicken. You know, but still, I enjoy talking to the people. Thanks for that bolt of confidence.
Thanks, Matt. Call us back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Here's Mark in San Diego.
Hello, Mark in San Diego.
Greetings to all of you, especially Mrs. Martin.
Oh, cool.
Hey, Riley, with Iran making a run at space travel this year, how hard is it going to be to maintain peace on the mothership between the crazy white boys, the gravy-swilling barons? How are they going to get peace on the mothership?
Well, my goodness. Once, you see, I have found that no matter their prerogatives and things of this nature, once they get there and see how awesome it is, and the safeguards and things against razzmatazing around and all of this, that ultimately they will choose a peaceful path instead of looking to steal and kill and rob and go on. You see what I mean?
Very good.
But,
show is as good as ever, Riley.
Hey, thanks, man. Thanks, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Call us again.
Thanks, Mark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, speaking of crazy white boy, you have described a group of extraterrestrials. You call them the Dorians.
The Dorians,
They clearly resemble humans, particularly Caucasians.
Right.
I want to know how much of the human genome do they share? You know, what is the true genetic, scientific, and historical connection between the Dorians and humans?
Well, okay. Now, I would understand that the Dorians were riding with the Elohim, the Biabians, even back in biblical times. Now, before the Caucasus mountains and latter history, there was no such thing we heard of as a white-skinned, blue-eyed person. So I would assume that their genetic elemental is probably off in there somewhere too. You know, as well as the Afrikaners, the Oriental, the Hispanic, etc., etc. So they put in their part too on the genetic level. You see what I mean?
Yes. All right. Here's Chris in Arizona.
Hello, Chris in Arizona.
To you, Mr. Martin and Mrs. Martin, and you're wrong.
Okay, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
That's cool. You're welcome, you're wrong. You know, I've been noticing a lot lately. I've been studying this electrolysis, making hydrogen out of water.
Yeah.
And because you're always talking about how they have the cold fusion reactor, and the Bialgians have had this around for years. And and people around here have been adopting it into their motors, and they're getting 20 to 30% more energy with less gasoline. Like my friend Dirk Massive, he actually had a system and was installing them in people's cars for $1,500 a shot.
Right.
And we will be able to get 300 miles out of 6 ounces of water.
Well, sure. With the technology, it is, just say it's a great advancement on the steam engine. We started off with steam engines, and so to speak. But if you can kick it and burn, if you can separate the hydrogen atom from water, they more or less purify the hydrogen atom, and then kick it with a spark in an enclosed situation. It should give you the inner combustion that you need to travel. And that's what we should be working on as the next great propulsion system for the world. You see what I mean? Yes, indeed. Yeah. It's possible.
And I also agree with Matt and Mark that your show is one of the better shows on Sirius.
Hey, thanks, man. Chris, I gotta go. Hey, people. Look, go to Riley Martin, RiLeyMartin.com. Get the Millennium book. Get the original book signed if you wish. And get your symbols, people. The symbols are more than just, they are a ticket out of here, but they are more than just a ticket. Many people have attested to the fact that their status and their fortunes have went up since they got their symbols. So you should get them. Get one for everybody. And go to iTunes and check out my album. iTunes at Riley Martin. You can also get the book at Amazon Kindle. Yes, you can. And also, eventually now, pretty soon, you're going to get the Cosmic Legend. That is me in living color down in Atlanta. Also, let me give a shout-out to the great Wilbur Allen. He is a UFO photographer, lives in Washington, D.C. He has a special camera. He can shoot in the absolute darkness and take the pictures of these ships over. And he knows that I can feel them when they're over. When we were out west, near that secret area a while back in Nevada, where he was taking pictures of ships in the sky in the pitch darkness. Go to UFODC, www.ufodc.
Yeah.
Check him out. He's been on the National Geographic, Huffington Post. You can find him on YouTube and all that. Now stay with us. We shall return.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN 101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we are back, people. Welcome. Thanks for staying with us on the Riley Martin Show. Yeah. Let me give just a few shout-outs here. I want to give a shout-out to my brothers, Mikey and the lovely Diane Voigt, the great composer, musician out there in Utah, as well as Jamal and Luda Loyalson, as well as the beautiful baby, Victoria. They are in Sandy, Utah, and Salt Lake City in that area. Yeah, and my other brother, Mike Blundick Sr., and Junior, his lovely daughter, Jennifer Babcock, and the lovely Lauren. They're up in Massachusetts and down in Florida. Cliff and another one of my brothers, Cliff, and the lovely Helene Green down in Macon, Georgia, and all the crew down there. The lovely Lily Heisenbutel in Key Largo, Florida. Love you, baby. And thank all of you guys for helping me out around the holidays. Cindy, Brian, and the lovely Christine Zarski, as well as Susan Ashcraft out there in Yorba Linda, California. Thank you all. Cabrina Mara Cooks and her daughter Tashika Garrison and Lenore Hudson out in Torona, California. Margaret Woodward, love you, baby, in Ramona, California. Rick and Karen Horowitz in Matawan, New Jersey. Randy, Dina, and Nika Markel, as well as the lovely Lauren Ashley out in Las Vegas, Nevada. Ray Nathan Rivera in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Jarrett and the lovely daughter Swan Buckaloo. Jared, I understand you had a beautiful auntie that passed away lately. Don't worry, she's in a better place and she's going on to where one day we will wish to go, to be among the angels. Jeff and Patty Knudsen out in Reno, Nevada. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. Talk to me, bro.
Current news today, the state of Texas today is going to execute a woman, which is very rare compared to as many men that get executed.
Right.
This woman committed some horrendous crimes. She's killed some elderly people, etc., evidently.
Right.
So my question to you is, what do you think about the death penalty and the death sentence? And do the Biavians have anything where they would put someone down for something?
It has happened in Biavian history. When they chose to send the person on. But this has been a long, long time ago. Not in the last few thousand years.
They did it against that person's will?
Yes. Back during time there, all Biavians, as I told you, they came through some of the same transitions we've gone through.
Yes.
Coming up. And there have been bad Biavians back in history and things of that nature. Now they worked out the kinks, because they are capable of fixing the neurofactors in a given individual anymore, and what have you. They even used to offshore them on various different living planets, even the Earth, before mankind got here, and things like that, as far as penal colonies and things like that is concerned.
Yes.
Yes, indeed.
What about humans, the death penalty for humans?
Well, yes, of course. It's like, if you take a life and do it for greed or avarice, just to be evil and things of that nature, it is better that you should be removed. They should be removed from among rational, logical people. In my lifetime, I ran across a few renegade animals, such as three-toed hog. You understand?
Yes.
The bobcat that killed my dog. And other things, they had to be taken out because they had gotten the taste, perhaps, of human flesh and what have you. And there was no stopping them except to take them out. And therefore, the death penalty, yes, under the right circumstances, if it is applied equitably, then, yes, I agree with the death penalty.
Okay, and in lieu of the death penalty, do you think it is, what do you think the prospects are of taking these people who are on death row and possibly doing experiments on them to try to correct neurological potential problems?
Well, I'm pretty sure that they have been trying to do that for the last 100 years. From time to time, here and there, secretly, and things of that nature. However, we don't know enough about the brain and its functions to make it a precise science. You see what I mean?
Yes. Okay, before we get back to these calls, before the break, you mentioned something about the Asian alien fusion reactor and the hydrogen-fed fusion core. You have rendered a depiction of this, I guess, this fusion core machine. It's one of the most intriguing things that I've ever seen you do.
Right.
This thing here. And I wanted you to describe it for people, particularly the dimensions of it. How big is it, etc.?
Well, that one right there, that you are holding is about as tall as I am if I was standing beside it.
Wow.
And it would easily run the 5 boroughs of New York and what have you. Feeding in the hydrogen atom to a hot-covered piece of metal surrounded by an array of lasers to kick it off at 1,000,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the hydrogen atom will burn. And if you keep feeding it, it will continue to burn. And the byproducts would, of course, be nitrogen and various other chemosynthesis type things. And even these will set up a continuum if you continue to burn them. You understand?
Yes.
With very little exhaust. Mm-hmm.
It looks to me like some type of a motor for some type of a great vehicle.
Mm-hmm. All
right, back to the calls, then, Riley. This is Brett in California.
Hello, Brett in California.
Hey, Riley, I got a quick two-parter for you.
Okay.
First, have you heard of the Stanford doctors who have taken a single gene and made it resilient to the AIDS virus?
Mm-hmm.
And second, does your wife know that you butt-fuck Iran?
Young man, why don't you go on and attempt to try not to be such a piece of flotsam on the face of the earth, green slime that someone needs to scrape off of their walls and try and find some happiness in life, because I think you're a better man than that, you mud sucker.
I think that's a candidate for the death penalty.
Yeah.
All right, next call. This is Dan in Canada.
Hello, Dan in Canada.
Oh, Quatons in one, friend Martin.
Oh, Quatons in one, Dan.
I have a legit two-parter for you here, my friend.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
There's been many encounters with aliens reported and often described as the Greys. Have you ever encountered that species, or do they look, some of the aliens you've seen, do they look like the Greys? And the second part, are these proton particle accelerators we're messing with now, are we messing with stuff we should probably leave alone?
Well, okay. Yes, there are Greys. I understand that they inhabit underground installations on the planet Venus, not on the surface now. On the planet Venus. Venus revolves every 32 days on its axis. On the dark side, it is absolute zero. And on the hot side towards the sun at all times, it reaches temperatures above 700 degrees, like this. But inside of that planet, they can pipe what they need in there in order to live. But the Greys do exist. They are, I believe, a worker race for the Tarxicians. These are the reptilians. And the atom smashers, it is only proper that they should ultimately attempt to get ionic particles moving as fast as the speed of light, or nearly the speed of light, and crashing them in together, because if they should ever succeed in getting this reaction going and holding it there, then ultimately we will have no more need for fossil fuels in order to light our cities and things of this nature. So man is always going to seek higher realms and greater realms, but I see no danger in what they are doing, so to speak. Not immediate danger, anyway.
What was the first part of your question?
He was talking about the Greys.
Thank you, Riley. Great information and a great show. And Iran, you do a great job.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. All right, next call. This is Mike in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Mike.
Oh, hello, everybody.
Hi, Mike.
Riley. First off, I just want to tell you I'm an incredible fan. I want to tell you I think your show is easily one of the best on 101. And actually, Mike, I wanted to ask you, Howard definitely brings your career down and holds you back. I just wanted to know, do you think there's anything to him, in fact, maybe being in the Illuminati?
Well, I don't think so. Howard would be too unruly to be in such a well-structured group, and so to speak. Nonetheless, he is an associate, if not a good friend, of Donald Trump. And I suspect anything of him and all of this with that secret stuff going around and all of this. But no, I don't think that they are in the Illuminati. Nonetheless, there will be secret organizations among us, always have been, always will be, and it reaches to the highest echelons of all governmental orders and what have you. Nonetheless, if you have gained access to much of their philosophy, you'll find that they were essentially not there to do harm to the downtrodden of the earth, but to make sure that everybody could eat and sleep and all of this type of stuff. Now, if they have corrupted it, as many have, as they tried to do in this election, and things of that nature, well, then that's a different story, good man. Okay?
Thank you, Riley. One more thing. I actually got your book. And, I actually got your book, and I think it's incredible. All the lovely furniture in my house, I've been putting it underneath, and it's fantastic. It changed my life. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, good man. Thanks, good man. People, you should get the book. Yeah, go to RileyMartin.com. Get the book. My goodness, no matter what I tell you here, until you have read the entire documentation, you won't be able to get a handle on how it all fits together, historically and even now, and what have you. And realize that many of the things you see now on Ancient Aliens and all that, and I wrote about it 20, 30 years ago, and now they're using it. You understand? Of course, they're not going to give me credit, but but they're using it now, of these various things. Let me give a shout out here to my good doctor, the orthosurgeon, brilliant man, Dr. Robert Friedman, Dr. April Smith, Ann Merkel, Abalonte, and Sarante. The staff, Joyce, Vicky, Marianne, Ellie, Amy, Jenna, Miss Rawlish, down in Phillipsburg in Phillipsburg, New Jersey, Eastern Pennsylvania. Renee Farr, her lovely daughters and her beautiful mom, as well as the great Jack Pierce. She makes Renee's raw chocolate. Check it out, it's marvelous stuff. Matt, Ben, and Sheila Panther down in Stone Mountain, Georgia. Gary, the Avatar, and the lovely Lisa Parsiak in Des Plaines, Illinois. Hunan Ra, the Great, in Honolulu, Hawaii. Carolyn Solton in Newport Beach, California. Chris Pellini and Natel. And the boys, Angelo and Xavier, out in Hillsburg, California. Leah Coyne, love you, baby, in L.A., California. Justin Surratt Jr., the great cartoonist, in Berlin, New Jersey. Andre Johnson, his mom, Vivian, Tarboro, North Carolina. Mr. Fred Chatham, West Palm Beach, Florida. Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom, Grace. Daniel and Stephen Geiger in Yorba Linda, California. Everett Ellicott and his mom, Grace, down in Falls Church, Virginia. Princess Lee in Navarre, Florida. Tyler Alt and Dominica in Carlsbad, California. Stay with us now. We shall return. RileyMartin.com.
From the world above, from the world beyond.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
Yes, dear people. Thanks for being with us on this 29th of January in the year 2012. We're glad you're here. People, I want you to go to Riley Martin, RILEYMART, like Thomas, IN, .com, and get the Millennium Book, the original book. I'll sign it if you wish. And get your symbols, people. If you got one, you can have 6 more in your name. You can have it because there are many aspects to your personality. Go there and get the symbols for everyone. And now's the time to do it, people. Take my word. Go to iTunes and get my album, R&B, spiritual, reggae, all that's in there. Go there. You have not heard these songs. iTunes at Riley Martin. Go to Amazon Kindle, and you can get the book for your iPad, iPod, and whatever. Amazon Kindle, and it's cheap. Also, I'm coming out with the Cosmic Legend. It was my lecture down in Atlanta in living color, and it'll be up and running, say within the next week or so, like that. And welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. Talk to me, Ron.
People also, don't forget, you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab. All right, I want the listeners to know, too, that particularly today, I observed that you were very focused on drawing these symbols, and it was almost like nonstop. It's like you appear to be in some type of a zone. I mean, you're always doing them. Today in particular, I noticed you were very intent on them. So you must love doing them.
Oh, yes. The main reason I love doing them, Iran, is because no two symbols are ever the same. Of all the thousands I've done, no two are exactly the same. That is because no one human being, I don't care if he's a twin, no one human being is exactly the same as another. So if you get a symbol from me, people, no one else on the planet will have your symbol. You understand? Yes. You are unique. And get these symbols now. Believe me. This is the time to do it. There are many blessings that comes with it other than just a ticket out of here and all that. And remember, I'm getting older. And so get your symbols while you can, people. And the book. Read the book. My goodness, otherwise it's good to have electronic books and all that type of stuff. But you can get the audio book, you can get the video book, you can get the audio book too. In my own voice. All I'm saying is that if there ever comes a time when everything blinks out on the earth and you're going to wish you had a book to pick up and read, Yes. You're going to need the book. Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show.
All right, quick email here. This is from Jay Shawver. Shawver. He says, Riley, I'm a truck driver, and I drive all across the USA. I have seen a lot of stuff in the sky that I cannot explain. Are we in danger, or are they just checking up on us? He says, a lot of my sightings are by lakes and oceans. Are these portals?
Well, sometimes it's a portal. However, if you see them above bodies of water, a lot of times they will actually take the water up. H2O, hydrogen and oxygen. Water is self-explanatory. Everybody needs water, but the hydrogen atom is more abundant in the water than anywhere else, so they can use the water basically as fuel. They don't use fossil fuels. They can use the water as fuel and what have you. So yes, and you see at nighttime, the sky's clear. And you're rolling out there. Most people who live in urban areas and all that, the sky is not clear over their heads because of the lighting and all that. But out there you can see very clearly. And no doubt you've seen them, good man. And they've seen you. You can believe that.
Yeah. All right, thanks for that email, Jay. Okay, I have a quick question, and then we'll close out these calls. Okay, most mammals have a reasonable amount of hair. Including humans, but I believe you said that the Biamians don't have much hair, if any.
Right.
And I want to know, did they do something technologically to permanently stop the growth of hair on their bodies?
No, I don't think so. There was a time when humanity, before we came down out of the trees and started moving around in various different climes, human beings had a great deal of hair. However, once we learned to control our environment, such as central heating and things of this nature, even fire and all of that, ultimately it got to where the hair started dissipating. So we don't need as much of it in order to exist upon the earth anymore. And this is only a matter, of course, of evolution. So since the Biamians are sticklers about controlling their environment altogether, ultimately, should we live long enough, eventually I would suspect that we will no longer have need of hair.
Got it. All right, here's Jesse in San Diego.
Hello, Jess. San Diego.
Hey, Riley. How you doing?
Okay,
hey,
Jesse.
I want to make a point about something. Now, when Howard first started, the first 10 years or so that he was on television, he did late night. And he probably didn't get paid that much. But then when he got the AGT contract and he moved to prime time, he started getting prime time money. Now, you started out late night, and now you've gone prime time. You should be getting some prime time money. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, of course. And naturally, since Tim...
And one more thing, if you could just ask Tim to spell superstar. RILEY space MARTIN.
Hey, thanks, man.
Learn how to spell, all right?
No, I went to him and asked. I said, Tim, I've been with you like nearly 8 years, man. Cost of living has went up. Don't you think you should help me out here and give me a little better, a decent salary? Now we ain't got the budget. What he's saying is, I'm sorry. For one thing, I don't like Negroes. Secondly, we didn't know you were going to turn out to be this good. And so, therefore, since you can't take it from us, we ain't going to give you nothing, you black bastard. And so that's the way he thinks. And so, anyway, people, let me give a shout out here to Marva Joy McKenzie in South Miami, Florida, Tyler Alt and Miss Dominica in Carlsbad, California, Princess Lee in Navarre, Florida, Sister Gladys Marks in Atlanta, Georgia, Ed McCurby and the lovely Arcani in Brooklyn, New York, Ricky D. Atkinson, the great Ricky D. Atkinson in Charleston, West Virginia, Vance and Pilar Mason in Erlanger, Kentucky, Rich Counter in Dublin, Ohio, Jason and Joshua Wanda in Sykesville, Maryland, Tal Sims and Lisa Marie Tapia in Kearneysville, West Virginia, Omega and Nancy, take care of yourself, baby. We love you. In Macon, Georgia, the great Jim Borrett over in Pennsylvania, the great Jacobs Worstock and the crew up in Oakville, Ontario, Canada, John Hummert and Eddie Hagen and the lovely Sandra down in Illinois, and Doug Medler and his lovely, beautiful son Dylan down in Miami, Florida. Go to RileyMartin.com. Get your Millennium books, the original book, and get your symbols there. iTunes at RileyMartin.com, get the music. Amazon Kindle, and get the book, The Cosmic Legend is Coming.com. We love you.
Yes, indeed.
Take care. We shall retire next week on a brand new show. We love you. Take care now. Riley Martin Show.
Show on Howard 101. From the world above.
Across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours.
From the world beyond.
Regard this earth with envious eyes.
Howard 101 brings you
envious eyes.
Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello, good listeners. And welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Hoping this will be a prosperous and fruitful year for you all. I have a good feeling about our progress in the history of the world at this time. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Back in the studio, of course, is one of the world's greatest technicians, producers. Knows all the elementals and the in and outs. I speak of the big man with the plan, none other than the great Double O, Al Ragon. And shout out to the lovely Michelle. By his side and operating the gizmos is the one and only, the man on the white horse that picks up the maidens and then rides off with them into the glades. I speak of none other than the great technician, Sir Britton. And shout out to the lovely Jennifer. And, of course, as usual, by my side is the one and only, the man with the plan, the very brilliant, and if I must say, astute, my sidekick, co-host, and producer, technician. I speak of none other than the great Aaron Macaulay.
Real stuff, people.
Yes, indeed. And I'm going to give a shout-out to the great Big Jim Colosimo McClure. However, Jim, you assured me that I would be paid for those holidays that fell on a Tuesday, Christmas and New Year's. And Tim hid out in his pigsty, could not be reached until after the holidays, and then he called me up and said, "Hey, I never told you anything about you were going to get paid." I said, "What, your right-hand man told me, the technicians told me, and others told me that otherwise I would have rescheduled and tried to do the shows, because, Tim, frankly, I cannot afford to be missing my show checks simply because I'm running on the edge already." Well, he said, "Well, I never told you that. You know, boy, I never told you that." And so that's where we stand now. I guess my last recourse is to go to Howard, because maybe he'll straighten it out. Just hopefully. But in the meantime, I'm running on the edge here. But welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you are here. Aaron, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, people. You can call the Space Cowboy. You can see he is on the blade tonight, 888 Stern 101. Also, email us those questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com. Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Did you want to go on?
Well, no, I don't want to get too deep in this, because I'm starting off on hopefully a good mood here, because I've got a lot of beautiful listeners out there, and some of which have helped me along the way. Otherwise, frankly, I could not have made it when Tim is stealing the few dollars. I could understand if he was stealing $100,000 or $1 million or something, but the few trinkets that they were paying us, he's stealing that. And that makes him feel good. You understand? And the little Timlets back in the sty ate good and had presents and everything else for Christmas and New Year's and all that. Unfortunately, I was not able to respond in kind to my grandkids and things of that nature, because he stole it and hid out until after the fact to tell me, "I didn't tell you that," and what have you. That's as dirty as you get as far as being a pseudo-human being is concerned. Talk to me, Ron.
I understand. Yeah. Okay, we're switching gears a little bit here, because people are lining up to talk to you. I'm sure they have some interesting questions, but I have one or two before we get to the callers, and also there's an email or two here for you. But check this out. In history, many very noteworthy people, it's been claimed that they have suffered from some type of either learning disability or some such thing. For instance, Buddha was one, Winston Churchill, all of these people, Abraham Lincoln, Hannibal, Imhotep, they were all alleged to have had some type of learning disability, whether it be Tourette syndrome or epilepsy or some such thing. And I was wondering, and many of them are left-handed too, just as you are. And I was wondering, when you were growing up, did you have any type of learning disability or learning disablement?
Well, I was, and it even pops up sometime these days, somewhat dyslexic.
Yes. What is that?
Well, writing your letters backwards or something of that nature. And this seems to, I will have to be careful or else it'll ease into my printing and things of that nature. But yes, I was somewhat odd in school and all of that, even though the lessons they had did not challenge me at all. I'd do them, then I'd be winking or throwing spitballs at the girls and stuff, disrupting the class, and all of this. I had to go stand in the corner and all that, and it was because really, when I was in like the third grade, the guys would give me $1 to get their lessons for the senior class and things of that nature. But I can understand where they would have been considered odd during the time in which they lived. Nikola Tesla was the same.
Yes.
However, they were lost in cosmic thought of a greater dimension. He was watching one of these water hydrants that flashes,
yes,
and it gave him the idea of I know why DC current, you have to boost it every mile or two with another booster. However, if you could vibrate the AC current off and on, it wouldn't give it time to heat up and burn the wires. Therefore, there should be no limit to how far you can send this electricity. Thus he came up with the concept of AC current, off of which we now live.
Yes.
And this was way back 100 years ago.
Are you saying this is connected to the learning disability?
Not necessarily a learning disability. I'm saying that their thought patterns were different than the average kids around them. Obviously, they weren't stupid because they've accomplished great things.
Yes.
But they were not, I suspect, they just were not challenged by the regular fare of what was written down and things of this nature.
Yes, that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, because Tourette's syndrome, for instance, evidently is some kind of a condition that's caused by an excess of dopamine. And
my goodness, I'm not a doctor. But all I'm saying is that...
You don't have to be a doctor to understand what I'm asking.
Some of the greatest minds in the world.
I'm asking you, for instance, just like sickle cell anemia, is it possible that these are actually evolutionary anomalies amongst humans?
Oh, possibly so. Various different elementals cropped up, even in families that the whole family don't have the syndrome and things of this nature. But they thought different, out of the box, and therefore moved the world along in many ways, theologically, scientifically, etc. You understand?
Yes.
I would have to go and study medicine in order to give you the physiological characteristics of all of those things, and then I don't want to be guessing.
All right. All right. I guess we can take a call here. You ready for one?
Yeah.
All right, this is Roxanne in California.
Hello, Roxanne.
Hello, Riley. I was thinking about what was going on, that if Tim told you that you could have the day off because it's a national holiday and then he doesn't pay you, that's illegal. And I think he's one of those white bigots that have an issue that there's a holiday that's celebrating Martin Luther King.
According to him, darling, I am not on the books as an employee. For instance, I have no insurance, anything of that nature. I'm simply like somebody you would call in to do a job, even though I've been doing it for 8 years. Therefore, in rationality, they don't have to pay me. But since I did not make the year myself or the days that it fell on, then like they paid all of the other employees that were off at that time and not in the studio, then I was told in good faith by his right-hand man and various others that, hey, don't worry, man, that they will ultimately, they'll pay you for this. But come around, the only time I've ever got any justice whatsoever was to have to approach Howard himself in order to get him to straighten it out. But Tim, being a swine of ill repute and things of this nature, and a racist from his heart and all that, and no doubt, if he could be again, he would be a Gestapo Jew killer, decided that, hey, I didn't tell you I was going to pay you, but his right-hand man did, and others told me, and therefore I couldn't get to him. So he's using that in order to cause me distress, and what have you. And so, bless his heart, it won't be me who goes through life hating him. It will be his own kindred, because his children will say, if my daddy can rob niggas and tell them lies and what have you, then why should I not get rid of him if it's beneficial to us? Because that's his prerogative. You understand? And so, but anyway, my dear, I will try Howard, and if that falls through, then I lose that, even though I did not make the days that the year fell on and all that. But thank you, my dear, for your kind empathy with me.
All right, thank you, Roxanne. It seems to me you shouldn't have to be beholden to these people. Next call, this is Jeff in Massachusetts.
Hello, Jeff in Massachusetts.
Hi, Riley. It's Jim.
Jim. Okay, Jim.
Jim?
I had a question. I wanted to know if water and UFO sightings and potential bases are directly related. I also, as you were talking about Nikola Tesla and Albert Einstein, do you believe that the genome and the genetic makeup and the genetic memory of man is directly implanted to, say, in the subconscious mind, and these so-called geniuses actually have the ability to tap into that, not in the greatest of degrees, but in small glimpses, and it's reflected in the brilliance of their work?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, for sure. For instance, I always knew things that I had not studied or been exposed to, and what have you. I could read a history book and knew that in many cases it was wrong and things of that nature, and what have you. So yes, we have within us the elementals to tap into the time, from the time in the waters, from the time of the escaping from the saber-tooth and things of that nature. It's in there somewhere back in the warehouse of the mind. We only know about something about 5% of the elementals of the brain. The other 95% we know not little or nothing of, even unto this day. But yes, they remembered things and procedures and sciences and things that were long, long past that they had experienced back in the history of time. Because you see, the life force itself is eternal. We don't simply die and stay dead. We come back again and again to this line of existence. And what was the other question you were asking? About water.
Yeah, he was asking about water.
Yes. The Arbians, well, the aliens, you'll find that they have far more installations under the oceans, far down deeper than our submarines will travel and things of that nature ordinarily. And also, from water, they can take precious metals, like in seawater. They can take precious metal from it. They can also utilize the hydrogen atom for fuel and things of this nature, and also for aura and aura when they are in our stratosphere or on our planet. So yes, you'll find them a lot of times around and in and beneath the waters.
All right, here's Matt in Massachusetts.
Hello, Matt, Massachusetts.
Hey, Riley, Iran. I can't believe the injustice that's going on here. I mean, you listen to these other shows on 101, and they don't take phone calls. I mean, they take some phone calls, but it's obvious that no one's calling in. I mean, your show is one of the only ones with this constant phone calls. So, I mean, your boards must be flooded. I mean,
always.
Tim Sabian is a racist, and I believe that he's just. I don't know why he's holding out on you, Riley. But fans,
my goodness, right? He knows that even with the pittance that they are paying me after 8 years, that I cannot afford to not get a weekly stipend and what have you, because I'm running on the edge. But as I have told him before, and I told Howard, look, send me my pink slip and send me away in good standings so I can get my unemployment and all of that, and perhaps find another form somewhere else. That's all you got to do. But they won't do that, and then Tim will steal a few $100, and somehow this makes him feel more like a man, or at least a chief pig. You see what I mean?
All right, next call. This is Greg in New Hampshire.
Hello, Greg in New Hampshire.
Yes, Riley. Hi, sir. It's a pleasure to speak to you. I think you are one of the great minds of the 21st century.
Well,
I was
thank
delighted to hear you mention Nikola Tesla earlier, because he was brilliant beyond his time.
Well, certainly. To my knowledge, nobody on BRV, any worlds they occupy, has ever had a want for the bare necessities of life. Now, to achieve greatness in all of this, you have that right because you have access to the archives to learn more. Let me give a shout out here to the two Mikes, my brothers, the great Mike and the lovely Diane Voigt, Jamal and Luda Lawson and the lovely baby Victoria. God does make angels, you know. They are in Ogden and Sandy, Utah. Great man Mike is a great composer, writer, musician. The man is great. I love his music. Mikey Blundick Sr., the great man down in Florida. And I thank you all for helping me through these hard times. Senior and Junior, and the lovely his daughter Jennifer Babcock. They are in Massachusetts and down in Florida. These men are my true brothers. Cliff and Helene Green and the crew down in Macon, Georgia. Love you guys. The lovely Lily Heisenbutel in Key Largo, Florida. Thank you, darling. Cindy, Brian, and the lovely Christine Zarski, as well as their good friend Susan Ashcroft, the oceanographer, out in Yorba Linda, California. Thank you very much, Cindy. You saved me this time, and they looked for something from me. Cabrina Mara Cooks, her daughter Tashika Garrison, and Lenore Hudson, Tirona, California. The lovely Margaret Woodward out in Ramona, California. Rich and Karen Horwitz over in Matawan, New Jersey. Randy and Dina and Lil Nickel Markel and Miss Lauren Ashley Parks out in Las Vegas, Nevada. Mila Domjan and Thailand Titan and Murska, Slovenia. Ray Nathan Rivera in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Jared and the lovely daughter Swan Buckaloo over in Delaware. Take care, kids. Jeff and Patty Knutson out in Reno, Nevada. Stay with us now. We shall return.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back. Thanks for staying with us, people. Forgive me for losing my temper somewhat.
Yeah.
But I'm getting screwed around here, as usual. Anyway, people, listen to me. Go to Riley Martin, RILEY MARTIN, RileyMartin.com. and get people while you have time. Get your symbols. No two symbols are ever the same. Any original symbol you get, I do not make copies, you get will be the only one exactly like it on the face of the earth, and it is tailored for your personality and yours alone. For no two human beings, even twins, are never, ever the same. Your greatness, therein lay. Also, you may get the millennium copy of my book, The Coming of 10, and you can get the original book, signed if you wish, autographed. Also, go to Amazon Kindle. You can get the book there, on your computer, your iPad, and all that type of stuff. And it's cheaper. Also, go to iTunes at Riley Martin and get my original album. It covers the lineage from rhythm and blues, spiritual, reggae, etc. Some marvelous songs there. You have not heard them. Also, soon, The Cosmic Legend, a film of me doing a lecture in Atlanta will be on the market. It will be up and running within several weeks, I believe, or less. And so go there and do that. So welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. And back to you, Ron.
Okay, speaking of losing your temper, I know that you lost it somewhat when you had this encounter with this reptilian, but you were on Earth then. Right. Did you ever lose your temper when you were out in space with these Biavians?
Not really. No, it used to amuse me that they seem so out of touch or innocent in their way. Otherwise, anything you say to them, they want to calculate it and take it to heart. When sometime I would just be joking, and they didn't pick it up. But over time, they started to somewhat pick it up. And that was funny to me, that they were such sticklers for facts and things of this nature,
Yes.
Yeah.
I understand. All right, back to the calls. Here's Mark in San Diego.
Hello, Mark in San Diego.
Riley,
Mark.
I can't believe they jacked you, man.
They jacked me, man. It's nothing new.
Hey, I got a couple questions about your music. Is it all your influences human, or do you got any alien influences? And then in all of music, do you think anybody has a better Jerry curl than DJ Quick?
Well, no, I don't know. But anyway, the music was influenced by various people. Bob Marley, Stevie Wonder, B.B. King, and what have you, as well as I'm sure that there's some alien input simply because I do all of the voices and instrumentation on my songs myself, nobody else, and the harmonies and things like that. And so I'm sure because there's one on there called The Wheel in the Sky. And I wrote that and performed it even before I was fully aware of the experiences I've had. So yeah, it's a great, well put together album, and you should get that. It's called it's called Last Men Standing, the album. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, is it possible, given enough time, that you could actually teach a Biavian to dance the way we dance to our music?
No, they be dancing all out of step and everything. They think they be getting down to with them big heads. But no, they could use some lessons really in dancing. Mm-hmm.
Here's Oscar in Texas.
Hello, Oscar, Texas.
Riley,
Hi.
much love your show.
Thanks.
Question: do the Biavian society suffer from political corruption the way American society does?
No, for thousands of years now, they think they have pretty much got it right, without regards to race, creed, color, sexual persuasion, and all of that. Each person, like water, seeks his own level in their society. But they have famous people, musicians, and everything else. But apparently they've gotten over it because they think that's trivial and not necessary. Because just like us, they know how to grow enough food to feed the world. They know how to make enough medicine if you need it, and things of this nature, so nobody really has to want for the bare necessities of life, and so they don't really have a crime problem per se, as we have here on Earth. But they had to come to that. They've been through that back in history, you see. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Yeah, thanks for the call, good man. And all of you people, remember, you can assist me in my hard times by going to RileyMartin.com and getting your symbols, getting your books, and what have you. And it's just a little bit from each person there, and I can continue to motivate. Otherwise, Tim is going to eventually run me off, whether I want to go or not, and I should hate, and it would break my heart if the people of the world did not have access to my knowledge such as it is. But, they pushed me all the way up to the gate on the limit and everything. Imagine that I had to tell my grandkids and all that, hey, Pops can't buy you nothing now because Tim stole it. And things like that. So it's rough. Mm-hmm.
All right, here's Pete in Brooklyn.
Hello, Pete in Brooklyn. Pete.
Got a couple questions for you, actually. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, number one, the hybrid reptilians. Do you know of or do you know about any that have infiltrated the governments around the country?
Not to my knowledge. It's not necessary for anybody with that much power to have to infiltrate in order to get their point across. Nonetheless, over time, through one mishap or the other, downcraft, they have gotten a hold to reptilian genome bodies and things of that nature. But no, I don't think that it's necessary for them to infiltrate the government in order to not make us fools, because we're already that in spades from the way we act. You see what I mean?
You have another question?
Yes, I do, actually. Next question. Now, are these aliens, well, first off, are there aliens underground? That's number one. And number two, are they demonic or extraterrestrial?
Well, they're extraterrestrial. I think they're more logical than demonic or anything of that nature. They don't look at things like we look at them, and they say the spiritual sense of religions and things of that nature. But yes, there are a few underground bases, but more so under the oceans of the world. They have bases. Yes, good man.
All right, he wanted to know if they were underground. Okay, next call. Yeah. This is Chris in Arizona.
Hello, Chris in Arizona. Chris.
That's for you, Mr. Martin and Aaron. How you guys doing?
Oh, pretty good, Chris. Mm-hmm.
That's good, Mr. Martin and Aaron. Before you were talking about the screed, I believe the water people, right?
The screed are the insectilians, yeah.
Okay. Well, and then the water people, you were talking
Niptonians. Yeah, they are the Niptonians. Yeah.
Okay. Well, before you were talking about the Niptonians, how they sometimes come down and they'll grab some water and stuff. Mm-hmm. I was just wondering if that was just because it's a water source on the way to where they're going, or if it's got, a heavier element in it, or how does
Right. Well, for one thing, it's water, for one thing. It's also water. Everything must have water to live, plants and all of this. All creatures must have waters to drink, to live as well as the hydrogen atom that feeds their hydrogen-fed fusion cores, and all of that's in water, as well as precious metals and things of that nature that they can separate from the ocean water. And so all of that's in it, Chris. If you're traveling, you can't go home to get some water if you're 450 light years from your planet. So you use the natural resources where you are, though not to the extent as to where it would give hardship to the cognizant species there and all of this. We have not yet managed to separate precious metals from water and what have you, but they can do that. You see what I mean? Mm.
Yes, sir, and thank you, Mr. Martin.
Well, thank you. Give my love to the family.
I sure will, and I hope Howard can help you get a little more time from these people, because he's even having to sue to get his money from the bastards.
Right. But see, he's talking in terms of hundreds of millions. I'm talking in terms of a few $100. And this boy's stealing that. And it breaks my heart. But I don't have to wish him ill. There'll be others who will do him a lot worse than I would ever do him.
All right, thanks, Chris. Next call, this is Jesse in San Diego.
Hello, Jesse in San Diego.
Hey, Riley. I got a question. There are a couple questions. I was raised in, like, the spiritual realm. My mom was into psychics and witches and stuff, and Ouija boards. And I was just curious, do the Biavians transitions also communicate psychically with each other? And do they have, like, some sort of tool, like a Ouija board, or like table, like to get in contact with their dead loved ones?
Well, they do believe that, and they have assured me, even as I have lived forever, you have lived forever, and their species also live forever. But I don't think they are so preoccupied with reaching the dead as we are. In different, under different circumstances. But I can tell you that you have been here before. You have been to other planets and here before, and you won't end up here. You see what I mean? And so, yes, the dead continues to live on. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for that call. Call us back. Next call. This is Jamie in Massachusetts.
Hello, Jamie in Massachusetts.
Good evening, Riley. Just wanted to ask you if as far as you can remember, being on a ship, do they have any, like, weapons of mass destruction? What is, compared to weapons that they have to our weapons, is it more advanced? And the other question is, the last caller brought up another question I wanted to ask. Now, do we have the same God? Do we share the same God?
Well, okay. They call God Kwa'amsa. That means the light. They say Kwa'amsa Lajiwan. All praises unto the light. Now, they look at it more scientifically than we, where we go on faith. They more or less go on the scientific principles of various things. In our color code, the 10 basic colors, black, brown, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, gray, and white, and multilinear spectrum between the greater spectrum. They believe that by figuring out all of the multilinear spectrum of light, it will ultimately take them back closer to the Godhead. But yes, they believe in a universal creator, so to speak, but it's more scientific in principles than theological and what have you. Ultimately, we will come to such realizations, but of course, we do the best we can as we go. You see what I mean? People, let me give a shout out here to my ortho surgeon doctor, Dr. Robert Friedman, Doctors April Smith and Merkel, Dr. Avalonian Sarante. The staff is Joyce, Vicky, Marianne, Ellie, Amy, Jenna, Miss Baldish. They're in Phillipsburg, New Jersey, and Eastern Pennsylvania. Renee Four and her lovely daughters, and the great Jack Pierce, and her mom, her lovely mom. She makes Renee's raw chocolate. Excellent stuff. non-fattening, and they're in Glen Ellen, Illinois. Matt, Ben, and Sheila Planter, a lovely family down in Stone Mountain, Georgia. The kid Matt is a genius electronically. Gary, the Avatar, and the lovely Lisa Parsiak in Des Plaines, Illinois. Hunan Ra, the Great, in Honolulu, Hawaii. The lovely Carolyn Sultan in Newport Beach, California. Chris Pellini and his lovely wife Natel. And the boys Angelo and Xavier out in Hellsburg, California. And his friend, they make wine, good wine. The lovely Leah Cohen out in L.A., California. Love you, baby. Justin Surratt, thank you. Justin Surratt Jr., the great cartoonist in Berlin, New Jersey. Andre Johnson and his mom, Vivian Tarber, North Carolina. Fred Chatham in West Palm Beach, Florida. The lovely Nana Bakan in Darby, Pennsylvania. John Hummert, Eddie Hagen, and Sandra, as well as the great Don Metler and his beautiful son Dylan over down in Miami, Florida, and up in Illinois. Jacobs Woodstock and the crew over in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. Jim Borrett, the great Jim Borrett in Pennsylvania. Omega and Nancy Gonzalez, get well, baby, we love you. Down in Macon, Georgia. Tal Sims and Lisa Marie Tapia in Kernersville, West Virginia. Stay with us now. We shall return.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN 101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we are back. Thanks for staying with us, good listeners. We love you. Don't let me bring you down because I'm a little out of sorts with the way I'm being treated here. But in actuality, I want you to bear this in mind. Go to RileyMartin.com. You've got St. Valentine's Day coming up. Go there and get the symbols. Get it for your husband, your wife, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, the kids, and what have you, because there are many blessings that comes with these symbols. Each one is very different from any other. It's different. Yours, no other human being on earth will have your particular symbol. And go there and get them. You can also get the Millennium book as well as the original book, and it's a collector's item. You can get it signed if you wish. But get your symbols, people. Think about that and get them. It won't cost you that much. Also, go to Amazon Kindle, and you can get the book there cheaper. And also go to iTunes at Riley Martin and get my album, The Last Men Standing. And pretty soon you'll be able to get The Cosmic Legend, one of my greater lectures down in Atlanta, in living color. Yes, indeed. So go there and get these things. We're glad that you are here, and we love you for staying with us.
Also, people don't forget you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab.
Yeah, now, just before we went off, there was a gentleman asked me what kind of weapons there. Of course, different aliens have different applications of weapons, but you can believe me that they have them. Now, back in, I believe it was 1965, when Canada, parts of Canada and New York City were blacked out and all of this. This was an accident that resulted from a Targisian ship offloading excess electronic waves, so to speak, raw electricity into the high tensile wires that kicked out the transformers coming down the coast and ultimately blacking out New York City and various other places in the Northeast and what have you. Now, the Biabian field is like this. You don't have to go down there and wipe out humans like we do. You don't have to drop nukes on them or anything of that nature. All you have to do is simply knock out their power systems and their satellites. Just knock it out. And in a week from now, we'd all be after each other's throats all over the country and everything else.
We turn into cannibals.
Yeah, right, and cannibal and everything else. And thus we would deteriorate down and go back to the dark ages as people, and they don't have to fire a shot. But you can believe me that our weapons are far, far behind theirs in its complexity and its application if they chose to use them. You see what I mean? Fortunately, they don't look at us like that. They will observe us. They will even talk to some of us. They will keep up with our technologies and all that, but they have no desire to harm us, because if they wanted to do that, they could have done so when we were still living in caves. They could have wiped us out if they wished. But no, they're not here for that, I can assure you.
Yes. Okay, before we get back to these calls, this is a quick email. This is a email of appreciation for you. Speaking of gifts, and this is, I believe, is Mark. I can't really distinguish who's sending it, but it's about Brittany. He ordered one for Brittany.
Oh, okay.
Check your records to see who this actually is. But he's saying thank you. She loves it. Brittany loves her symbol. He says that she doesn't have Sirius XM and she never even heard of Riley Martin. He said he explained it to her. He gave it to her as a gift, and he sent her to your webpage, and she loves it. And she said, quote, most guys buy flowers, but you get me a ticket to the mothership. So he wants to thank you personally for helping raise the bar for gifts for a chick.
Well, beautiful.
He doesn't think anyone could ever beat that.
Well, I'm glad it is a quite wondrous and miraculous thing. There won't be but one Riley Martin passing through this way in this epoch of our history, I can assure you. And not because I'm bragging or anything. It was just because I gained access to the key, to some of the keys to the universal equations from these people in the sky. And I'm happy, and I was honored to be able to do her beautiful symbol, and I know it will serve her well. Thank you, good man.
All right, here is JP in Arkansas.
Hello, JP in Arkansas.
Hi, Riley. How are you?
All right, that's my home state, you know.
Yes, sir. I know that. I know that very well. I'm actually in Little Rock. You're from northern Arkansas, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Exactly. I'd like to know that I love the show, and I hate these Tim's messing with your money. And I'm gonna pick up my girlfriend one of the symbols for Valentine's Day. I think she's really like that.
Beautiful.
But I wanted to ask you a question. You mentioned earlier about that there was musicians with some of the aliens that you had traveled with. Did their music sound melodic and pleasing to your ears, or was it more abstract? And did it consist of the same 12 notes that we use, or did they have more?
It was like rivers of melodic masses. However, the timing and all of this I found rather strange. But yes, they love music, and that type of music they play is, in many cases, is mesmerizing, and you don't realize that you are there or where you are for a moment. It will send you off into the cosmos, multidimensionally, and things of that nature, and it's strange, but yes, very pleasing, and they love human music, you know. Yeah.
Did you have another question, JP?
No, sir. I appreciate you talking with me.
Okay, well, thank you, JP. Take care. Give everybody our love, man. Well, man, that hour passed just like that, didn't it?
Flew.
Yo, man. Go to RileyMartin.com. Get the original book and the Millennium book, signed if you wish, and get your symbols, people. Go to Amazon Kindle and get the book on your computer or your iPad and all that. And go to iTunes at Riley Martin and get my album there. Pretty soon you'll get The Cosmic Legend, which is a film of me talking in Atlanta. Let me give a few shout-outs. Vance, Pilar Mason in Erlanger, Kentucky. The great Ricky D. Atkinson down in Charleston, West Virginia, and his friends. Ed McCurby and Miss Arcani in Brooklyn, New York. The lovely Sister Gladys Marks. and Atlanta, Georgia. Love you, baby. Mark, Murad, and Eve in Denver, Pennsylvania. Maria Joy McKenzie in South Miami, Florida. Tyler Alt and Miss Dominica in Carlsbad, California. Princess Lee in Navarre, Florida. Every day of cotton is lovely mom Grace in Falls Church, Virginia. Stephen Daniel and Stephen Geiger in Yorba Linda, California. Go to RileyMartin.com and get your books and your symbols, people. Do that for me. Go to iTunes at RileyMartin.com and get these things. Take care. We love you. Meet us here next Tuesday for a brand new shoe. RileyMartin.com.
Show on Howard 101. From the world above.
Across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours.
From the world beyond.
Regarded this earth with envious eyes.
Howard 101 brings you
envious eyes.
Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello, good listeners. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Thanks for joining us tonight. Back in the studio, we have the one and only, the big man with the plan. I speak of none other than the great technician, Double O, Al Aragon. Shout out to the lovely Michelle. And by his side, as usual, is the man with the plan, the man with the white horse, riding through the dense forest, picking up the maidens. I speak of none other than the great technician, Sir Breton. And shout out to the lovely Jennifer. And by my side, as usual, is the one and only, the man with the plan, this kicking of the side with the side kick through. I tell you, Kimo Sabi, trusty scout. I speak of none other than the great one, the co-host, the producer, and my champion technician. I speak of none other than the great Eric Eron McCauley.
All things in moderation, spaceman.
Yes, indeed. And welcome to the Riley Martin Show. To the listeners, let me apologize for my after the holiday show, which was on an off day. Let me tell you what happened. They called me, say, 5 o'clock in the afternoon and say, hey, Riley, we want you to do a show at 7. Now, they knew that I could not refuse, simply because they had already robbed me for my holiday shows, thereby making it so that I could not get Christmas for my grandkids or anything, so I had to do the show. But they also caught me at an inopportune moment, inasmuch as I was souped up on cough medicine, pain pills, and with a touch of the flu and all that. So instead of, neither one of them said, oh, my goodness, Riley is out of sorts this evening. We are millionaires. Let us go in our pockets and send him a few bucks so that he can get a late Christmas for his grandkids. No, they never thought of that. They said he found sluggish, so let's bring him on, and then we'll have something to ridicule him about in the near future. Hardy, har, 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 har. And so they did. Bless their hearts and all of this. Nonetheless, I could not very well refuse because I needed the money, but I would petition you lovely listeners to forgive me for that inopportune or inauspicious time and what have you. And I hope that I did not bore you to distraction. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Iran.
I'm sure the people forgive you. And people are lined up here to talk to you. To do so, people, you can call the Space Cowboy, the one and only Riley Martin, with questions tonight, 888-STERN-101. You can also email us questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com. Okay, these people are lined up to ask you questions.
Already,
hot and heavy. However, before I unleash them, I have a question for you here.
Okay.
Now, I don't expect you to be able to go too much in depth or even give justice to this question. However, I want you to spliv on it a little bit, okay?
Okay.
When I first met you way back when, or when I first got wind of you, my circle of friends and family and I, in our eyes, you were famous because you actually brought this Ankh back. When we got our symbols, everybody had an Ankh in their symbol. And some of us had been studying the Ankh from the ancient Egyptians, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. You have depicted the Ankh in the technology of these extraterrestrials. And also, I see that Nikola Tesla utilized the shape of this Ankh or whatnot. So what I would like you to do is, can you explain how these extraterrestrials actually use this Ankh, and also touch on why or how we can use it and why we don't use it more. But first of all, how do they use the Ankh?
Well, actually, now the Ankh evolved into, say, a religious icon among the ancient Egyptians and others. Nonetheless, initially, the Ankh was a scientific instrument, something like a tuning fork. If you cast it in certain types of metals, say silver or gold, and strike it with a silver hammer, then it will start to hum like a tuning fork. Some say that the ancients could look in the eye of the Ankh and see elementals of the future and the past into ultra dimensions and things of that nature. So essentially, it was at first a scientific instrument instead of, say, a religious icon or something of that nature. And therefore, I use the Ankh because I believe it helps us to tune into the cosmic equation when you get your symbol. You see what I mean?
Yes. Okay. And then finally, you have depicted some of their technology. One thing here you call the electro-etheric osmosis Tesla Tower. The Tesla Tower.
The EOT.
Yeah, EOT. We have talked about it a little bit before. But they have an Ankh on the top of this. But would you give a brief description of this thing, and what is this thing used for the entire tower?
The Biabians, like Nikola Tesla, believed that if you cast a certain figure in metallurgical postures reaching to the heavens. Now, the one on BRV is 7 miles tall with an arc on the top. And around it is a halo that's held there suspended in midair by vibrations. They believe that they can, and they know that they can draw power from the ether through the right type of vibrations without using wires or anything of that nature. And therefore, that particular tower can draw enough power and disseminate it enough to literally power an entire continent and what have you. However, you cannot come within 7 miles of it. Around it is fenced off, because you will get caught into the backdraft of the electromagnetic fluxes within it and what have you. But, yes, you can draw power from the ether through etheric osmosis or something of that nature.
Okay, got it. And real quick, okay, this tower looks impressive on its own.
Right.
What, even out the Ankh, could this tower function without this Ankh on top of it?
Well, the Ankh is an integral part of the governor that feeds the power into the coils, down into the transformers and electromagnetics and the diodes and things of that nature to feed out upon the land in various different vibrational essences. For instance, your cell phone.
Yes.
Uses the same principle, essentially. You're not wired up to anything, but essentially you are reading the vibrations that's coming through the ether. And this can be used, if used to a more efficient level, say, like the boom box and other things like that, to actually power your cities and towns and cars and what have you without having to string wires all over the place. Mm-hmm.
Got it. 888-101. Go ahead and call us with questions. Okay, Riley.
Yeah, hold on.
All right.
First of all, people, just starting off here, this is very important to me. To Tal Sims and Lisa Marie Tapia down in Kearneysville, West Virginia. Tal, I want to wish you, my dear brother, a belated happy birthday today and many happy returns. Now, if I was over there, I'd walk up in there and I'd say, oh, Tal, happy birthday, my dear brother. Then I'd give Lisa Marie a big hug. And then I'd say, man, this is wonderful, man. How old are you now, man? I'm telling you, you look good, man. And I'd give her another big hug, Lisa Marie. And then next thing they know, we'd both come out the front door, roll down the stairs, fighting like Japanese. Like that, so I better stay away from over there. But still, happy birthday, my dear brother. And bless your heart. Back to you, Era.
All right. Okay, here is Matt in Massachusetts.
Hello, Matt in Massachusetts.
Kwamsa Lajiwan.
Kwamsa Lajiwan, Matt.
Riley, I can't even believe what you said at the beginning of this show. Like I've been telling you, we've been persistent with Ken Sabian about this, about giving you more time. He's claiming, me and Chris from Arizona have been doing this, and Ken Sabian is claiming on the first of the year you were given a substantial pay raise, and you're saying no way is that the case.
Hey, no, my friend. No, my friend. That is Miss Oman. I have not received not one dime raise in the last 7 years.
I want to say that message I got. I mean, he said you got a substantial pay raise, and then more.
Well, I did not.
Coming your way.
Can you send me that message? Can you send that to me?
I will. What's the address?
Eron@RileyMartin.com.
Eron@RileyMartin.com. If he said that, he lied.
Wow. I mean, it doesn't surprise me.
Did you have a question? He's gone.
Okay.
All right, next call. Here is the one and only Tal in Washington, D.C.
Oh, Tal. Tal.
And Brother Riley and the great Eron, all praises to light. All praises.
All praises unto the light, Tal.
Hey, Riley, hey, thank you so much for the birthday shout-out. That was very nice of you to do. I really appreciate that. I got another year on Earth. And
beautiful. And many, many happy returns, my dear brother.
And unlike what Brother Eron said, everything tonight will be done in excess. So, and that includes...
Yeah,
you get a pass on that tonight.
Yeah, you get a pass.
All right. Hey, Riley, one quick question. Since you never really discussed this before, Mr. Biami has lived to such a great age, thousands of years. How do they celebrate their birthday?
Oh, well, I suppose that they get together and they may even pass around a little stygian purple and they play music and they do this little dance and bow to each other and all that, much as in the old-fashioned, of European dance and things like that. And they just have a good old time, make love to their significant other, and look to the heavens and walk under the stars and all of this. And they just have a good old time,
Okay, because I think you talked briefly a while ago about a pink iridescent fly that they turned into some kind of liquid. And they, you remember that?
Yeah. Well, these are from the planet Starg of the Stygians. There are things on Starg because of that atmosphere that cannot be reproduced anywhere else. You understand? Much like the poppy plant on this planet, 95% of it grows in Afghanistan on that border between them and Pakistan, and it has not been. They haven't duplicated it anywhere else to the extent of the strength of it because of those variable weather conditions and things like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Well, you answered that question greatly, as you always do. And I really appreciate it once again to you, the great Iran, and your beautiful wife.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Yes, thank you, my brother.
Happy birthday, Tal.
Happy birthday, and many happy returns, dear brother. Yes, indeed. Bless your heart. Bless your heart.
Nice to hear from you. When they celebrate birthdays on Biave, for some reason, I imagine that they would be doing a Soul Train line or something like that.
Yeah, stuff like that. But I forgot to tell him that they only celebrated about every 7 years as we measure time.
Dig. All right, next call is Craig in Connecticut.
Hello, Craig in Connecticut.
Quasi Majiwan, Brother Riley.
Well, I'm Zolajiwan, Craig.
How the fuck are you, buddy?
I'm okay, Craig.
All right, listen. I'm here on the Gem of the Shoreline, Madison, Connecticut. And every morning at 9 o'clock, these chemtrails are sprayed all over the coast. I'm on the coast near New Haven.
Mm-hmm.
All right. These chemtrails, they crisscross them. Are these some kind of protection against alien invasion?
No, they're not, good man. Chemtrails can be used for a host of things. For instance, if they want to test out a type of a drug against various things like colds and flu and things of this nature, it has been known, I believe. I was once in Dallas. I saw the chemtrails come over. The next day, I had a case of the flu. Now, in town, coincidentally, that about 50 new clinics were opened up specifically at that particular time that did not exist last week. And you could go there and get a shot for about $25. And so they were testing it. Now, should they desire to incapacitate a country or city or something of that nature, they could use heavier vectors and things like that. No, it's not the aliens doing it, son. It's our people. Okay?
All right, thanks for that call.
Yeah, thanks for that call. Mm-hmm. Let me give a shout out here to the great Mike and the lovely Diane Voigt, Jamal, and Luda Lawson, as well as the beautiful baby, the little angel, Victoria, out in Ogden and Sandy, Utah. Mike is a great composer, writer, performer, musician. He's a great man. And my other Mike, Mikey Bundick Sr., and his son, Junior, and the lovely Jennifer Babcock. They're in Massachusetts and down in Florida. Love you, kids. Cliff and the lovely Helene Green and all of the crew down in Macon, Georgia. Wonderful people. I love them.
Me too.
And the lovely Lily Heisen-Buto down in Key Largo, Florida. Love you, baby. Cindy, Brian, and Christine Azarski, as well as the lovely Susan Ashcraft out there in Yorba Linda, California. That reminds me, over the years, I have sent prototypes, that is my drawings without coloring them, to a number of people, all adults. Up until this time in history, I happened to send a few to say, let your daughter, she's about 11 years old, I said, let her color these. Okay, by and by, they scan them and send them back to me. And I tell you true, she is the first person, adult or otherwise, that I've ever given an A mark to, an A. No other adult or anything has ever gotten any further than, say, a C+.
Her stuff was good.
Yeah, yes. Maybe it's because of the innocence within her heart and she was doing what she felt, and she managed to get us some of the universal equation.
Yeah.
Cabrina Mara Cooks, I love you, baby. Out there, and Tashika Garrison, her daughter, and Lenora Hudson out in Torona, California. Love you, baby. The lovely Margaret Woodward. Baby, hang in there. Out in Ramona, California, my darling. Rich and Karen Horowitz over in Matawan, New Jersey. Beautiful people. Randy and the lovely Dina and little Nika Markel, as well as Lauren Ashley Parks out in Las Vegas, Nevada. Love you. Ray Nathan Rivera in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Jared and the lovely daughter Swan Buckaloo over in Delaware. And his aunt is going on, but she's gone to a better place. Jeff and Patty Knudsen out in Reno, Nevada. My doctor, orthosurgeon Robert Friedman. His associates, Dr. April Smith, Ann Merkel, Abalone, and Sorrente. The staff, Joyce, Vicky, Marianne, Ellie, Amy, Jenna, Miss Baldish, in Phillipsburg, New Jersey, and Eastern Pennsylvania. We love them. Stay with us now. We shall retire.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And welcome back, dear listeners. We're glad that you are here. Now, dear listener, remember this, write it down or something. Go to Riley Martin, RILEYMARTIN, RileyMartin.com. Get the Millennium Book, the original book, which is a collector's item. Sign if you wish, and get your symbols, people. You're not getting your symbols. Time is of the essence. Get your symbols. Remember, each and every symbol is one of a kind. There's no other person on the planet who will have a symbol exactly like yours, because there's no one else on the planet, even a twin, that's exactly like you. So get your symbols. Go to iTunes at RileyMartin.com and get my album. It's an original album. I sample the music, you know. Go to Amazon Kindle, and you can get the book on your iPad, your WePad, UPad, and all that type of stuff. The book, it's cheap. And also, ultimately coming out is the Cosmic Legend, what have you. Now, go to... now, there are special symbols that are not tickets, but there are a great deal of cosmic energy in those symbols. Go to the store. When you go to RileyMartin.com, click on the store, and you can see them and everything, and figure out which one you wish to have. They're not the symbols, but they bring many, many blessings with them. Yes, indeed, RileyMartin.com. Okay, check it out. Back to you, Iran.
Okay, your book, The Coming of Tan, it's an absolute masterpiece in my estimation. However, do you think that you will ever revise this book or add to it or even do another book?
There's another book that should be done. Eventually I will. When I think that they mayhaps have consumed enough of this book, because if you don't get The Coming of Tan, then the second book may be off the scope unless you understand The Coming of Tan first. So get that book, okay? Right. And get your symbols, people. It's a one of a kind thing. I do not make copies of my symbols. Your symbol is the only one on earth, just like yours. Always remember that. There are no two the same out of the 144,000 I must do. No two are ever the same. That's why I never get tired of doing them, because each time it's a new thing, and I am constantly held gaga at my own creativity that it comes forth. Wow. Yes, indeed. Yeah.
A motion picture would actually help for people who can't read the book.
Right.
And don't read the book.
Right. And on top of that, you've got colleges, you got universities and all of that. I want to pick the brains of these young geniuses. I know you have a budget for arts and humanities, bringing in speakers and things of that nature. I trust that I shall not bore you to distraction, but check me out. Go to RileyMartin.com and send me something and make me an offer, and I will come and we will talk and discuss and all of that. I would love to pick the brains of these young geniuses. Mm-hmm.
Okay, back to the calls,
okay.
Man. This will be Chuco in California.
Hello, Chuco. Chuco?
Good. Listen, I was trying to find out, being that it's dinner time there right now, are you eating?
No, I'm not eating right now. Why do you ask?
He wanted to know. Okay, we lost him. Next call, this is Dustin in Pittsburgh.
Hello, Dustin in Pittsburgh.
Hi, Riley. How you doing, buddy?
Okay, Dustin.
Now, first, I just want to say, this Stern, he's off every other week. We can't get an extra minute of the Riley Martin show?
Well, they could do that if they wished, but, you know, maybe the listeners chime in. Eventually, they'll get the message, you know, and put me on a little more. I could use it.
All right.
Thanks for that vote of confidence, good man.
Yeah, thanks for that call. This is Dennis in California.
Hello, Dennis, California.
Fred Martin.
Fred Martin.
Friend Dennis.
Attention one, Dennis.
I'm glad you are feeling better, my friend.
Yeah, I'm better now, Dennis. They caught me off balance. Yeah.
Yeah. Excuse me, I just had to open up a can of medicine. My question was, we just had the Oscars. Do the audience celebrate their entertainments, movies? Do they even have movies or listen to records or anything?
Well, sure, they have personalities. They have great musicians, actors, and things of that nature. Yeah, they have all of that. Mm-hmm.
Do they have the award shows that we have, though, is what I'm asking?
I'm sure they must have, though I never got a chance to witness such a thing, but I'm sure that they must have awards and things like that for exemplary people among them. Yes, I'm sure that they do. Actually, our societies on this earth is prototypes of their ancient societies. You know, they kicked us off and started us off on the road. So yeah, they do have, of a sort, some of the same things that we have here in the way of recognition of various different personalities. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Thank you for answering my question, my friend.
Take care, my friend. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for that call. Okay, there's a saying among us that variety is the spice of life.
Yeah.
Right? Humans are all different, unique, and stuff. Mm-hmm. Is there that much diversity amongst those Biavians? Because it doesn't seem like it. I don't get that impression that there is expressly unique as we are.
Well, once you get to know the Biavian, just from sight, just from looking at them, you can't really tell. But if you get to know one that's a companion of yours, you'll find that they have many personality elementals and quirks and things of that nature that would be of interest to you. But you got to get to know him. You see what I mean?
Yes.
I never got a chance to meet them individually by the hundreds and all that because of the factor of spreading human vectors and things of that nature. So Tan and Nella had been inoculated against any of my vectors, and therefore they were able to hang close. You see what I mean?
Got it. Mm-hmm. All right, next call. This is Jesse in San Diego.
Hello, Jesse in San Diego.
Hey, Martin, I got two questions for you.
Okay.
The first one has to do with that meteor that struck down in Russia.
Right.
It's not. Do you think it's possible maybe like the Biavians or transitions might have directed it that way to try and stir a little something up between the Russians and the United States?
No. No, good man. Anyway, good man. There were two space objects coming into our vector at roughly the same time. One was smaller, the other one was large. The second one was about as big as a 7-story building and about a half a block wide. It would have a city and a county killer, and it would have changed weather factors all over the eastern part of the world, and probably as far west as the American hemisphere. Now, that one, the BRBians nudged it. Astronomers, astrophysicists probably could tell you that, what they want. They nudged it so that it would miss the Earth. Now, the smaller one, they let come in because it was going to an unpopulated place, and they figured it would flare out or burn up in the atmosphere, and it pretty much did. But the sonic boom that came from it knocked out windows and scratched people up and all that, but no one was killed. And this happens. They have promised me that they will help to protect us from cosmic dangers. However, they will not prevent us from killing each other off. You understand? Because that's not allowed. But in that case, the reason our astrophysicists and astronomers didn't pick up on it sooner than they did was because it was daylight hours, difficult to see in the daylight, and it came in on a slanted vector, and so it was right on us before we were able to detect it like that. But still, they did nudge the big one so that it would miss the planet. Good man. So instead of harming us, they were trying to help us. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thanks for that call. Here is Jerry in Massachusetts.
Hello, Jerry in Massachusetts. Jerry.
You there, Jerry?
Hello.
Hello, Jerry.
Sorry, we missed him. All right. Next call, moving it along. This is Chip in Pennsylvania, Riley.
Hello, Chip in Pennsylvania.
Hello, Riley. I have a question for you.
Okay.
Several years ago in Kajaw Pond in a town called Honesdale, Pennsylvania, there were some bright lights of different colors that came through. They swirled around and took off very quickly. Shortly after that, there were sightings of this black panther-like animal in the area for about a month or two. And then there were no sightings after that. Did the Biavians use animals, to look after us or find out information about us?
Well, I know that the Biavians have seeded various different planets with animals. For instance, the bottlenose dolphin is not a native of the Earth. They introduced it here way back thousands of years ago. I also believe that the Sasquatch, a Bigfoot monster, also has a connection because I saw one above the Great Mothership with the Biavians, and they put them down here in out of the way places and things of that nature. Now, the reason that they do this, I cannot tell you. Nonetheless, it's like saving such things as rare species that's indicative of this climate or this atmosphere, and they do move them around from time to time to various places and reintroduce them. It's not a year go past that we don't discover some animal that we don't know nothing about, have never seen before. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Yes. Do they bring these back to the mothership to study what they've seen here?
Yeah, well, possibly. If they don't pan out here, they would pick them back up and everything.
And I have one more quick question for you. The symbols that you sell,
right.
You say that at some point the Biavians will take us to the mothership. Is there a limit to how many people they're going to take?
144,000 heads of families and all of their immediate loved ones. There's a reason for that. That will give us enough of a genetic cross-reference to the Mongoloids, the Negroids, the Caucasoid, and all of that, as to where we could reproduce the entire human race without, say, a person have to marry their first cousin or something of that nature. And I suppose that if that is not enough, they will take others who do not have a symbol and what have you. However, if you have a symbol, you are in, like Flint. And
great show, Riley. I love it. I listen every week. You do a wonderful job.
Well, thank you, good man. And love to you and your lovely family. And people, remember, I never told you that I came here to make sure that you died. I did not. I'm back here only as a little messenger to try and bring some sense into this madness so that we may go forth into the future without destroying this beautiful planet. And it is a beautiful planet. I've seen other planets. This is a beautiful planet. It's a jewel among the stones. But if necessary, once again, you shall walk among the stars. Let me give a shout out here to the lovely Renee Four and her beautiful daughters, the great Jack Pierce. She makes Renee's Raw Chocolate. Check it out. It's wonderful. They're in Glen Ellen, Illinois. Matt Ben and the lovely Sheila Panther, wonderful people down in Stone Mountain, Georgia. Gary the Avatar and the lovely Lisa Parsiak in Des Plaines, Illinois. The great Hunan Ra in Honolulu, Hawaii. Carolyn Sultan out in Newport Beach, California. Chris Pauline and Nictel and the boys, Angelo and Xavier out in Hillsbury, California. They make good wine. Beautiful people. Leah Coyne, my darling, out in L.A., California. Justin Surratt Jr., the great cartoonist in Berlin, New Jersey. Andre Johnson and his mom, Vivian, in Tarboro, North Carolina. Fred Chatham down in West Palm Beach, Florida. Love you guys. Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom, Grace, down in Falls Church, Virginia. Princess Lee in Navarre, Florida. Tyler Alt and Miss Dominica in Carlsbad, California. Marva Joy McKenzie in South Miami, Florida. Mark Murad and Eve in Denver, Pennsylvania. The lovely Gladys Marks, Sister Gladys Marks down in Atlanta, Georgia. Love you, baby. Ed McCurdy and Miss Akani in Brooklyn, New York. Ricky D, the great Ricky D. Atkinson in Charleston, West Virginia. Vance Pilar and Pilar Mason in Erlanger, Kentucky. Stick with us now. We shall return.
From the world above, from the world beyond.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
Yes, and we are back. Good listeners, thanks for staying with us. People, I want to reintroduce to you a man who, some people in the world are what I call sensitives. They can pick up on cosmic elementals so they know when the ships are close. There's a man in D.C. His name is Wilbur Allen. He is the premier UFO photographer. His work has appeared in National Geographic, the Huffington Post, on YouTube and other places all over the place. And Wilbur, I met him. We were out in Nevada, close to what is deemed to be a secret governmental location. I think you know what I'm talking about. They brought me out there because I could show them how to clandestinely enter the perimeter in a place, hopefully, that we would not be picked up, and get them close to the installation and what have you. And Wilbur Allen is one of these men who has a special camera. It would take pictures in the blackness of night and what have you. And if I tell him, come here, Wilbur, I feel him. He said, I feel him too. I feel him too. And I would say, shoot the sky. And he would take his camera, like that, a special camera. And sure enough, there would appear UFOs, unidentified flying objects, on that film.
Yes.
Every time. I don't know how he does. Well, I know how I do it, but he's the first one I've ever met that I would put on par with me as far as being a sensitive to know when they are near. To check him out, go to www.ufodc at AOL.com. The UFODC. Check him out, Wilbur Allen. Wilbur, we love you, and we're going to bring you on this show at some time in the very near future. You've been cleared. So contact me, and we'll set up a date. We love you, man. Take care. Yes, people now go to RileyMartin.com and get your Millennium book. You can also get the original book, The Coming of 10, both of them, and get your symbols. Now's the time to do it, people, because many things are going to be transpiring upon this earth between now and 2026. Another crucial time in our history. So get your symbols. I don't want to have to leave without you. Go to iTunes and get my musical album at Riley Martin. iTunes at Riley Martin. Get my musical album. It's original. You have not heard these songs? Go there and sample the music. Okay? iTunes at Riley Martin. Go to Amazon Kindle and you can get the book on your iPad and all that type of stuff, and your computer and whatever. It's cheap. There's a thing coming out of me live and in color down in Atlanta doing a lecture called the CosmicLegend.com. And go there and get that and all that. Now, for the special, there are special symbols that are not tickets, people. But there's a great deal of cosmic resonance within these symbols, and it is good for you. I don't do negative, so it will bring you positive things upon the earth. Go to, when you get to RileyMartin.com, click on the store, and you can see examples of these symbols. Check it out. And back to you, Eronimus.
Those pictures from Wilbur Allen stopped me in my tracks. Breathtaking.
Yeah, my goodness. And the guy... he could feel what I felt, and he's the first one I've ever met with that strong of a sensitive. Yeah.
Right. All right, people, don't forget you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab. Okay, I have a question, but you have a mothership load of callers here, so we're going to go right back to you. All right, here's Bob in East Meadow.
Hello, Bob in East Meadow. Bob.
Hey, pal. Listen,
Hi.
I have 2 points to make with you, Riley, if I could.
Okay.
Last week, David Spade said your show was the best show on the channel. And today, on Howard's show, Alex Jones said yours was his favorite show on the channel.
Oh,
what
wow.
do you make of that in general? And if you answer that, I have one other question, just as serious.
Yeah, well, I mean, I appreciate it from these guys, especially David Spade, because I've been following him for years, you know, Saturday Night Live and all that. Right. And, he's great. He's a maniac, and I love his work. Yes, indeed. And everything. And my other man, I don't know too much about him.
Alex Jones. Radio host.
Yeah. Okay, radio host. But I haven't been hearing his work that much. However, I appreciate that these guys are paying notice to this old country boy. I really do.
In the same token, I value your opinion. With the 2 news guys that they have on Howard, Steve Langford, clearly a hard-hitting news guy, and now they have this wannabe entertainment reporter, John Lee.
Yeah, you're right. Well, now, I've met John, and I like the man. I once gave him some inside information about Middle Easterners hooking up with dope dealers to smuggle bombs into New York City. He did not, of course, didn't believe me because I'm just a dumb old jigaboo. Nonetheless, a week later, it came out on the radio that they had caught these people. Why? Because there are people who are higher up on Capitol Hill that I do tip off when I do get these discernments. I'm told something like this. And so it would be best if when I told him something that he would take it to heart. For instance, a year before 9/11, I told Howard what was coming down. Naturally, he did not believe me, right? And what have you, but that's water under the bridge. All I'm saying is, I know of whence I say, else I would not say it. You understand? And so I've gotten to the point now as to where, unless it directly impacts them, I won't even tell them. You know.
All right. Let's cut it close, but let's try one more call. Let's squeeze it in here. Mark in San Diego.
Hello, Mark in San Diego.
Make it quick.
Hey, what's up, Riley? Eron.
All right.
Quick. Tomorrow to show Solitude with Riley, I'm showing up drunk to work. Everybody show up drunk. Let's go streaking. Smoke a sherm stick. Woo!
Yeah, well, have fun, big guy. But don't lose that job because, you know, the Republicans are about to put us all out of work because they hate Obama and things of that nature. So if you got a job, I would suggest you hold on to it, good man. Yes, indeed.
Praises to the Bud Light. Woo!
Yeah, okay. I like Miller Lite. But anyway, take care, good man, and thanks for calling in. Have fun. People going out now. Let me give a shout out to Vance and Pilar Mason in Erlanger, Kentucky, Richard Counter in Dublin, Ohio, Jason and Joshua Wonder in Sykesville, Maryland, Tal Sims and Lisa Marie Tabila. Happy birthday, Tal, in Kernersville, West Virginia. Omega and Nancy Gonzalez down in Macon, Georgia. Hanging there, baby, we love you. Jim Borrett, the great Jim Borrett, over in Pennsylvania. Jakers Worstock and all the crew up in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. Still love you, man. John Hummert, Eddie Hagan and Sandra over in Illinois. Doug Netler and his son Dylan down in Miami, Florida. The lovely sister Nana Bakan in Darby, Pennsylvania. Go to RileyMartin.com. Get your symbols, get your books. Go there and get them. iTunes at RileyMartin.com. Get the music. Amazon Kindle and get the book there. Go to thecosmiclegend.com on RileyMartin.com and then click on the store and get the special symbols. You will love them and everything. Once again, shout out to the great W.O.L. Regon and Michelle, Sir Breton, and the lovely Jennifer. Tell them, ladies, that I love them dearly. And Big Jim Colosimo McClure. And take care, Daniel. And Stephen Geiger and his son Daniel out in Yorba Linda, California. Sorry about that. Yes, indeed. We love you. Take care of the Riley Martin Show. Meet us next week right here. Yes, indeed. Riley Martin Show. Shoo. Take care. We love you.
Beyond. Riley Martin. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101. From the world above.
Across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours.
From the world beyond.
Regarded this earth with envious eyes.
Howard 101 brings you
envious eyes.
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello. Hello. Hello, good listeners. Hello, good listeners. And welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you are here tonight. Tonight we have a very special treat for you. Let me give a shout out to the great man with the plan, the technician of the ages, the man who is on the board, tweeting the tweeters and twaggling the twitters and Jimmy the Jammers. I speak of none other than the great Double O, Al Ragon, and a shout out to the lovely Michelle. And by his side, as usual, is the man on the white horse, riding through the field of tulips, picking up the little maidens. I speak of none other than the great technician, producer, Sir Breton, and shout out to the lovely Jennifer. And of course, by my side, as usual, the one and only. The man who guides and produces and does the technical thing. And he's also my co-host and brother. I speak of none other than the great Eric Eron Macaulay.
All systems go, spaceman.
Yes. And let me give a shout out to the big Jim Colosimo McClure. And, you know, they take vacations, they take a 1 week vacation every other week. I wish I could, boy, but I need the money. But anyway, and let me give a shout out also to a beautiful lady whom I have fallen in love with in the payroll department. Her name is Elaine. Yes. And I had queried her a question or something. I said, I thought I was getting 3 shows this week. And she said, no, but she explained it to me. And I was just gaga. And because she has such a lovely voice. And I was saying, Elaine. And she said, and that's why you'll get it on the next go-around. I said, Elaine. Like that. And Iran said, man, once you quit that, man, you can't just go fall in love with beautiful women and everything. I said, Iran, I just got 2 words to say to you. What's that? And he said, oh, man, you crazy. Like that. And then he just went on off in disgust, walked on off, and everything. People, I got a special for you tonight. Now, you people on the phone and all of that, just hang on. But I want to introduce you people to a marvelous fella whom I also consider one of my brothers. We've met again in this lifetime, and what have you. His name is Wilbur Allen. Wilbur Allen. You can get him at UFODC.com. UFODC. Now, let me tell you a little something about Wilbur. In the latter part of last year, we were contracted, me and Wilbur, and the great Iran, to come out to Nevada and assist in an operation out that way. It is near a installation that is erstwhile secret and things of that nature, and you're not supposed to get in there too close. And but I and Wilbur, being of sensitive vibrational mind, were able, we thought, able to lead them to a certain vantage point, getting closer to that installation than is normally done, without being spotted and things of that nature, and what have you. It's going to come out on TV sometime in the near future, at which time we will apprise you of it. But in any case, now this is how I met him. Okay, I was introduced to him, and I took his hand, and all of a sudden there was a big bush of data. Looked like it jumped back through centuries and all that, and so I had to turn him loose. And I said, "Sir, you are sensitive also?" He said, "Yeah." Now, people, let me tell you a little bit about it. Okay, Wilbur Allen, he's world renowned as a UFO photographer. He has been all over the world at the right place and the right time to take photographs of these ships, because, like me, he can feel them coming. He can feel them. So we put up at the same hotel, the Cowboys Dream Hotel and Resort out there in Alamo, Nevada. At this place, people, that you could not phone out without permission, because we're supposed to, keep it quiet. And there was no television. The radio only had one station. But they fed us good. They were good, jovial, wonderful people, took good care of us. The Cowboys' dream at Hotel and Resort at Alamo, Nevada. Anyway, I said, Wilbur, I can feel them when they're close. Now, before sundown that evening, I looked up in the sky, and I was feeling the vibrations, and I saw a great bird. The cloud was shaped like a great bird, perhaps miles across. After a while, the configuration changed into an arc, a definite arc, in the sky, and I called the hotel owner out there, and I said, look at that. He says, arc. Yeah, it's an arc. I said, something's coming down. And so when the sun went down that evening, it was an overcast, cloudy evening or night, early night. And I was laying in my bed, and I sat straight up. I said, they're here. And I went outside. And when I went out into the rock garden, beautiful garden out there, I saw Wilbur jamming across the yard, coming toward me. He felt it too. And I said, Wilbur, I feel him, but I can't see him. It's overcast. I can't see him. And he said, don't worry. I've got special camera equipment. Now, his work has appeared in National Geographic, the Huffington Post. You can get him on YouTube. And he has done several stints on Coast to Coast radio several times, and he has went as much as 3 hours at a time. So he knows of whence he speaks. And he said, this camera, this is a special camera. It can shoot through the miasmic of this and pick them up. I said, well, Wilbur, shoot the sky. And he, and then I said, oh, they're gone. He said, yeah, I felt it. And then I said, man, you can't take nothing in black dark with no flashers. What are you talking? He said, yes, this camera can. Then he ran it back to me in real time and showed me that coming across the sky, leaving a fusion trail at about Mach 10, I guess, for about 20, 30 miles, and this thing jumped across the sky, then stopped on a dime, did a 90-degree maneuver. We have nothing that can do that. It's not an airplane. It's not a helicopter, people. And then it jumped back in the direction from whence it came, stopped again on a dime, and then, pew, went straight up, jumping out of the stratosphere to parts unknown. And he had all of that on his camera. I don't know what kind of camera that is. Maybe he can explain to you. And everything. So he's a sensitive. And there are only a handful. For instance, the very sensitive people I know are the two Mikes, Jamal, and Cliff, and a few others who are very sensitive people, Cindy, a few sensitive people. Now, I believe I have Wilbur on the other line. And are you there, Wilbur Allen?
I'm definitely here, Riley. How you doing?
Oh, great. Thanks, man. It's a great honor to have you on my show.
It's an honor to be here.
Oh, good. Now, I want you to tell the people a little bit about yourself, man. Just go hog wild.
Well, it starts for me. My story's a little different than most.
Mm-hmm.
I'm from a loving U.S. military family, and I was raised on U.S. bases all my life.
Right.
And for about a few years, I lived on a base in England called Sculthorpe. And Sculthorpe is on the, I believe, the northeastern shore of England. And as I was about 5, I awoke one night to a door of my bedroom bursting open, and in walked 5 small extraterrestrials in silver spacesuits. They're what people would consider grays. And at that time, I tried to scream, and my vocal cords were inhibited. I tried to run, and my legs didn't work. but they didn't completely immobilize me like they immobilized everybody else in my family household. So I was sitting there face to face with this extraterrestrial that implanted me. And that's how all of this started.
Yeah. Something similar happened to me. For instance, in 1953, the fall of the year, they had come close enough till they were shining in my room and illuminating the house. We didn't have electricity. And I tried to shake my brothers. 2 brothers slept in this big room with me, and my mom and dad and a couple of sisters in the other room. And I could not awaken them.
Yeah.
But I heard the voice say, "Friend Martin, come out. We have need to speak with you." I went out and got my dog, Brown Boy. He was waiting. And we went down to the river, and thus began this fantastic journey. So I know of whence you speak. You understand? They are able to inhibit the neurofactors of others around you because they want to talk to you.
What they do is they apply a dampening field to the cerebral cortex. And, you know, what better place to stop the flow of information to the body than at the brain? So it leaves them aware of what's happening, but they're unable to do anything about it because the flow of information has been inhibited. And that's what they do to all electrical impulse organisms. And we are electrical impulse organisms.
Well, certainly. Now, later in life, I asked my mom and dad, because I hadn't really told them anything because they had inhibited my memory of the incidents. They would not awaken it for another some 30 years. But I asked my mom and dad, I said, "Do you guys believe in aliens?" And Dad and Mom says, "Sure we do, man. The old Indians speak generations back that they have seen lights in the sky above this area. We believe that they are out there. The God made them too, just like he made us." And I said, "Well, that's very spiffy. I didn't know Mom and Dad was that sharp, you know," and everything. And thus began this fantastic journey. And but when I first met you, you made such an impression on me until I had to turn your hand loose, man, because it was so heavy duty. I said, "Man, this guy is back again." I picked up on you back in, I guess, ancient Ireland. And you were from the Moorish clan, and the Irish, like being black Irish or something. And this was centuries ago and all that. I saw this, and I said, "This man is so sensitive," which is why this group wanted us particularly to be out there so that we could go and do some secret stuff and hopefully not get caught. And everything.
We got more than we bargained for out there.
Yeah, I know.
Whatever that object was, it communicated with me telepathically. And when I got back, then you and Iran were there. And what was my disposition when I got back to that band? I was absolutely freaked out, wasn't I?
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, you were.
Yeah.
Oh, and, I said, "We got to get out of here now."
Yeah, but you see, the danger was not coming, I don't think, from the sky. It was coming from those people out there at the installation.
He told me to move, and I moved. And as I got back to that van, that car shot out of the gate of Area 51. It was doing about 60, 70 miles an hour, remember?
Yeah. Yeah, right. And I told the rest of the crew, I said, "Whatever you do, if you have to sacrifice yourself, throw yourself on the knife, protect Riley Martin." You know what I mean?
It was absolutely freaky, and we did have, indeed, a close encounter. Not one of those people even knew it.
Right. And my goodness, and I thought it was one of the key points of my career because I had to be substantiated that I wasn't nuts or anything because you proved to me that when I feel the ships over, that is true. And you caught it on camera. I don't know what kind of camera you got, man.
And in the band, you said, "Look, over there, Iran, do you see it?" And Iran said, "Yeah, I see it now." But you saw it. When we got out the band, I photographed it. It was there. Like
you
said. It was there.
Yeah, well, I can feel them. I know when they are close. For instance, for some reason on this particular night, the ships are over this area, perhaps between here and D.C., or what have you. And I don't doubt for a moment that they are listening even as we speak. You know?
An object that I photographed 2 nights ago that is exactly the same as the anomaly I photographed in Area 51.
Yeah, definitely.
It's here.
Yeah, definitely. They are more or less following along on this because it is very seldom in this life. In fact, I never met one as strong as you of the sensitives. But there must be others in the world. But we haven't crossed paths again in this life. You see what I'm talking about? And so I feel very honored, to have picked up on you and to have met you, my dear brother.
Well, we're some of the few that had these encounters that didn't go over the cuckoo's nest.
Yeah, right.
About this stuff. And most people will sit there and tell you that I'm off my rocker, sitting there talking about aliens and all this other wild stuff. But the realities are it's real.
Yeah, and okay, the reason I have not went off the deep end, I suppose, is because they did not harm me. They embraced me. Secondly, they definitely told me about the coming of fire in the sky above New York before 9/11. I passed it along to some of the personnel at this station. They did not believe me. And it happened, But later on, last year, I believe it was, I picked up on, I called the newsman. I said, you're not going to believe this, man. I said, there's 3 Middle Eastern guys hooking up with South American dope dealers. And they're planning on smuggling a bomb into New York, and it's close to your location, so I think you should know. They're going to blow up the Arab embassy or whatever. But the newsman did not believe me. But then I called a friend of mine in your town around Washington, D.C., that's high up in elements of black ops and things of that nature. I won't call his name. And I told him about it. Okay, 1 week later, it came on the news. We caught 3 Middle Eastern guys trying to smuggle a bomb into New York City and blow up the Arab embassy, and we got them. But I had given them the heads up. And so other times, I know who to call now instead of would-be famous radio personalities who don't believe a damn thing. You see what I'm talking about, right? And so it's...
And they wouldn't believe it.
Right, and it proves to me, what it does, it proves to me that my information is dead on. And, it's dead on, and that I am not, literally spacing out or anything of that nature. And there have been other times that you do not know of, and they don't know of, that I pass along information. The people on the receiving end now have start taking my projection very seriously, and what have you. Geez. Stay with us. People, let me give a shout out here to Mike and Diane Voigt. Mike is the great composer, writer, musician, performer. And I'll give a shout out to the great Jamal and Luda and beautiful baby Victoria that's out in Ogden and Sandy, Utah. Cliff and Helene Green and all the crew down in Macon, Georgia. Stay with us, Wilbur. Now just stay on the line. I may call you again. I want you to listen. Lily Heisenbutel down in Key Largo, Florida. Love you, baby. Cindy, Brian, and Christine, the beautiful little Christine Zarsky, as well as their friend Susan Ashcraft, the oceanographer out in Yorba Linda, California. Cabrina Mara Cooks, her daughters Tashika, Garrison and Lenore Hudson. Margaret Woodward, love you, baby, take care. Ramona, California. Rich and Karen Horowitz out in Mattawa, New Jersey. Randy and the lovely Dina, and the beautiful little Nika Markel, and also the lovely Lauren Ashley Parks out there in Las Vegas, Nevada. Ray Nathan Rivera in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Jared and the lovely daughter Swan Buckaloo in Delaware. Jeff and Patty Knudsen out in Reno, Nevada. Stay with us now. We shall return.
From the world above, from the world beyond.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
Yes. Yes, indeed it do. The Riley Martin Show. Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us, people. If you want to find out more about the great Wilbur Allen, go to www.ufodc.com. UFODC. Because there's a lot of stuff there. We walk around, most of the humanity does not know what's going down. This man has been in the military and has hobnobbed with any number of people, including Buzz Aldrin, Edgar Mitchell, the astronauts and all that. He has a lot of information. One day I got to bring him on for the entire show. But right now I want you to go to RileyMartin.com. Get the Millennium Book, the original book, which is a collector's item, while they last. And people, get your symbols. If you got one symbol, you can have 7 symbols in your own name. Though 001 is your ticket out of here. You understand? But there are many aspects to your personality that you should know. And so you can get 002, 003, 004. There are some people on the earth, some famous and some not. I'm not at liberty to call their names, that has a lot of symbols because they collect this art, each and every symbol. It's not the same. What I'm saying is that if you get a symbol, it is geared to your vibrational, etheric value, and nobody else on the face of the earth will have your particular symbol. So get them while you can, while I'm still here. Also, check out iTunes for my album at Riley Martin. iTunes at Riley Martin, the original album, I be kicking, picking and a grinning. Yes, indeed. And now, also, you can get the book at Amazon Kindle on your iPad, iPod, and computer and all that type of stuff. And it's cheap. And also, there is also, you go to, you can check out the Cosmic Legend. That's me in living color talking down in Atlanta. When you go to RileyMartin.com, click on the store, and you'll see it down there and all that, RileyMartin.com. And welcome back. And how you doing, E-Ron?
I'm doing good, people. You can also listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com, click on the Listen Online tab. You can call us, 888-STERN-101, and ask the spaceman questions. You can also email us questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com. Okay.
I bet them listeners are chomping at the bit.
Yeah, they are. I have a couple quick questions, though.
Okay.
Number one, have you ever done a symbol for an inanimate object?
An object?
Yes.
No, I have not. It has to be alive.
A living person.
Right. A living thing or person. I've done them for pets. And what have you?
Right.
But no, I don't do like Chevrolets and gnome statues and stuff like that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and also, before we get to these calls, okay, with respect to Wilbur Allen, he said something about being visited by Greys, aliens, and he said that he believes he was implanted with something, Your experiences, I presume, happened even before his because you're older.
Right.
Okay, why would they implant him and they wouldn't implant you?
Well, okay. I was not visited by the Greys per se. The people who visited me are Biarians. They know how to implant your etheric vibration in their neurotronic computers. They do not have to implant you, but the levels of technology among various different aliens is different. There's a lot of aliens out there.
Yes.
The Greys perhaps have to implant you, but the Biarians do not. They get your vibration, and there's no other vibration exactly like yours on the planet. The only way you could dampen their not knowing where you are at all times is to probably be underground in a lead-lined box or something for them not to exactly know where you are at all times. But their technology is greater than that of the Greys, I believe.
Yes, so is it true that there are different groups and different types of Greys and that the separate groups of Greys are under the auspices of different groups of extraterrestrials?
I would not doubt it. I know that one group is under the auspices of the Targzisians, who are the reptilians, but quite possibly there are others. For instance, aboard that great mothership, I saw every skin tone from olive black to chalk white. That is, the browns, the reds, the yellows, some blues, and things like that. One of the women I made love to had a blue tinge skin, blue tinge with yellow type of spots on the body and all of this. So that's possibly true. Since they did not harm Wilbur,
yes,
I would assume that they meant him no harm or what have you, and he does not picture it as a very bad experience, as does many people who have been picked up by the Greys.
Yes, okay, and one more thing before we get to these calls.
Okay.
They're waiting for you to talk to you. Who do you think it was that actually got a hold of Wilbur Allen? I mean, do you think is any group connected to the 7 intelligence that you know?
I have found that in life, certain people have come across me, like the 2 Mikes. I've known them back in history. The lovely Cindy, I've known her back in history. Cliff Green, I've known him back in history. I am of the opinion that somehow they have engineered us getting back together in this lifetime, because this is a momentous time in the chronogenesis of humankind. You understand?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Right to the calls then. All right. This is Matt in Massachusetts.
Hello, Matt. Matt.
Olajuwon.
Olajuwon, Matt.
Hey, Riley and Eron. What's going on? You know what? I listen to 101. I listen to these channels like every day, pretty much. I don't even know why I bother, except for your show. And it's like, I think your bird could run these channels better and the programming on that they should. I mean, there's a show on last night about a fat guy eating McDonald's for an hour, when that could either be your hour or they could give you another hour tonight. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I mean,
but
serious. I think you have the best show, and it's like they're spitting in your face by underpaying you, and 1 hour a week is not enough of this show.
Right. Well, if all the listeners would chime in, where would they email to, Iran?
They can email to SiriusXM.com. They can just go to the website of Sirius.
Yeah.
Places where they can be instructed to go.
Right. My good man, for some reason or the other, me and the great Tim Sabian seem to have gotten off on the wrong foot or something, simply because I don't kowtow to greatness and things of that nature. And they know that it would be to their advantage to have more Riley Martin on the air. And at the rate they're paying me, it wouldn't pay for pizza delivered into the studio. So I don't see why they don't. But anyway, we keep trying because I am having the opportunity to talk to good people like you. And that is the reason that I stay here, and they know they got me. So you know, they are really stretching it out and penny pinching on this, and I don't know why.
All right, thanks, Matt. Call us back.
Matt. Yeah.
To send show feedback, you can tweet at Stern Show, people.
Yeah.
Next call, this is Chris in L.A.
Hello, Chris in L.A.
Hey, Riley, how you doing tonight?
Okay, Chris.
Thank you very much for taking my call. I was just wondering, this is actually Chris Brown. I was wondering if you have any tips on beating women. Shine bright?
No, son, my father told me, son, don't be hitting on them women or you'll end up snake bit. So I do not fight women.
We won't hold him against. I won't hold him against California.
Yeah, right. And don't you do it, son.
All right, back to California, Riley. This is Chase in California.
Hello, Chase.
Hey, Riley, how you doing?
I'm doing okay, Chase.
Glad to hear you're feeling good tonight and sounding good and everything.
Well, thank you.
Yes. My question for you tonight is, someone like myself, Tim Sabian, we like to ride motorcycles, dirt bikes, ride out in the desert and stuff. If we were to get onto the mothership and leave this planet, what is the planet? Is there recreational sports that we could do?
Sure.
Are we able to ride motorcycles? Anything like that?
Well, on the Great Mothership, you'd probably do it, you'd probably do it in the holograph room or something of that nature, but you wouldn't really have gas-burning motorcycles. However, there is an equivalent on the home planet of BRV. It's not burning gas, but you got the sound and you got the speed and everything else. Yeah, they would supply you with whatever you wish within reason, good man. They don't want you to stop being a human. So, yeah, you would be able to play sports and do other things, and visit your friends and so forth and so on, and ride down the road. It's a beautiful planet, into the mountains and all that on your bike. Yeah, you can do that. Mm-hmm.
All right, here's Jerry in Massachusetts.
Hello, Jerry in Mass.
Greetings, Riley. Greetings, Iran.
Greetings, Jerry.
Back to you.
Jerry.
I have two questions and an observational comment, if I may.
Okay.
The observational comment, first of all, Alex Jones was on the Howard Show last week, and he's a huge fan of yours. He says you have the greatest voice in broadcasting.
Oh, well, thanks, Alex.
Thanks to Alex. My two questions are relating to the Nazca civilization in Peru and the Tiwanaku Native Americans from Bolivia.
Right.
Okay, now the Nazca had those lines that were drawn that you could only see from high above. If you're on the ground, you can't make out what they are. Okay, now the soil in the area of both of those civilizations is comprised heavily of nitrates, which are principal elements in rocket fuel. So I was wondering, my question for that is the reason why the aliens were there to seek out those resources. Okay, and my second question, if I may, both of those civilizations, the Nazca and the Tiwanaku, both disappeared completely 1,000 years ago. Did the aliens come back and take them away?
Well, I know that on BRV there are human people who have been there since pre-biblical times and things of that nature. So, yes, there are humans on that planet and others out in the Milky Way galaxy. For instance, people who have been retrieved out of the zones like the Triangle, Bermuda Triangle, and other places. Yeah, so it's quite possible that they came and got them. Why? Because they had technologies that we cannot duplicate now, and they did not have pack horses. They did not have machines. They did not have cranes or anything of that nature in order to put these things together. And the only way they could have done these lines and what have you was to transmit from above for the workers on the ground and things of that nature. Also, they left those lines and those figures of animals and things of this nature so that the ancient visitors would come back someday and get them. Quite possibly they did so, come back and get them at that time, and what have you, my good man.
The descendants of those people are still here on Earth,
well,
though, correct?
Some of the descendants, yes. People, let me give a shout out to my Dr. Robert Friedman, a great orthosurgeon. His other doctors, April Smith, Ann Merkel, Abalone, and Sarante. The staff, Joyce, Vicky, Marianne, Ellie, Amy, Jenna, and Miss Baldish. In Phillipsburg, New Jersey, and Eastern Pennsylvania, the lovely Renee Four and her beautiful daughters, as well as Mr. Jack Pierce. She makes Renee's raw chocolate excellent there in Glen Ellen, Illinois. Matt, Ben, and the lovely Miss Sheila Panther down in Stone Mountain, Georgia. Matt is a computer genius, a good, like my son. Gary, the Avatar, and the lovely Alicia Posiak down in Des Plaines, Illinois. The great Hunan Ra over in Honolulu, Hawaii. The lovely Carolyn Sultan, Newport Beach, California. Chris Pellini and Natel and the boys, Angelo and Xavier, out in Hillsburg, California. They make good wine. The lovely Leah Coyne in L.A., California. Justin Surratt Jr., the great cartoonist in Berlin, New Jersey. Andre Johnson and his lovely mom, Vivian, in Tarboro, North Carolina. Fred Chatham in West Palm Beach, Florida, my brother, down that way. Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom, Grace, in Falls Church, Virginia. Daniel and his son, his beautiful son, Stephen Geiger, out in Yorba Linda, California. Princess Lee in Navarre, Florida. Tyler Alt and Dominica in Carlsbad, California. Marva Joy McKenzie, South Miami, Florida. Mark Murad and Eve out in Denver, Pennsylvania. Lady Gladys Marks, Sister Gladys Marks in Atlanta, Georgia. Stay with us now. We shall return.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN 101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we are back. Dear listeners, thanks for staying with us tonight. We hope that we are not boring you to a distraction. Somewhere in the midst of all that I say to you, ultimately there will be some nuggets of wisdom that will be implementary on your path through this space and time. People, go to Riley Martin, RILEYMARTIN, RileyMartin.com. Get the Millennium Book and the original book. It is a collector's item, autographed if you wished. And people, get your symbols. It won't hurt your budget. Get your symbol. Surely there's a friend, a loved one, a family member, or what have you, living or gone, that you want to get a symbol for. And you can add to your symbol number. You can. I can do personally up to 7, beyond which I only autograph and date them. Beyond 7. Some people have 100, 200, because they're collecting Riley's art. You can get my musical album. It's all original at iTunes at Riley Martin. Go there and sample the music. Okay. You can also go to Amazon Kindle and get the book for your iPad, iPod, and your tablet or whatever. You can get it there, the book. It's cheaper. There's also coming The Cosmic Legend, which is me in living color down in Atlanta doing a lecture. Get that too. All you got to do when you go to RileyMartin.com, click on the store, and you can see the special symbols. These are not tickets. but they have much, much universal cosmic power. And I only do good for people, never bad. Okay, go there and check them out. Yes, indeed. And welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. We'll take a few more calls later on as we go out here.
All right.
And everything. And also, Wilbur Allen now at UFODC.com. Check him out. This man, it's one of a kind. Yeah.
All right, here's Jack in New York.
Hello, Jack in New York.
Riley, how are you? It's great listening to your show, man. I love you.
Thanks, man.
I have a
Love you
question
too, man.
about the symbols. Is it possible to get a symbol for myself and my girlfriend is just one, or do we have to buy individuals?
No, if you request it, you don't have to buy individual. If you request it, I will do a combo symbol. Go to Riley Martin. Yeah, go to RileyMartin.com. That's truly, if you love her, then yes, I can do that. Go there, RileyMartin.com after the show.
Great.
And get it rolling, kid. Get it rolling. I shall be honored. Yeah, I shall be honored. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you. Great show, man.
Thanks, man. Yeah, thanks, man. And if I was over there, I would say, hello, my man. And then I'd give her a great big hug. Yeah, sure. I'll be glad to do a combo symbol.
All right.
For you and her.
Thanks for that call. Call us back.
Yes.
This is Craig in Connecticut.
Hello, Craig in Connecticut. Craig.
Brother Riley.
How are you, Craig?
Oh, I'm wonderful just to be able to talk to you. Listen, you brought up Coast to Coast quickly. I just want to make two quick comments. Instead of calling up there and saying Baba Booey, call up Coast to Coast and say, hire Riley.
Yeah, right, yeah. Right, I've done that show on a number of occasions. I've done as much as 4 hours in one time. Oh, they are quite progressive and what have you. And should they call, I would be glad to do that show again.
All right, here's Jason in Massachusetts.
Hello, Jason in Mass.
Hi, Riley. I just wanted to, first of all, thank you because I have had struggled with addiction, living on the streets, actually, until receiving one of your symbols. This is as recently as 3 weeks ago. And since I purchased through a friend, purchased it for me, one of the symbols through your site, I've actually turned my life around, and I wanted to thank you for that. I have a house and wife and kids, things that I never thought I would have. So
bless your heart.
I wish Tim Sabian and all those fools at Sirius, could just understand what you bring to people's lives, so that they could make sure that they lock you up for the long term here, and before you go off to terrestrial radio or something like that.
Yeah. Thank you, good man. And I'm so glad that my symbol has performed some positive thing in your life. You are a great man. You have great potential. You can do great things upon the earth. Never forget from whence you have come. And I am happy. Welcome aboard. Your symbol will protect you and guide you. And thank you so much, and give my love to your lovely family. And I'm happy my life has not been in vain, that I've accomplished something of value for you, good man. Thank you.
Call us back.
Yes.
Let's try to squeeze one more here, Riley.
Right.
This is Chris in Arizona.
Hello, Chris. Arizona.
Chris.
That's for you, Mr. Martin, and Aaron. How you folks doing tonight?
Okay, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks.
Good. Shout out to Matt, Martin, Chelsea, and San Diego. We always email Sabian to try to get you more time.
Yeah, well, maybe he'll take the message. Maybe he'll take the message sooner or later, Chris.
If you have a question, you better make it quick, Chris.
What about these Dogons being able to describe the Sirius B star long before we were? How is this possible, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Back during the time of ancient Sumeria, there were a group that we call the Niptorians. They are water people. They came up out of the river, out of the Nile, and congregated with these people and taught them things that we're just now discovering with our sciences and things of this nature. So, yeah, they were there because the Niptorian, the Screed, the Niptorian, the Toxicians, and also the Dorians were trapped there on that island called Atlantis out in the Mediterranean, and they congregated with the people and all of this because there were things that they needed, such as a U-235, the yellow cake, uranium, gold, and things of this nature, and they taught them at the time, and they passed it down through the griots over many generations, Chris. Take care and give my love to the family. People, let me give a few shout-outs here as we go out. Princess Lee in Navarre, Florida. Mark Murat and Eve in Denver, Pennsylvania. The lovely Lady Gladys Marks down in Atlanta. Ed McCurdy and Akani in Brooklyn, New York. Ricky D. Ackerson the Great in Charleston, West Virginia. Vance and Pilar Mason and Erlanger, Kentucky. Richard Counter in Dublin, Ohio. Jason and Joshua Wonder, Sykesville, Maryland. Tal, the great Tal Sims and Lisa Marie Tapia in Kearneysville, West Virginia. Omega and Nancy Gonzalez, hang in there, baby, down in Macon, Georgia. The great Jim Borit, the marvelous man, brilliant, in Pennsylvania. Jacobs Worstock and the crew up in Oakville, Ontario, Canada. John Hummert and Eddie Hagan and Sandra down in Illinois. Doug Metler and his son, the great son, Dylan in Miami, Florida. Nana Bakan in Darby, Pennsylvania. Bill and Carrie Coolish out in Scottsdale, Arizona. Yeah, go to RileyMartin.com. Get the books, get your symbols. Go to Amazon Kindle and get the books there. Go to iTunes at Riley Martin and get the music and all that. Go and sample it. Click on the store. The Cosmic Legend, get that too. We love you. Thanks for being with us. Meet us back here next week on a brand new shoe and everything. And also check out Wilbur Allen at UFODC.com. We love you. And we are sorry that we have to leave you, but we really must say good notches are good notches are good notches. Meet us back here next week on a brand new shoe. We love you. Take care, my dear friends.
From the world above, from the world beyond. Riley Martin, The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101. From the world above,
Across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours
from the world beyond.
regarded this earth with envious eyes.
Howard 101 brings you
Envious eyes.
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
Hello. Hello, good people. Hello, good people, and welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Today is March 12, 2013. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Back in the studio, we have the one and only, the great technician, smoothing and grooving. I speak of none other than the scientist, the one, the great one, 00 Al Ragon. And shout out to the lovely Michelle. Love you, Michelle. And by his side, of course, is the one and only, the man on the white horse. The man who rides out of the forest, picks up the maidens and gallops off. I speak of none other than the great technician, producer, great electronics genius. I speak of none other than the great Sir Breton. And a shout-out to the lovely Jennifer. And, of course, by my side, as usual, is the stand fast, stay bad man, the one and only, the technician, the producer, the board member. I speak of none other than the great Eric Eron Macaulay.
Prudent man, seek knowledge, spaceman.
Yeah. Shout out to the lovely, oh my goodness, I forget her name. But anyway, shout out to her in the payroll department.
Elaine?
Elaine, that's right, because I'm in love with her. I should not forget her name. Yes, indeed. So welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. People, I want to tell you that we are during these strange and eventful times, when you count in all of the wars and rumors of wars, all of the political dissension among certain elementals of our governing order, the great sun flares that are magnanimous now, as well as a time when the outer rims and the outer rims beyond Saturn, there are meteors and meteorites inundating the skies and coming through all the time. I fear that one may break away and enter our stratosphere, and oh, heavens forbid, and what have you. The Biabians have told me that they will attempt to protect us from cosmic dangers. However, they will not protect us from each other. So therefore, I hope in my piteous dissertation be able to bring forth a little bit of sensibility and dare I say love for all people, all of God's children upon this earth, because this is a crucial time that we are going through here. People, with your wish, with your actions, with your elemental of decency and fairness and love, altruism, we can turn this thing around, because all things that happen upon this planet other than natural occurrences must be governed by the minds of those who would venture to say, I will not hate for the sake of hatred. I will not lie for the sake of lying. I will do a fair deal. I will feed the children. And I will judge each of God's children, regardless of their race, creed, color, or origin, by the content of their character, and not through racial or religious or any other manner of dogma. We have to get together here. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Elon, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. Okay, you say meteor has you've spoken about meteors, but is there any other kind of natural catastrophe that these aliens would have a problem with dealing with?
Well, I think the greatest, now they have promised to more or less change the trajectory of any deadly meteor, a body like that. And they have also promised to disperse, not stop, but disperse the greater sun flares. You see, theoretically, it could shut down a country. a great sun flare and what have you. And would take a long time for us to get back up and running, and what have you, shut down the satellites, the city lights, the power systems, the grid, and things like that. So they will, using a system of silver, gold, boron particles, and things of that nature, attempt to disperse it so that it won't focus in one particular geographical area. And I believe that they are in the midst of doing that even as we speak.
Got it. Okay, people send us email questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com. And, of course, you can call a Space Cowboy tonight live with questions, 888-STERN-101. Okay. I have some callers here. They're ready for you. However, I have a quick question here.
Okay.
All right. I know you're not a doctor. However, I want your take on this. There's an unusual thing that has happened and is happening amongst humans, and that is the fact that certain humans, after experiencing some type of a head trauma, they get this damage to their brain, and it unlocks some kind of a genius within them. A couple of them have become piano virtuosos. One man, after suffering a head trauma, brain damage, he was able to sculpt animals to an exquisite degree and all of this type of stuff. And I wanted to know, what is your take on that kind of a phenomenon?
The brain has the desire to learn things. We only use less than 10% of our brain power. Say, for instance, you get on the forward lobe, the frontal lobe of the brain, or in the cerebrum or cerebellum, you get a shutdown there through a jolt of some type of hit. Well, then many of the other neurons in the brain and the channels will attempt to open in other places. Wherein he had that talent and never knew that he had it and things of that nature. But now, all of the things around him, such as the world, the weather, the animals, the women, what have you, he no longer focuses on them. But this new thought pattern will ultimately try to find some coherence. And in doing so, it may unleash great genius. Now, though he said he hit his head at a young age, Nikola Tesla exhibited such forward concepts and ultimately inventions and things and what have you.
Yes.
And he stayed single all his life. So women didn't seem to, didn't seem to affect him at all. And he couldn't stand earrings and stuff like that. But
he didn't like shake people's hands either, right?
Right.
He didn't like hair either.
Right. But his concepts are even now being theorized and bring into order. He did, and I'm sure he did, because I've seen it work on Biave, build a tower that was able to draw the ether, electro ether, from the cosmos and turn it into electricity to light things far, far away and things of this nature.
Yes.
And, of course, the television you are watching and the phone you use, all these types of things are running off of his power, AC power. Edison only had the DC thing, and he had to build boosters every mile or two in order to light the lights anywhere, whereas Nikola Tesla figured out that if you could turn an armature, that it would go on and off. Like when you're watching your TV, it's not a solid picture, even though it's spinning so fast. The armature is on the AC current, the wires won't heat up and melt down. And so genius comes in many forms. Actually, one of our greatest tasks and one of our greatest treasures should be to seek out young people in the inner cities, the suburbs, the country, the mountains, everywhere that are that have a certain genius of their own, regardless of what it may be, in entertainment, in the sciences, in mathematics, and what have you. We should seek them out and don't worry about if they ain't got the money and all of that type of stuff, to go and find them, put a group of people out looking for them, and bring them to your greatest universities, and ultimately we will go beyond the triviality of our own sociology very quickly. We need it now because the world is in a lot of trouble. And I hope I didn't talk too long.
Yeah, I just didn't want to have to get busted upside the head to discover my own genius. All right, here's the callers, Riley. This is Eli in Los Angeles.
Hello, Eli, Los Angeles.
Hi, Riley. How you doing tonight?
Okay, Eli.
You know, I was wondering about the avians, if they have to, if they have anything comparable to like our flu virus, because I just feel like the flu has been really strong this year, and you know everybody I know has been sick multiple times. I was just wondering if our friends in the stars have to endure anything like that.
Well, they have pretty much overcome most of the major diseases that we have, you know, cancer, rheumatism, and stuff like that. However, it is possible. I have seen aboard that mothership, I've seen a couple of avians with like a sniffling or blowing their noses like that, because though you may have the power ultimately to heal all the major sicknesses and things of that nature, we must not fix the body as to where it is free of all its healing power. You have to leave the system intact so that the body can build the anti-germs to stop these things that may happen to you. And yes, a avian can catch a cold from a human and die. And vice versa. When I was aboard that great mothership, I could not associate with but only two avians. The rest of them would bow their heads and stuff to me, but they would keep their distances so as not to cross-reference the germs and things of that nature that I might pick up from them, or they might pick up from me. But, no, you have to leave the immune system intact so that it can fight off any type of vectors and things of that nature. However, they do far, far better at it than we have managed thus far. But we're getting there.
All right, thanks, Eli. All right,
thanks, Eli.
Here's Lewis in Oklahoma.
Hello, Lewis in Oklahoma. Lewis?
Hello, sir.
Hello, how are you?
My question is, I've noticed that through the time of recorded history that humans have hoarded and gathered gold. Mm-hmm. Do aliens have anything to do with that desire? I mean, since ancient, Egyptians, what is the reason for that?
Yes, well, gold is a great conductor. It does not tarnish for an eternity. No, yes, they like gold. However, I found out that there are certain meteors out there literally loaded with gold, so they don't have to rob us. I do believe that the Neptunians, these are the water people, aliens, separate gold from the ocean, but that's permissible because it's not like we do that or are able to do it to that extent and what have you. But yes, they have the precious metals and things. In the Milky Way galaxy, there's only a finite number of metallurgic elementals, and therefore, no matter where they're from in this circle that we are in, the Milky Way, then ultimately they must utilize some of the same metallurgical processes that we do in order to carry on their electronic systems and things of that nature. But the only time they ever sought to more or less use us for that was when they were stuck here about 32,000 years ago. But they don't do that now. Good man.
All right, next call. This is Bob in Philadelphia.
Hello, Bob in Philadelphia.
Hey, Riley, how are you tonight?
Okay, Bob.
You ever fucked a hamster in the pooper?
No, man, them little suckers, they want to fight when you do that. Shout out, to Jay Sharva down in Ohio, a great man. Mr. Kenneth Wallace. He's a truck driver up in Buffalo. And I met some great men, Barry and Michael Krutchik. Now, Barry's into entertainment out there in California, and his brother, Michael Krutchik, is a great doctor down in Tarpon Springs, Florida. Kyle and Corey Dimery. Actually, Corey works for Siemens, that big company out of Germany, and they say he can sell a dingo dog to Australian. He's in South Carolina and out in San Diego. Mikey and the lovely Diane Voigt. Now, Mike is a great composer, musician, artist. Yes, he is, performer. And Jamal Luda and the lovely baby Victoria, who's got a birthday coming up soon. Yes, and that's beautiful. Out in Ogden and Sandy, Utah. Mikey Blundick Sr. and Jr. and the lovely Jennifer Babcock up in Massachusetts. And down in Florida, Cliff. These two Mikes are my brothers. I consider them my brothers. Cliff and Helene Green and the crew over in Macon, Georgia. Lots of love there, kids. Lily Heisenbutel, my darling, in Key Largo, Florida. Cindy, Brian, and little Christine, a beautiful, marvelous artist. Zarski over in Yorba Linda, California, as well as Susan, the lovely Susan Ashcraft, the oceanographer in Yorba Linda. Cabrina Mary Cooks, his lovely daughters, Tashika and Lenora Garrison Hudson. Yeah, over in Torona, California. The lovely Margaret Woodward, hang in there, baby, in Ramona, California. Rick and Karen Horwitz in Matawan, New Jersey. Randy and Dina, and the lovely little Nika Markel. And, of course, Lauren Ashley Parks over in Las Vegas, Nevada. Ray Nathan Rivera in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Jared and the lovely Swan Buckaloo over in Delaware. Jeff and Patty Knudsen in Reno, Nevada. Stay with us now. We're going to be right back.
People of Earth, attention.
Howard 101. Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact from the world above, from the world beyond. The Riley Martin Show.
And we're back. Thanks for staying with us, people. And forget the foolishness. And let's get on with disseminating some rational information to the world.
Yeah.
People, I want you to remember, go to RileyMartin.com. Get the Millennium Book, the original book, and the symbols. You must get your symbols, people. You understand? No two symbols are the same. It is geared into your matrix, your vibration, your etheric vibration, and only you will have that particular symbol upon the face of the earth. It will not happen again in this era of time. Also, go to iTunes at Riley Martin and get my original album and what have you, and what I'm doing, the verbs, the verbal, the singing, and many of the instrumentations on there. Go to Amazon Kindle, and you can get the book there too, cheap. And also, pretty soon now, we're going to have you can also, right now, I think, you can order the audio book in my own voice. And also, you go and click on the store, go to RileyMartin.com and click on the store, and you will see some fantastic special symbolic configurations. Now, these are not tickets. However, they are chock full of positive energy and will help you along the way. And also, pretty soon we will have the hypnosis tape again, done many years ago by a hypnosis ufologist known around the world. Her name was Barbara Simon. She's no longer with us. But we'll have that video, that's DVD pretty soon, and you can get that. There were a lot of strange things, anomalies happened on that film that I cannot explain because I was just coming awake to all the knowledge, whatever it might be, that I hold. And so go there and get it, RileyMartin.com for one thing, and go click on the store, not on the symbols, but the store if you want those special symbols. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. Euronymous.
Back to your callers.
Yeah.
Here's Matthew in Connecticut.
Hello, Matthew in Connecticut.
Brother Riley.
Hey.
I have a problem.
Okay.
You know the old English word ye, meaning the.
Okay.
I recently watched the movie The Omen with Gregory Peck.
Okay.
And my last name is Ye Omen.
Well,
what can I do to break the curse?
Well, I wouldn't think that is necessarily a curse, my good man. Ye, in my jargon, that would be you. Omen, that in another language would mean great man of great knowledge, having within you such etheric value as you have not yet rediscovered. So don't be ashamed of your name, good man. I think it's a good name. I like it.
All right. Thanks for that call. That movie, was a classic, by the way.
Yeah.
All right. Here's Dan in Arizona.
Hello, Dan in Arizona.
Dan in Arizona.
Dan?
Yeah, I just want to talk to you about whenever the UFO sighting was here, and you never talk about the fact that people were abducted that had never been seen before on that day in 1995. Lee Sloan was abducted. We've never seen him again. Scott Roy was abducted. Blake Rogers were abducted. None of these people have ever been seen for again. So why are there so many abductions when we never see the people again?
Well, there are people on BRV that's been there since pre-biblical times, all the way back to Enoch, Noah, Isaac, and others. I'm saying that they may have been given the opportunity that I had. You can either go with us, or you can go back to the earth and give this information. They may have found it fascinating enough to go back. Now, other abductees in the world who have lived to tell about it have never said that no matter who these aliens were, they did not hurt me. They returned me unharmed. And so I have to believe that the aliens have no desire to harm a human, and they may have chosen to go on to other climes out in the cosmos. And it may, there are some 39 different species of aliens, of which I know of 7, and they treated me quite well, good man. So I believe that they are doing good if they haven't fallen to misadventure or something of that nature.
All right. Thanks for that call. Okay. After all of these years, in the aftermath of that, that's the first time I've ever heard that people have been abducted.
Yeah, I've never seen anything. I mean, I've heard of people being abducted and returned, but I don't know that there's been cases lately of people disappearing like that. But maybe he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, perhaps their local media there is on the case on that. All right, next call. Here's Matt in Massachusetts.
Matt in Massachusetts.
Matt?
Kwam Salajuwan, Matt.
Riley, Iran, I wanted to ask about light formations in the sky, but as I'm holding, I am noticing that this 101 is thinking of bringing back Bubba the Love Sponge for like a 5-day-a-week spot. I mean, they have that time to give him, like, why would they not give it to the best show on Sirius or radio for that matter.
That is unconfirmed at this moment, though. That's unconfirmed.
Oh yeah, but in any incident, the man makes a good point. Now there is a gentleman, Mr. Kenneth Wallace, a great man, up in Buffalo, New York, and he has thousands, hundreds, if not thousands, of truck drivers signing a petition to get me more time on the air and what have you. If I'm going to send them a little round piece of cardboard with get to it on it, round to it. Say, this is a round to it. And maybe eventually, good man, they'll get around to it. And give me more time on the air. But thank you for that vote of confidence.
Yes, call us back. All right, here's Jesse in San Diego.
Hello, Jesse in San Diego.
Hey, now. Hey, I just wanted to say, first of all, your show is great.
Thanks.
I actually talked to Matt, who you were just talking to, and Chris from Zona on a weekly basis about how great your show is.
Oh,
and
thanks.
I wanted to play a game with you. It's called F, Marry, Kill. And it's been played on Howard's show and some other shows. And the three characters I wanted to ask was the Beovians, the Tarzicians, and the Screed.
Yeah.
Now you'd have to pick a race to F. You have to pick one to kill and one to marry.
The Beovians, I'd marry them.
Okay.
The Beovians, the Screed, for some reason, they did not appear to me to be a danger to me. And what's the third one?
F, marry, or kill.
I mean, what's the third?
Tarzicians, Beovians, Screed.
Screed. Tarzicians. Oh, the Tarzicians, if I was going to kill anybody, it would be them reptiles. And I'd marry the Beovians. And the Screed, I'd just leave them alone.
All right, thanks for that call.
Yeah.
All right, here's Zach in Chicago.
Hello, Zach in Chicago.
Hey now, Riley.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm okay.
I was calling to ask, which of the 7 terrestrial beings you've been with is the best and why?
The best, the Beovians. The typical male is about 4 feet in height, will weigh about 35 kilos. Head is, the cranial structure is a little larger in proportion with the body. The arms are somewhat elongated, the fingers stretching almost down to the knees. Beovians have 4 fingers, just 4 fingers, the thumb, the point finger, and the next 2. And they seem to be very, very nice, and they took good care of me, and I know them better than any of the other species aboard that great mothership. That's the one I would choose. Mm-hmm.
All right, here's Mark in Boston.
Hello, Mark in Boston.
Attention one, Fremont.
Attention one, Mark.
Quick things. One, with the aliens, what holidays do they celebrate, and for what Howard has done in putting you on the air and letting you spread your message? Would they support a holiday, or maybe a Howard Stern Day, or a Howard Stern month? I just didn't know how they would feel about those things.
There is an alignment day when the 2 moons of BRV aligns. It's once every 7 years as we measure time. That's where they just go hog wild and everybody has a grand old time. And I will put a word in to make that be Howard Stern Day on BRV, okay? And I will ask them also to put a bug in his ear about giving me more time or giving me more money with his cheap butt. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, man.
All right, here's Mike in Connecticut.
Hello, Mike in Connecticut. Mike.
How are you, friend Martin?
I'm okay, Mike.
My question is to you: is that the Beovians, do they have any kind of entertainment, like sporting events, or do they have celebrities? Are they?
Yeah, they do.
Others?
Oh, yeah, they. Otherwise, they do sports and stuff, not contact sports, but they move real fast, and uses balls that float in the air and all that type of stuff. And they have many great entertainers that play, but their music didn't impress me that much. But Tan told me you have to feel it, feel the ether to deep within to understand and really love this music. I said, well, I need some Stevie Wonder, man, some B.B. King. You know, what you talking about? I need some Elvis.
James Brown.
Yeah, James Brown and all that and everything. But still, yeah, they have entertainment. They have sports, and the like. Yeah. But there are many others now that I could tell you about, but it would take too long, good man. But yeah, they like to have fun. Mm-hmm.
All right, here's Chris in Arizona.
Hello, Chris in Arizona.
That scream is smart. Don't get me wrong. How are you guys doing?
Okay, Chris.
Good.
Good. I happen to agree with Jesse from San Diego and Matt and Mass about getting you guys more time on the air. That is a bunch of BS that they are considering Bubba the Local Sponge to bring him back for 5 days a week.
Yeah, well, I'm not mad at Bubba the Love Sponge. He's good for those who love him, and I got nothing against him. But I still think they have plenty of free time that they could give me some more time on the air. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also wanted to ask about the Skyrakers.
Okay.
I heard you only talk about the Skyrakers, so I was wondering if there was other kinds of ships that they have, or is that the only kind of ship that they do have?
No. No. The one I rode on is called the X6. The X6, and with it were X4s, the smaller ships, X4s. The Skyraker is just like the X6, is hyperspace capable. They can go into hyperspace. Also, they are big, anywhere from 1/4 to 1/2 to 3.5 miles across. And they can run intergalactic. That is, there are Skyrakers even now on the way to Andromeda galaxy and things of that nature. But, they have many different kinds of ships, really do. Most of them are the classical saucer shape. While the Targisians, the reptilians, they have the big boomerangs, V-shaped ships and what have you. And others have various different kinds of ships. The Dorians also use saucers with the windows in it and what have you, the round windows in it, and some of them are pretty big and what have you, and so forth and so on. Now, the Screed, or the Insectilians, uses the ships that looks like a barbell with two balls on it and a tail like that. And so they have all different kinds of ships. And I'm sure there are many others that I don't even know about from other alien visitors, Chris. And give a love to the family and everything, man.
Yeah. And what about the water people? What brand do they use to be able to go under the water? Is that a same?
Right. The Niptonians, they use a ship that looks kind of like a cigar or something of that nature. But the water does not penetrate the force shield, so it's just like flying through the air. People, let me give a shout out here to my good doctor, the ortho surgeon, brilliant man, his staff, his doctor staff, April Smith, Miss Ann Merkel, Abalone, and Sarante. The staff of Vicky, Marianne, Joyce, Ellie, Amy, Gina, and Miss Baldish, Phillipsburg, New Jersey, and Eastern Pennsylvania. Great people. The lovely Renee Farr and her daughters, and Jack Pierce down in Glen Ellen, Illinois. Matt, Ben, and Sheila Panther, Master Genius. In Stone Mountain, Georgia, Gary and Lisa Parsiak in Des Plaines, Illinois, the Avatar. Carolyn Sultan, the lovely, out in Newport Beach, California. Chris Pellini and friends, and Natal, and the boys Angelo and Xavier out in Hillsburg, California. They make good wine. The lovely Leah Cohen. Thank you, Leah. Out in L.A., California. Justin Surratt Jr., the great cartoonist in Berlin, New Jersey. Andre Johnson and his mom, Vivian, in Tarboro, North Carolina. Fred Chatham down in West Palm Beach, Florida. Everett Ellicott and his lovely mom, Grace, in Falls Church, Virginia. Princess Lee in Navarre, Florida. Love you, babe. Tyler Alt and Dominica in Carlsbad, California. Carlsbad. Stay with us now. We shall return.
From the world above, from the world beyond.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back. We are here. People, thanks for staying with us. We hope that we have not thus far bored you to distraction. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Now, I want you to go to RileyMartin.com. Get the Millennium Book and the original book, autographed if you wish. And people, get your symbols. No two are the same. It's geared to your frequency. They will know where you are then. I will know where you are then. Go there and get your symbols. Go to iTunes and get my original album. It's great. Really. Really, back when people were actually singing instead of talking their butts off, okay? Go to Amazon Kindle. You can get the book there cheap. Pretty soon, we're going to have some more of the audio book in my own voice. Look for it and order it. Also, if you want to see the special symbols, then click on the store. These are extraordinary and have a lot of positive power with them. Many people have attested to the fact that these symbols, any kind, have added to the quotient of their lives. And even though they may not truly realize it, it has been very fruitful to them in whatever they do, because I don't do negative, I only do positive. And just go click on the store and see the special symbols, and pretty soon we will have the hypnosis tape when I started off down in Oklahoma with the great hypnotist researcher Barbara Simon. She's gone now. My darling, I love you, and I speak to her sometime over there. The hypnosis tape, and there are extraordinary things in that tape, not just a guy doing hypnosis, but there are anomalies, ectoplasm, and things of that nature. You ought to get it, and what have you. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. How are you doing, Eron?
Good. People, don't forget, you can listen anytime online. Just go to SiriusXM.com and click on the Listen Online tab. Mm-hmm. Okay, still a lot of callers here. Let's try to get to some of them.
Right, people, now, when you call in, please get to the point right quick, because so we can get as many in as possible. We can't get them all.
Here's Bob in Maryland, Riley.
Hello, Bob in Maryland.
Hey, Riley, how you doing?
Okay, Bob.
Good, man. Hey, listen, first of all, my friend David wanted to tell you that he sits down in his car every Tuesday night listening to you, and you're the only reason why he still has Sirius. So
thanks, man. And tell David that if he turns his radio on in the car, and if he's got a regular radio in the house, he can tune to, what is it, 98.6 AM, FM, and he can pick it up from the car in the house.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. And then
tell him that.
Yeah, tell him that. And then after the show, he can go out and turn the motor off. You know what I mean? I'll turn whatever, I'll crank it up and fire it back up and down.
You got a question? Go.
Yeah, I do. Hey, listen, with everything that's going on right now, did the Biavians or do the Biavians have some kind of holy deity like the Pope that they do? And if so, how is he elected?
Well, okay. Now, when the Biavians meet you, he will say, Qua onsa la juan, which means all praises unto the light. They believe they're on the right track because it's enabled them to travel 100 times the speed of light, jump through time, and things of that nature. But I do not believe that they have certain individuals who represents the Omsa on their planet and what have you. Now, I don't know why, but they don't have institutions of religion like we have here on this planet, because they believe that all the answers is there within you, and therefore, if you would only listen with your heart, you will ultimately walk again upon the stars. Good man.
I like that philosophy.
Yeah.
All right, here's Alexis in Massachusetts.
Hello, Alexis.
Riley.
Hey.
Hey, how you doing? This is actually one half of the twins that we met a few months ago.
Yeah. I'm doing okay, twin.
Make it quick.
Hey, yo, I just want to. I got a question about the Biavians. I want to know if there ever been like a hybrid alien, like with another type of alien. Has their DNAs ever mixed?
Yeah, good man. There's not a race, creed, or color on this planet among humans that don't have some of the alien gene in them. If they keep on, they know about DNA, but we've only ascertained about 5% of our actual chromosomes. And ultimately, they will find out that we are part alien, so to speak, okay? Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for that call. So
Yeah.
you consider humans hybrids, correct?
Yeah. All people are hybrids. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Let me give a shout out here to Gladys Marks in Atlanta, Georgia. I love you, baby. Mark Murad and Eve in Denver, Pennsylvania. Marva Joy McKenzie down in South Miami, Florida. Tyler Alt in Dominica, Carlsbad, California. Princess Lee, my love, in Navarre, Florida. Every day caught in this lovely mom Grace down in Falls Church, Virginia. Tal Sims and Lisa Marie Tapia, Kernersville, West Virginia. Love you. Omega Nancy, I was talking to him today. Omega Nancy and Nancy Gonzalez. We love you. In Macon, Georgia. The great Jim Borrett in Pennsylvania. Great man. John Hummert and Eddie Kagan and Sandra there in Illinois. Dirk Metler and his beautiful son, Dylan, out in down in Miami, Florida. Bill and Carrie Coolidge in Scottsdale, Arizona. Kenneth Wallace in Buffalo, New York, the great truck driver. Jay Shoya in Ohio. Barry and Michael Krusnick, one's entertainment exec, and the other's a doctor and a great one down in Ohio and California. Kyle and Corey Demery in South Carolina. Take care. RileyMartin.com. Riley Martin Show. Meet us here next Tuesday on a brand new shoe. We love you now. RileyMartin.com. Yes, indeed. And we are basically going on out of here. But we love you now. Take care, all of you. Tune in next week for the Riley Martin Show. We're out of here.
Show on Howard 101. From
space, minds immeasurably superior to ours.
From the world beyond.
Regarded this earth with envious eyes.
Howard 101 brings you
envious eyes.
Riley Martin.
In 1953 in northeastern Arkansas, I had seen lights above the river for 3 nights running.
Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
And hello, good listeners. Welcome back to the Riley Martin Show. We're glad you're here. Things are happening over here. And welcome to the Riley Martin Show. We are glad you're here. Back in the studio, we have the big man with the plan, the one and only, the great technician, the producer, the magnificent one and only, Double O, Al Ragon. And shout out to the lovely Michelle. By his side, as usual, is the man on the white horse, woofing the twoofers and wheating the tweeters. I speak of none other than the great producer, technician, Sir Breton, on the white horse. And shout out to the lovely Jennifer. And I also want to shout out in payroll to the lovely Elaine. Yes, indeed, a beautiful lady. And by my side, as usual, is my co-host, producer, technician. I speak of none other than the great, the legendary, one and only Eric Eron McCauley.
On the one, spaceman.
Yes, indeed. And before I forget it, Jay Sharper, are you listening out there? Let me wish you and your dear wife, your lovely wife, whom I love too, a happy anniversary coming up here. Take care and much happiness to you. Welcome to the Riley Martin Show. Eron, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. People call Riley with questions tonight. 888-STERN-101. You can also email us questions at RileyMartin@SiriusXM.com.
Mm-hmm. Now, before we get rolling here.
Yes.
Yeah, I want to, people, listeners, listen carefully. On television, this coming Saturday night, the 23rd, March 23rd, at 9 p.m., Eastern Standard Time and also Pacific Time, I believe. Watch on the Country Music Channel, CMT, 9 o'clock this Saturday night. My big redneck vacation, the type of show. We are doing a series called Alien Palooza out there in Area 51 in Nevada. Now, prior to this time, I was told not to talk about it and what have you. Nonetheless, you will see me and all of the great people that I was with out there. What's his name? My boy in Washington, D.C. Wilbur Allen. Yeah, Wilbur Allen, he's a world-famous UFO photographer, and he can film them when they're coming. We are all out there. They wanted me out there to give them the softest spot to infiltrate in close to the installation without getting caught. And I told them, I said, look, you lovely rednecks, and I love them too, they clamp it. I said, at all costs, I want you to say to yourself, we must protect Riley Martin. So, so if they try to ride down on us, to sacrifice yourself if necessary, tell me and Eron get away. But anyway, we did go in and get out, and you will enjoy this Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and also Pacific, I believe. And also on Sunday, they're going to do it again at 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. on the Country Music channel, CMT. Okay? In the East, I believe it's channel 145, but I don't know what it is, other places. But catch that. We did infiltrate and got out alive. Okay? Talk to me, Ron.
Okay, a lot of people here lined up to talk to you. We get to the callers here very shortly, but first, I just want to ask you, what is the most impressive thing in terms of technological advancement would you give humans credit for?
Well, okay. Now,
what's the best thing we got going?
Well, we have pretty much perfected the laser to the extent as to where we are now able to actually shoot down a missile with an alien, with a laser, providing it's in the right place at the time. They have also mounted lasers on the airplane, and theoretically it could shut down the electrical systems of tanks and other various things of this nature, and radar and all of that. So man is really no slouch. He is gaining great knowledge of various things as we go along. In the future, at some point, in the not too distant future, human beings won't be fighting wars anymore. It will be machines.
Why not?
Well, I mean, otherwise, we're always going to need the human touch. But the man who's controlling the machine may be on another continent. You understand? With the bombs and stuff like that. We can already do that to a great extent. And so there are many things that man is getting on to. He's no slouch, and he's moving fast at a breakneck pace now with these inventions and things of this nature.
Yes.
Much of it they adopted from alien technology, too.
Yes. All right. My favorite invention, by the way, is the remote control, Riley.
Yeah.
All right. Here's the callers. This is Joe in Martha's Vineyard.
Hello, Joe, Martha's Vineyard.
Friend Martin, it's my great pleasure to communicate with you.
Thank you, Joe.
Riley, for you, news from our island here in the Northeast. I have a notarized, signed, witnessed affidavit demanding from one Howard Allen Stern the amount of $100,000 to be paid to you, Riley Martin, immediately for past services rendered. I have it signed by Sirius XM subscribers of Martha's Vineyard. I have a total of 8 verified signatures to date, and I will not rest until the King of all media comes through with money deserving of your knowledge.
Hey, well, thank you, my good man. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but I fear that before I make a livable wage from the Stern bunch, Martha's Vineyards would have frozen over, even though it's warm as purgatory. You know what I'm talking about, but still, I appreciate that vote of confidence. Thank you.
All right, call us back. Here's Craig in Connecticut.
Hello, Craig in Connecticut.
Oh, Riley, congratulations on your country music television show.
Yeah. We had a good time.
Next will be 2020, I guarantee you. Let me ask you a question. You know the neighborhood watch sign with the black figure with the top hat?
No, but I'm sure I've seen things like that in my life. Why?
Okay, well, referring to the shadow people, I had one walk through my 1920 cottage about 3 years ago at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was a black figure with a top hat. It was, you couldn't see through it. It was terrifying. But let me ask you a question. Is that, is it a ghost? Is it a man in black? Is it an alien? Or is it a fourth dimensional creature?
Well, I cannot tell you, my good man. However, I have seen disembodied spirits. I could see them, so could my mother, as I was growing up. And there are sometimes, at the right type of elementals in the air, perhaps humidity or something of that nature, for a moment, the disembodied spirit may be able to fade in. However, aliens are capable of doing that too. And if you are one of those sensitive people, you may be able to spot him, whereas the person sitting next to you may not, and things like that.
All right. Thanks for that call. Here, Bob in Philadelphia.
Hello, Bob in Philadelphia.
Hey, Riley. How are you tonight?
Okay, Bob.
You've been around so long. Do you think you'll ever die?
My good man, life, the force of life, the electricity that drives me cannot be killed. It cannot be nullified. All you do is change from one state of being to another.
How are you able to spew so much shit?
Yeah, well, there is no death. You don't believe that there are spirits. If one ghost exists, and they got them on tape, then everybody exists. Continue after death, my good man.
All right, next call. This is Austin in Texas.
Hello, Austin in Texas.
Hey, what's going on, Riley?
Oh, not much, Austin.
I have a question about this new technology of fracture drilling that I've heard some stories that was a technology passed along as some extraterrestrials needed some minerals that were here, and modern drilling technology wasn't able to get to it. Is there any truth to that?
Well, no, I know that there has been some intercollusion down through history with the alien technology, but I also find that when I was out there, I found out that certain things, such as meteors, and what have you, some of them are literally made of precious metals and things of this nature. Perhaps we have gotten a hold to some of their technology. I know we have in the electronics and things of that nature. But I don't think they need anything we have here, so to speak. For instance, out on the planet Pluto, and I still call it a planet, there are diamonds, carbons, composters, including diamonds, as big as Volkswagens and things of this nature. So they don't have to rob us to get anything here. The only way they did that was when they got stuck here about 35,000 years ago. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for that call. Would you elaborate a little bit on why you were saying that you still consider Pluto a planet? Who does not, and why?
Well, it is the consensus of the scientific community that it is too small to be considered a planet. But I consider it a planet. I consider it a planet. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I've seen it, and it looks like a planet to me. Okay?
Got it. All right, here's Mark in San Diego.
Hello, Mark in San Diego.
Hey, what's up, Riley? Ron, glad to talk to you guys again.
Okay.
Hey, after the liftoff by the mothership, how is the Biavians going to handle all the influx of waste and stuff created by all the humans up there? And then also, are they planning on ever giving back some of the gold and other minerals that they took from the earth?
Well, good man. They don't take precious metals and things like that from us now. It has happened historically about 35,000 years ago. But they have ways of getting rid of the waste. For instance, all waste, liquid and otherwise, and solids are really nothing but fertilizers and things of that nature to grow things in the Hyborian gardens and all of that. And or else it can be rendered down into space dust and things of that nature. They won't have a problem with that. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do they recycle everything?
Everything they can. And the air, everything is recycled there. But their technology is far, far greater than ours. Mm-hmm.
All right. Here's Mike in Atlanta.
Hello, Mike in Atlanta.
Times in one, my friend.
Times in one, Mike.
Hey, Riley, I know you're going to be doing the CMT channel. Are we going to be able to leverage that, the program on CMT, to get you more money at Sirius? I don't get it. Tim shits all over a toilet, and they pay more for cupcakes on Cupcake Wednesday than you make. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, good man. But they are able to get away with that because I am not, in essence, a long-time showbiz person. And I do want to get this information out to the world. Knowing this, they got me by the cojones, and they simply pay me a stipend, wherein hopefully I won't miss too many meals. But you must understand that these people do not care. They will get you as cheap as they possibly can, and what have you. Now, given a better offer, they would have to match it. Of course, I'd quit. You know what I mean? But until that time, then they got me stuck here. And I don't have the bargaining chips, so to speak, yet to demand to be treated right. All I need is another week, show or two a week, and I'd be happy, you know.
888 Stern 101. Give us a call. Here's Eric in New Jersey.
Hello, Eric in New Jersey.
Hey, what's up, my brothers from another mother? Haven't heard from you guys in a while. What's going on, my friend?
Been a while, yeah. How you been, kid?
Oh, I'm good. I've been trying to get in contact with you, Riley, but I don't know. Maybe I'll email Iran later tonight and give you my new phone number or whatever. Maybe.
Okay.
But, no, I just had I would just want to tell you one thing. Good things come to those who wait, my friend Riley. I just want to tell you that, you know, and I mean, I honestly think that they're going to give you some more time. I mean, obviously the channels are, you know, flooded with, you know, nonstop garbage and stuff like that, but I think you're going to get it. But I also have two other questions. One is on CMT, what is it on? Because I'm looking at it right now for Saturday.
Yeah, well,
is it my big redneck vacation after show at 10 o'clock?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right.
That's it.
Because it didn't say, like, your name or whatever, so that's why I was just curious.
Right, no doubt, though, but it will be on Saturday at 9 p.m. Just go to CMT.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and then I have one other question. I was listening to your interviews way back, probably 1996, when you first started calling Howard. And you said that you basically get visited once every 11 years.
Right.
Now, I would like to know the last time you were visited and what exactly has happened from that. And
I'll tell you.
With you and Iran and wait for your answer. So thank you.
Okay. December 28, 1987 in the Ozark Mountains. I managed to take several daylight Polaroid photographs of them at that time. However, I had made an agreement with them at that time that I would come back and give this information to the world that I had learned over the last 36 years. I would come back and give this information. I will not leave again until you and the rest of these wayfarers leave with me, should it become necessary. I did not come back here to say, hey, you are definitely going to die. We cannot save this planet. I came back to try and help save this beautiful planet because I have seen other planets, and I've seen this Earth, and it is a beautiful planet. And I hope that we don't set upon each other and destroy it like it looks like we're trying to do socially and through wars and rumors of wars and what have you. So, but it's best to have your ticket, get your symbol. People, go to RileyMartin.com and get the Millennium Book, the original book, and your symbols, people. Get your symbols. Each and every symbol is totally unique. You can get my original album, music, and singing at iTunes at Riley Martin. You could also get the book at Amazon Kindle. It's cheap. And you can get the audio book also at RileyMartin.com. And also go to the store and you can get the hypnosis tape and the special symbols. Check them out there. RileyMartin.com. Yes, indeed. And we love you. Stay with us now. We shall return.
You are on the verge of destroying the entire universe.
Call 888-STERN-101 and make contact. The Riley Martin Show. Howard 101.
And we are back, people. We are back, people. In the front there, I was talking about the show coming up Saturday at 9 o'clock on the Country Music channel. at 9 o'clock this Saturday, and then again on Sunday at 2 and 3 o'clock Pacific and Eastern time. But I neglected to do my shout-outs. Now I'm going to do a few shout-outs here, people, as I go. I don't know if I'll be able to get you all in, but I love you. Let me give a shout-out here to the great Mikey, the great composer, writer, arranger, sonata, a crooner, Mikey, and the lovely Diane Voigt. Also the great Jamal, Luda, and the beautiful baby Victoria. She's a little angel. Now they're out in Ogden and Sandy, Utah. Big Mikey Blundick Sr. and Jr. And the lovely Jennifer Babcock. They're in Massachusetts and down in Florida. Let me give a shout out here also to Cliff and the lovely Helene Green and all the crew down in Macon, Georgia. Love you kids. Lily Heisen-Butel, my baby in Key Largo, Florida. Cindy, Brian, the great Brian, and the very lovely Christine Zarsky, as well as the lady Susan Ashcraft, an oceanographer out in Yorba Linda, California. And also, let me give a shout out to the great Daniel, Stephen Geiger, and his beautiful son, Daniel, out there in Yorba Linda, California. Cabrina Cooks, and Tashika Garrison and Lenore Hudson, they are daughters. Torona, California. Margaret Woodward, love you, baby. Rich and Karen, out in Ramona, California. Rich and Karen Horowitz in Matawan, New Jersey. Randy, Dina, and little Nika, as well as Lauren Ashley Parks out in Las Vegas, Nevada. Ray Nathan Rivera in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Jarrett and the lovely daughter Swan Buckaloo over in Delaware. Jeff and Patty Knudsen out in Reno, Nevada. And let's get back to the calls, Eron.
All right back to them. Here's Jeremy in Kentucky.
Hello, Jeremy in Kentucky.
I called a few times before. I had a couple questions for you. First of all, I know you talk about elementals, and I know a couple weeks ago you talked about that with the Moses Sassoul fish in the Red Sea. What are those different from the elements that we know, like from the periodic table that we learn in science? Or is there a difference in what you're talking about?
Well, my goodness, I am not a good man. I'm not a doctor. However, I believe that the Moses Sassoul fish has something in his chemosynthesis makeup in his body that would, if taken by the doctors and the scientists and all of this, would ultimately lead to a chemical chemosynthesis that will inhibit, the AIDS virus and what have you. And surely there must be other things also, but all I'm saying is that. So there's also a tribe in Africa who has been keeping the rhesus monkeys to help them get coconuts out of trees and had them around for a long time. And they built up a tolerance to the HIV virus, and they cannot catch AIDS. They, too, should be studied closely for antidotes and what have you. Mm-hmm.
Right. And I was just wondering if the terminology between the, when you use the term elemental was a specific thing that you learned.
Right. Well, actually, there are only so many chemical compostures that makes up the entire galaxy. This is why we do have people out there in space, not of our species, that are still made of the same thing that we are in different elemental compostures and things of that nature, though nonetheless they are sapien biped erectors like us and what have you. Right, because certain elements must be met in order in order for, us to breathe oxygen and things of that nature. Mm-hmm.
All right, here's Elijah in Arizona.
Hello, Elijah in Arizona.
Elijah. Hello, Riley?
Oh, yes.
I have two questions.
Okay.
The first one is, if I order a symbol off of your website, you said the aliens will accept you into their ship, right?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then the second question is, if they do take you up, do they allow humans to fly the ships?
One time, on an X6, I did take over the controls for a little while, so humans can fly those ships. I know that. And the ships are even neuroactive. That means you can be sitting there with this little thing on your ear, and you can think, barrel roll, speed up, slow down, stop, take me to that star. And then that's the only time she said, friend Martin, you're not authorized to go to that star. It is 120 light years away. But other than that, yeah, you can fly it. Mm-hmm.
Thanks for that call. Call us back. Okay, so you can confirm that they have they can download skills into an individual in a very condensed amount of time.
Right.
And it can be mastered, correct?
Right, you certainly will. Actually, Iran, I'm a man of considerable talents. I did not go to school for them. You see what I mean?
Yes.
And so apparently it works. And if I wasn't so dense and straight up stupid, I would have learned much, much more. But you must have that capacity to comprehend the elementals that they're teaching you. If you're capable of it, they will give you all the information that you can hold. Put it like that.
All right. Next call. This is Lex in Boston.
Hello, Lex in Boston.
Hey, Riley, how you doing?
Okay.
This is actually one of the twins. It's twins from Boston. We actually met, you, me, and Matt.
Yeah.
And how you doing, Iran?
Good.
Good. Quick question. I just wanted to know if there's any races, if the Biavians have any races like Puerto Rican or Dominican, because we got a little rivalry going tonight.
Yeah, well, actually, the Biavians come in all colors, from olive black to the browns, the reds, the yellows, and the snow whites. And so apparently, now, I suppose if you would equate them with human beings, they cover all the spectrums of the races that we have. But I never detected any type of prejudice among them. You know, a red one may be a pilot or a scientist, as well as a white one or a black one, and what have you. It is what you know and can exhibit is how you will advance there. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for that call. Okay, There's a story in the Bible about the Tower of Babel that explains the differences in language amongst humans. And I'm wondering, did these Biavians ever have different languages amongst them where they couldn't understand?
Well, there are definitely different dialects, but I believe their technology enables them to understand a commonality among all the Biavians, regardless whether they're from the mountains or near the ocean, on another continent, or what have you. But, yeah, they do have different dialects.
All right, next call. This is Richard in Indiana.
Hello, Richard in Indiana.
Hey, Riley, Oak Attention 1.
Oak Attention 1, Rich.
Hey, yeah, me and my brother Eric Blint sitting here listening to you, man. We love you. Hey, how come Howard hung up on you this morning when you started talking about your CMT deal?
Well, I mean, otherwise, I don't think he's very happy with me doing anything that may, prevent me from suffering abject starvation or something. And
right,
so,
man. It seems like he's trying to hold you down.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's, he did not get me the job out there, out west. I got it myself. They sought me out and what have you, which is the only way I stay alive, son. And by the customers that gets the beautiful symbol and the books and things like that. You see what I mean? It's not at Howard's hands. But don't get me wrong. I appreciate the man's accomplishments. I have a great deal of admiration for him because he did give me a show. And so I won't put him down too hard. Nonetheless, I detect an undercurrent of not wanting anybody else to gather any type of fame or to know anything or what have you that may make them popular or what have you. I don't know what it is. But yet and still, he's still my buddy.
All right, here's Travis in Cincinnati, Riley.
Hello, Travis in Cincinnati.
Hey, Riley, I just was watching some Area 51 shows last night, and wonder if you had any knowledge of what's really there.
Yes. A great deal of things are there, my good man. Out there, they developed military equipment based upon the prototypes they took from alien ships that are down and all of that. And I would not be surprised if they also have alien physiological beings and bodies stashed out there and all of that. They have managed to duplicate some of the metallurgic compostures and all of that, and the electronics, as well as a propulsion system, but not like the aliens. The aliens have the hydrogen-fed fusion reaction core. They have not yet been able to put that together, but they can take like thermite, kerosene, liquid oxygen, and what have you, and fire those ships up that they have and fly them around for 8 or 10 minutes over the installation and things of that nature. So they're working on it. Mm-hmm.
All right, next call. Here's Mike in Oklahoma.
Hello, Mike in Oklahoma.
Hey, Riley, what's going on, buddy?
Well, nothing much, Mike.
Hey, in some of those ships, I guess you said the president, they do time travel or whatever.
Yes.
Did you actually visit yourself in another time? Had you done it? Have you ever seen or visit yourself at another time?
Actually, I did not visit myself. Nonetheless, it is possible for one person to visit himself at a young age. However, you cannot approach that person within a perimeter of, say, 7 feet, because two of the same thing cannot exist in the same space. Should you touch that child, it will nullify you both. And you won't be written in the books. Your mother won't remember having had you or anything of that nature. And so you must be careful about that. But yes, they can take you back to observe yourself or even talk to yourself. Mm-hmm.
I can't understand that. Okay, but there have been people on Earth, and there are people walking on this Earth today who say that we are capable of time travel technologically. And can you confirm that?
Well, I believe that they have got to the point as to where they can believe they can send electronic isotopes from one side of the room or something to the other. But as far as humans themselves physiologically traversing time, I do not think we have that technology, no matter what they say.
Mm-hmm. And those guys said that they jumped off the Philadelphia experiment, the USS Eldridge, and or whatever the name of it was, and that they ended up in the future. Can you confirm that?
No, I do know, quite possibly. They were degaused and displaced from one earthly place to another, which ended up causing a great deal of neurological damage, and a lot of them went crazy and all of that. Got stuck in the wall. If you move, when they did that, you can get stuck in the wall or anything like that. But I don't know about going to other planets or anything of that nature. Now the technology does exist, but we don't have it, I don't think.
Okay, here is Sam in Jersey.
Hello, Sam in Jersey.
Hello.
Hello, Sam.
How are you guys?
Okay, Sam.
I'm a big fan of Ancient Aliens. I'm sure you guys have seen that show plenty of times. And they had an episode that was kind of topical about how when they change popes, how they think that aliens might have a say in the actual pope changing. And my question to you was, it's along the lines of how they choose the pope with the smoke and stuff. I want to know what color is emitted from your chimney when you smoke Elon's cock.
Oh, kid. Try and be nice, man. Try and be nice. Try and be nice, and try and see if you can clean out Mitt Romney's toilet. I know that's what you want to do.
I think he's going to become extinct.
Yeah, right? People, let me give a shout out here to my ortho doctor, Robert Friedman, a great doctor. His associates, doctors, April Smith, Ann Merkel, Abalone, and Sorrente. The staff, Joyce, Vicky, Marianne, Ellie, Amy, Jenna, and Miss Ball is down in Phillipsburg and Phillipsburg, New Jersey, Eastern Pennsylvania. Renee Four and her lovely daughters and Jack Peters. She makes Renee's Raw Chocolate down in Glen Ellen, Illinois. It's great chocolate. My wife loves it. Matt Ben and Sheila Panther over in Stone Mountain, Georgia. Matt's a genius. Gary and the lovely Avatar and the lovely Lisa Parsiak. They have a new baby that came now. And I followed them through that. That's wonderful over in Des Plaines, Illinois. A shout out to you. Carolyn Sultan in Newport Beach, California. Chris Pellini, and Nictel, and the boys, Angelo and Xavier, out in Hillsburg, California. They make great wine. Leah Coyne, my darling, out in L.A., California. Justin Surratt Jr. in Berlin, New Jersey, the great cartoonist. Andre and his lovely mom, Vivian Johnson in Tarboro, North Carolina. Fred Chatham in West Palm Beach, Florida. Stay with us now. We shall return.
From the world above, from the world beyond, The Riley Martin Show. Call 888-STERN-101 with your questions, your experiences, your beliefs, your prophecies. The Riley Martin Show on Howard 101.
And we are back, people. Yeah, thanks for staying with us. Now, people, don't forget that we're doing my big redneck vacation this Saturday night on March 23rd at 9 p.m. Eastern and Pacific time. Go there and catch it. It's called the Area 51 episode, Alien Palooza, out of Rachel, Nevada, with a family called the Clampetts.
I never thought I'd like rednecks, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're good people.
They are.
It's going to rebroadcast Sunday at like 2 p.m. and 3 p.m. On the East and the West. And and I want to thank Iran, the great photographer, alien photographer Wilbur Allen around the D.C. area. And let me give a shout out and a thanks to David Spade, the great David Spade, and the great Alex Jones for being fans of the Riley Martin Show.
Yeah.
Yeah, everything like that. So people are listening. You see what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah. And so we take a couple more calls here, man, and then we're gonna, because an hour is just not enough.
You're right. Okay, squeezing them in. Here's Dan in Orlando.
Hello, Dan in Orlando.
Oakland changing one, Riley.
Oakland changing one, Dan.
Hey, I had a question. Do they have humanoid restrooms on Viave?
Yes, they do.
They do, really?
Most definitely. They want.
What would they do with Tim though if he peed all over the walls and the floor in the bathroom? Would they put him in an isolation tube?
No, that he'd have robots to go in there and say, "Oh, damn," and then clean it up, and what have you.
So it is true every human up there would have a robot servant.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
That's true.
Definitely. Now some people prefer to do their own gardening and tree trimming and history, stuff like that, but you don't have to.
Wow. Sounds too good to be true, Riley. Next call, this is Steve in Boston.
Hello, Steve in Boston.
Hey, Riley, how you doing? First time
Okay. Okay, Steve. How?
Do people mingle with these aliens that you talk about?
The Biarians, well, actually, the humans live with humans. There's been human on BRV since pre-biblical times. if a person was reading the Bible or something like that, or an ancient scripture, Egyptian or whatever, they would tell you about people that were taken away from here a long, long time ago. And many others, even unto this day, is sometime taken up. And what have you. But mostly humans would live among humans, though you would have sociological intercollusion with the hybrids and things like that. But for the most part, it's humans to humans, and Biabians over in that great city itself. They don't do this because they don't like you. They do this because until a certain time in your history, it is possible that you could pick up a vector from them, or they could pick up a vector from you, or something like that. And so a disease of some sort, and that could kill them or kill you. But still, you would be in close contact with them. Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks for that call. Call us back. Here's Bernie in New Jersey.
Hello, Bernie in New Jersey.
Friend Riley.
Hey.
Hope attention one.
Oh, attention one, friend Bernie.
Question for you about the symbol.
Mm-hmm.
I bought a symbol years ago, but that was before I was married and had kids.
Okay.
Is that symbol, does that cover my whole family, or does everyone need one? And the second part is, do I have to keep that symbol with me, or can I leave it in my house on the wall?
You can make copies of it if you wish. You can make a keychain of it, what have you. You don't have to have it on you. You are encoded in the neurotronic computers, so they will know where you are at any given time. You don't have to have it on you. Also, any child or your significant other that you have now, they can go aboard with you without a symbol. However, it is always better for each person to have their own symbol, because I believe there are many benefits that comes with having a symbol, positive elementals and things of that nature, and it will help them through life. But still, they can ride with you. Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, next call. This is Sean in Massachusetts.
Hello, Sean in Mass.
Hakeem Olajuwon, Riley.
Hakeem Olajuwon.
I got a two-part question for you.
Okay.
What's your take on the recent increase in asteroid activity? And do you think it could be coming from Tim Sabian's cheap burning asshole?
Quite possibly, good man. However, I have foretold that in this time, between now and say 2026, there will be cosmic dangers. However, the Biabians have promised to help us with cosmic elementals, but they can't help us among ourselves. They won't step in and keep these fools from killing each other or hating each other and things of that nature. But they will attempt to keep us from cosmic dangers. But yes, there will be a great deal of activity.
All right, thanks for that call. Here's an interesting email, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is from William McAllister.
Okay.
He loves your show. He's a big fan. Question, interesting question. He says, if you were invited to live out the rest of your life in the mothership, you, off Saturn, but you had to leave immediately, would you choose to go or would you choose to stay?
Well, I made a promise that I would not go unless every one of the wayfarers that got my symbols goes at the same time. But that would only happen if we reach a point of Armageddon on this planet. I came back to try and help prevent that, good man. But if this planet is stable and what have you, I cannot promise that I would not go again.
All right, thanks for that email, William McAllister. Okay, here's Toby in Florida.
Hello, Toby.
Oh, thank Kwanzaa, Riley.
Oh, God, Angela.
Hey, now. Hey, my question is, there's so many of these superior athletes, almost unhuman-like, all around the earth, from skateboarding, like Tony Hawk. Do you think the Biabians have come down on the earth and have created some of these athletes?
Well, yeah, we have that blood. We have that blood in us, and maybe it hit at a certain point with these great athletes and things like that.
You want to know if Michael Jordan's an alien?
No, but he is not human. A regular human anyway. People, let me give a shout out right quick now to Bill and Carrie Coolidge out in Scottsdale, Arizona, Kenneth Wallace in Buffalo, New York, Jay Shara. Happy anniversary, Jay, and you and your lovely wife. Barry and Michael Krutchik. Michael's a doctor, and Jay's an entertainer. Barry is an entertainer. Out in, down in Florida, Tarpon Springs, Florida. Kyle and Corey Demery in South Carolina, and, South Cardena, San Diego. Philip and his mom, Hope Sanchez in Nampa, Idaho. Also, Everett Ellicott and his mom, Grace in Falls Church, Virginia. Good people. Princess Lee in Navarre, Florida. Marva Joy McKenzie in South Miami, Florida. Mark Murad in Denver, Pennsylvania. Gladys Marks, Atlanta, Georgia. Ed Kirby and Akani in Brooklyn. And people go to RileyMartin.com and get your books, your symbols, and all that stuff. You can even get the audio book in my own voice. And now, check us out on Saturday night at the Big Redneck Vacation, the Area 51 episode, 9 o'clock Saturday night, people, on the country music station. We're glad you're here. Take care. See you next week on a brand new shoe. We're out of here.
Beyond. Riley Martin. The Riley Martin Show on Howard.